Good morning. I'm Michael Brown, President of the School for Advanced Research, speaking to you from my office on our historic campus in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I've been asked to describe myself. I'm a white male of a certain age. I'm wearing glasses, I have a beard, and what you see behind me is an altar screen from Guatemala. That's part of my office in the El Delirio estate of SAR. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that the School for Advanced Research is located on the traditional land of the Tewa people in Ogapoge Owenge, the White Shell Water Place in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Surrounding our campus are the landscapes of Pueblo, Apache, and Dene communities whose people continue to maintain vital connections to this place. As an institution privileged to steward cultural material and committed to uplifting Indigenous voices, SAR strives to maintain respectful and mutually beneficial relationships with these communities. We not only honor the ancestral stewards of the land, but celebrate their past, present, and future. Today, I'm especially pleased to see that we'll be exploring some of these relationships through the Council for Museum Anthropology's Spring 2022 Symposium. SAR has had a very strong relationship with the American Anthropological Association, and we're pleased to be the technological host for this symposium by providing the registration and webinar platform for this event to take place. It's been a privilege to support this program, and I look forward to learning from the new generation of museum professionals over the next 2 days. Now I'm pleased to hand off a hosting role to the Council for Museum Anthropology's president, or I should say president of the board, Kara Krimpadic.
Thank you so much, Michael. As Michael said, my name is Kara Krimpadic, and I do have the pleasure of serving as the president for the Council for Museum Anthropology. I am a middle-aged white woman with long salt and pepper hair that is tied up. I'm wearing a black and gray sweater and purple earrings. I am in my home office in Takaranto or Toronto, Canada, within Williams Treaty Territory, which brings me into relation with multiple Anishinaabe nations, though I also want to acknowledge the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and Six Nations of the Grand River, who have enduring relations with and responsibilities for the lands and waters of this region. I also want to start by thanking our colleagues at the School for Advanced Research for their cooperation and support of this event. And a very special thank you to Kristen Otto and Alicia Poon for organizing the symposium and for centering the work of emerging professionals in our field and the people, right? The students, those who are earlier in their careers who are contributing to these new ideas and new practices. I love that piece of advice that suggests everyone should have a mentor who is older than them and a mentor who is younger than them. And all of our presenters over the next 2 days will bring ideas that challenge us to unlearn and to relearn museological processes. They will introduce us to new concepts, new scholars, new perspectives. And they are taking up the always ongoing task of creating museums and museum anthropology that is more just. On behalf of the Council for Museum Anthropology, let me say how excited we are to learn with you and how excited we are to have you as part of our community. While some of you have participated in museum anthropology events before today, we recognize that for many here, this is your first time engaging with the Council. We welcome all of you today, and we encourage you to stay active with us, whether through future conferences, social media, following our blog and our newly revamped website, https://museumanthropology.org. You can also sign up for the professional development events that we run. You can apply for student travel grants for the AAA annual meetings, submit articles or reviews to the journal. You can drop into a Zoom social gathering, or you can run for a seat on the CMA board. So with all of that encouragement, mostly I am eager to turn things over and let the symposium start. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Kara. And thank you, Michael, for that introduction and welcome. My name is Kristen Otto, and I am one of the co-organizers of this symposium, along with Alicia Poon, who you will hear from in a moment. I am a white woman with long brown hair, pale complexion, wearing a baby blue blazer, and I've got my background blurred out today because it's just a boring office. I am a CMA board member, and I began my journey with the CMA as a student board member. So this symposium and its purpose is close to my heart. On behalf of the CMA, Alicia and I want to take this time to thank all of the many people that helped to make this symposium possible from when we first mentioned it as an idea last summer. As I said, I'm just one of the co-organizers on the team, and I personally want to thank Alicia Poon for being my New Mexico buddy and taking on the task of organizing this alongside me. On the planning side of things, we also received support from the American Anthropological Association's Section Mentoring Grant, which funded a student intern, Andrea Marinon Laguna, to assist with the planning. And she's listening in. Thank you, Andrea, for your efforts and your help. Many thanks to the School for Advanced Research for being the technological host for the symposium and for all of their assistance in this process. In particular, I want to thank Paloma Lopez, Ashley Flores, and Olivia Ortiz for their technological assistance and organization, and Amy Schiffer for assistance with registration. We are grateful for the expertise of the Kyle Duarte Company and their team, who are providing the CART captioning services throughout the symposium. You can access these with the live transcript, closed captioning, down at the bottom of the screen. Thanks also goes to the CMA board and membership for their support of the symposium. In particular, the communications committee that helped to get the word out, the leadership that approved various funds to support this symposium, and the awards committee and board members who are helping to facilitate the paper prizes for this symposium. So 2 papers presented during the symposium and recognized for excellence will be awarded $500 paper prizes. And these awards will be announced in the weeks following the symposium. And finally, a thank you to all of our presenters and to you, the attendees in the audience. We are so excited to join together in this virtual environment after such a challenging couple years. To tell us a little bit more about the symposium and what it will look like, I'll turn things over to my co-organizer, Alicia Poon. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. It has been such a pleasure working with you as well. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia Poon. I am an Asian woman with black hair in a ponytail, medium complexion, and a blurred out background to hide my messy office. I'm wearing a beige sweater, and I am a CMA board member and co-organizer of this symposium. I am also director of the Indian Arts Research Center at the School for Advanced Research. So before we begin, I wanted to give a little context for today's events. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has placed significant pressures on students and early career museum professionals, as well as limited opportunities to connect with fellow scholars at conferences. With the postponement of the CMA's own in-person conferences, we decided to host a virtual symposium focused specifically on the ongoing work of students and emerging professionals. Understanding the roles that students and emerging professionals play in helping to change the landscape of the museum field, we are so very excited about today's presentations. So some housekeeping information. I will be your moderator for today, while Kristen will be moderating tomorrow. Each day features 3 sessions, and questions will be held until the end of each session. But please feel free to drop in your questions into the Q&A, which can be found at the bottom of your Zoom control panel at any time. This symposium is being recorded and will be available on SAR's YouTube channel shortly following the symposium. Just a reminder, as Kristen mentioned a few minutes ago, Card captioning is available by clicking the CC button at the bottom of your Zoom control panel. And for presenters, I want to remind you to please remember to give your visual description of yourself and to speak slowly. So with that, we're going to take a short break, and at 30 minutes past the hour, we're going to rejoin again to start our first panel. So we'll see you in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Alicia, I can go off a video now, correct?
Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Cheryl, it's Lauren.
Can you hear me now?
Sure can. Yep, I
Perfect.
can.
Yeah, I accepted the notification. I was just texting you that. I don't know what took it a while to show up.
Yeah, Zoom can get messy. For
Yeah,
instance, my
well.
headphones will not pair right now, so that.
Oh, joy.
I know. So we have 14 slides, so we should be around 15 minutes. Great.
Hello, hello, welcome back. It's Alicia again, your moderator. And we are going to go ahead and get started with session 1. So at this point, I would like to invite Minke Nouwens to begin her presentation.
Hi, I will just quickly share my screen. Can everyone see this? Perfect. Welcome everyone. I'm Minke Nouwens, a white woman with medium length brown hair, wearing a dark blue shirt and glasses. And today I will talk with you about inner life worlds, why we should study them as part of object museum audience research, why that is currently difficult with traditional anthropological methods, and how micro-phenomenological interviewing can help. I will end with a discussion of a field study I did recently with Cathy Hartmann and Lena Molin at Trapholt, an art museum in South Denmark. So we have a nice juicy balance between theory and practice. Material objects in museums, whether as things, artifacts, artworks, are often praised for their ability to ignite transformative experiences. This recognition is exemplified with the turn to object-based learning. In the words of Alva Noe, the process of exploring an object and the environment in which it is situated through one's own embodied inner life world is also a process of exploring our experience of the world at large. Through our interaction with material objects in museums, we gain knowledge not only of the world that the object references to and acts in, but also knowledge of our experiences in and reactions to that world. Which is why object-based learning in museums can be such a powerful instrument to examine notions of self and other and open up a dialogue and critical reflections around complex issues such as Eurocentrism, primitivism, colonial legacies, racism, and sexism. Yet despite knowing about, or perhaps even experiencing it firsthand, that objects can have transformative experiences, much less is known about, sorry, I'll slow down. Much less is known about how such experiences come about in the interaction between visitors and objects. Most visitor research focuses either on the types of visitors that walked through the museum and their overall experiences of the museum, or in explanations why an object or exhibition was interactive and how that was achieved curatorially. It is often not known what happened between a visitor and an object from moment to moment as the two interacted, yet this knowledge is vital to understand the work that objects do in museums. Anthropological scholarship has done great work to map various aspects of the labor that happens within museums. Huyson's 1995 and Weibel and Latour's 2007 research, for example, showed us that a museum's representational strategies of selection, arrangement, presentation, and narrativation mediate an exhibited object. For this reason, we now know the importance of complete documentation and a recognition of collector bias when it comes to properly understanding and displaying the material and social relations around objects and their community perspectives. In relation to objects specifically, the approach to them as processes, negating their seemingly fixed nature within museums, has helped greatly to uncover the field of relations composed from the various negotiations, desires, and knowledges around objects in museum collections. Since making an object's life world outside and inside the museum institution a central focus in contemporary scholarship, various attributes of objects, such as their materials, their practices of making, and their sensorial effects have been addressed. Yet the transformative experiences of visitors through object museums are still quite unexplored. With that, an important aspect of the social lives of museums is missing. Even more, I believe that we're missing out on collecting specific data that corroborates the important cultural and educational role that museums have for people and communities. To amend this gap in our knowledge will not be easy, however. Transformative experiences, as L.A. Paul explains, are rooted in our complex inner life worlds. with its inner speech, thought patterns, moods, urges, imagination, memory, and creative ideas. And as Andrew Irving points out, this interiority of our life worlds is a major methodological problem for anthropology, as third-party observation and knowledge cannot help us to read, understand, and theorize about other people's thoughts, intentions, and actions. Therefore, despite the fact that our inner life worlds are a distinctive feature of our human experience, a fundamental aspect of our social life, an essential part of what makes us human, the interiority, to quote Rapport, is still a terra incognita in anthropology. So how can we study the ways visitors enter the unknown with objects in museums? How can we capture their processes as people are challenged by their experience with the object, have their perspectives and expectations thrown into crisis, and their perceptions of self and being together in the world is opened up? Irving suggests that we might effectively address the problem of interiority by turning it into an ethnographic practice-based question, explored creatively and collaboratively with participants in the field. I decided to do that with the method of micro-phenomenological interviewing. So why micro-phenomenological interviewing? Firstly, it's a tool that is designed to attend to, articulate, and systematically map out various types of subjective experiences, including those related to material objects and their transformative potentials. Secondly, unlike traditional social scientific methods, it does not use prepared interview guide and questions. The interviewee's task is to support the interviewer in their embodied recollection by closely listening to them and as literally as possible repeating their words and gestures back to them. I found that this focus on the interviewee and their experience as articulated by them is very important. Through a previous experiment that I did with filmmaker Nout Heerkens and his artwork, An Invitation to Dance, in 2019 at Tent Rotterdam, an art space in the Netherlands, where we used questionnaires. Despite having extensive audience feedback collected from previous presentations of the artwork to rely on, we were unable to imagine all possible kinds of experiences with our questions and answers. And this was exemplified well by the few visitors who were kind enough to write their fascinating answers in the margins instead. But that also made it difficult for us to determine whether we actually captured the visitors' experiences with the questionnaire or whether we simply made their experiences fit our boxes. So for my next methodological experiment, I wanted to see what would happen if there were no boxes to delineate the participants' experiences whatsoever. Thirdly, micro-phenomenological interviewing uses invoking. That is, it asks participants to mentally return to the moment when a target experience, ideally seconds to minutes, started. Now, I learned that this step to invoke the visitor's experience first, right after it took place, before you delve deeper into what happened, is very useful, because then people stay better connected to it. In my previous experiment with semi-structured and unstructured interviews at Tent, participants had great difficulty to recall precise embodied details of their interaction with the artwork. What participants could not remember something, they started to give their opinions, judgments, and reflections instead of descriptions of what happened. And so we collected all kinds of interesting data, but we lacked thick, rich descriptions of their interactions with the object and any potential transformative experiences that might have occurred. So micro-phenomenological interviewing is able to do all of this, but let me demonstrate that with a field case. So between December 2021 and February 2022, I worked with Cathy Hartmann and Lena Molen at Trapholz. We asked 18 participants to join us at the museum to walk through the exhibition of Danish painter Erik A. Fransen at their own leisure before they would start in front of one of his paintings entitled The Cave for 5 minutes. Before we took a step back to give the visitors a little privacy, we handed them a piece of paper with the introduction text to the exhibition on it, to be read or not at their own discretion. After 5 minutes, we would gently interrupt their interaction with the painting and take them to a quiet area at the museum for the interview. So on the next slide is the painting, which, as described by the participants, is a huge all-on-canvas painting that exists out of 2 contrasting layers. There are 2 Persian tapestries, a chair, and a table with a Greek amphora with flowers in it in the front, and a wall of bookshelves with books in the back. The front is painted in reds, yellows, and pinks with impressionist-like expressive brushstrokes, while the back is all neat strokes and brown tones with ordered, straight, mostly vertical lines, as if made by a ruler. Now, while the descriptions of the painting were quite similar between participants, how they experienced this painting varied greatly. On the one hand, there were participants who said their interaction was fun and joyful, eliciting warm memories or images. Next one is one of these. This was made by Emma, and she said, I saw a brushstroke in the form of a wave, but at the same time, I had like a mental image of me looking through the painter's eyes, doing these strokes. I could almost, like, without reaching out, feel like the weight of the arm painting. Now, while the brushstrokes created a pleasant experience in Emma's mind and body that allowed her to connect with the painters and his process, others experienced discomfort and a disconnect from the painting, as exemplified with this quote by Marie on the slide. I also noticed that everything was really flat. It made me feel disoriented, especially when I'm looking at the little sofa chair on the right. It just seems absurd. Everything sort of like becomes one big mesh, and I even get a bit nauseous. Nauseous in the sense of that I can't dive into the painting, but I somehow still feel like I'm falling, because the perspective is strange, like you think you should be able to look far, but you can't. In this quote, Marie points specifically to the lack of perspective in the painting as the source of her discomfort, and she wasn't the only one. Another participant said it made her feel claustrophobic, while a third mentioned that he felt like he bounced right off the canvas because of it. Next to these thick, rich descriptions of visitors' interactions with the painting, the micro-phenomenological interviews also captured what, on first analysis, seemed like small transformative experiences. Of course, I have only undertaken one experiment with the method, and I'm currently in the middle of a second one. So it's too soon to make any general statements about the success of this method. Yet the material we got seems promising. For example, Sophia describes the following moment where, after reading in the exhibition text that the paintings were made during the COVID-19 lockdown in Denmark, and going back to the painting, she finally understood for her what the painter was trying to visualize with it. She said, but then I also realized that the carpet, especially behind the flowers, is painted very poorly. It lacks details and there are gaps, black pieces in the carpet. And suddenly I was like, oh, this is not even his room. This is his mind, or our minds in lockdown, in which my apartment is overlaid with memories from Egypt, with pictures from New York, none of them sharply defined, none of them complete, right? It's like a memory space within the pandemics. This interior of our minds is just filling up with this stuff, like pictures from the internet, information, old memories, and in his case, with paintings. Initially unable to figure out what was depicted on the painting and what it meant, Sophia was thrust into the unknown with this unfamiliar painting. Through a careful study of it, allowing the brushstrokes, colors, visual depictions to interact with her bodily sensations, she was able to grapple with this unknown, and it led her to a new insight about herself, others, and the world. Specifically, she reflected on how she and possibly others experienced the lockdown in the pandemic. However, while Sophia's small transformative experience with the cave was rather positive, Marie's, who I mentioned before, was not. When Marie read the exhibition text, the sentence that stated that Franzen was influenced by the #MeToo and Black Lives Matter movements while making these paintings for the exhibition, her attention was piqued. And she was curious to see how Franzen would bring that out in the painting. So she said, so I'm imagining he's like thinking about all these different political issues and then trying to reflect that in his art, which he gets to paint in his little house on the coast, you know, and then puts all these things into it, all these carpets and colonial objects, just like in a colonial museum, taken out of context. And this articulates the feeling that I have walking around there, this, oh, it's you again. And then I think the reaction that I have is like, I don't want to like give you my time because you've already had so much of it. In her interaction with the painting, Marie recognizes representations of privilege, colonialism, and Orientalism. As such, her experience with the unknown through the unfamiliar painting led to a confirmation of what she already knew about the world as a Black young woman. And her small transformative experience was one of not going to give more time to Orientalist representations in art like these, or the art spaces that display them. What the quotes above show clearly, in my humble opinion, is that micro-phenomenological interviewing is a promising method for the study of the interactions between museum objects and museum audiences' inner life worlds and their potential transformative experiences. One that definitely warrants further experimentation as advocated by Andrew Irving. Such exploration can be especially insightful for scholarship in museum anthropology, both to more fully understand the social lives of objects in collections and to underscore again why museums are important for people and communities, and vice versa, today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Minke. So for the audience, if you have any questions for Minke, you can drop them in the Q&A below. At this point, I would like to invite Cheryl, Fogle-Hatch, and Lauren Race to turn on their cameras and unmute themselves, and you can begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia. Can I share my screen now?
Yes.
Great, will do. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm going to let Cheryl begin by introducing herself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Cheryl Fogle-Hatch. I'm a white woman with dark brown hair, and I am both an archaeologist and an accessibility consultant for museums. I have founded Museum Senses as my consulting practice, and as an archaeologist, I have a PhD from the University of New Mexico. I did that doctoral work using museum collections of stone projectile points. You'll see reference to some of things related to that later in these slides. And I have also taught and created courses for students who are blind in science programs of the National Federation of the Blind.
Great, thanks, Cheryl. I'm Lauren Race, she, her. I'm a white woman with pink glasses. My background is of the NYU campus in Manhattan. I'm an accessibility researcher at New York University, and I'm also a staff accessibility product designer at Twitter. So I design and evaluate accessible user experiences, combining iterative and co-design methods. I have my master's from NYU's Interactive Telecommunications program. And I'm
Producing and preserving accessible touch objects for museums. Next slide, please. We learn through multimodal senses. Some people learn best through touch, that's tactile exploration. Yet most information at museums and historic sites are presented visually. For accessibility, we need to be considering all senses when presenting information at museums. And the image on this slide shows 3 women, and they're standing around a large bronze sculpture at a museum. They are wearing latex gloves and they're touching the sculpture. Next slide, please. There have been threats to accessibility at museums. At times, there are budget cuts to accessibility programming. Some of them occurred before COVID in some places. And also there are trends towards presenting information digitally, and digital tends to preference more visual information. You can do audio and other things in digital, but it's harder to do tactile. And COVID has only accelerated these issues. So some museums responded to COVID by closing hands-on exhibits with tactile components. For example, the Please Touch Museum was closed in 2020 and 2021. And the images on this slide shows an artifact behind glass and a sign that says, "Please don't touch." Next slide, please. Museums responded to the COVID pandemic by temporarily closing hands-on exhibits, as we said. They also adhered to the safety guidelines for the CDC, which is fine. Common preventative measures include avoiding crowding, requiring mask wearing, supporting good hand hygiene, and cleaning high-touch surfaces. Unfortunately, concern about disease transmission caused museums to prohibit tactile exploration of objects. This created an unintended access barrier for people who are blind. Now, 3 years into the pandemic, we have a better understanding of COVID-19 virus transmission, and vaccines are available. The scientific understanding of viral transmission of COVID-19 is now that it is primarily airborne. It is not from particles on surfaces. An article published in the Lancet Infectious Diseases described a study in which authors sampled surfaces in hospital rooms to see if they could detect COVID-19 particles. They could not find virus particles on most surfaces. This suggests that the environmental contamination leading to SARS-CoV-2, which is coronavirus transmission, is unlikely to occur in real life conditions. That's as long as standard cleaning procedures and precautions are enforced. Guidance issued by the Centers for Disease Control continues to recommend cleaning and other preventative measures for reducing viral transmission. This includes the now familiar advice to wear a mask, maintain at least 6 feet of physical distance from others, avoid crowds and poorly ventilated spaces, and practice good hand hygiene. Another standard piece of advice for public places is to clean high-touch surfaces at least once a day. CDC has examples of high-touch surfaces, including pens, counters, shopping carts, tables, doorknobs, light switches, handles, stair rails, elevator buttons, desks, keyboards, and phones. And the precautions that some museums have adopted for high-touch surfaces can also be applied to touch objects in exhibits. And as of April 2021, advice from the Centers for Disease Control indicates that fully vaccinated people can safely go to an uncrowded indoor space like a shopping center or museum. So in response to the pandemic, we have been developing new approaches to safely provide accessible content to visitors, as traditional solutions involved gathering around groups, gathering to listen to a docent read exhibit signage, and examine common sets of touch objects. We accomplished this by working with 2 parallel lines of reasoning. One is to define the properties of high quality touch objects, and the other is creating and publicizing best practices. And the image on this slide shows a hand touching a purchased replica of an airplane. And go ahead next, Lauren.
So knowing that these touch objects are threatened, we wanted to conduct some research to figure out which were worth saving in the future if they were threatened, right? So we investigated this problem through the lens of museums and historic sites in the United States, where touch objects are particularly fragile in general and also have low adoption rates. So we conducted interviews with 15 museums across the United States, museum access specialists in particular. And when we discovered that all 15 of them identified as sighted, we considered their answers with 6 blind and low vision accessibility experts. The image on this slide shows a hand holding a 3D printed T-Rex skull. So our interviews with the 15 cited museum access professionals and the opinions of the 6 accessibility experts who identified as blind or low vision led to 4 major findings. The first is that tactile experiences must be preserved. They should be consistently created, and they read as infantile when they're DIY'd or poorly crafted. One of the accessibility experts quoted a client's first reaction to their DIY touch objects when they said, "Wow, this is great looking at all the touchable things here for kids." So that's a really big issue. And then the fourth final finding is that they cannot be replaced by audio or verbal description or digital only solutions. Touchless experiences are received secondhand, often filtered through the observations of a sighted person. Also, through analyzing our research data, we defined a taxonomy of the different types of touch objects that are currently used by museums. And the images on this slide show them. So first we have DIY. So we have a miniature touch object made with gold foil of a modern sculpture. We have an original artifact with a gallery patron standing before a wooden bowl on a kiosk, reaching their left arm out to touch the rim while holding a white cane in their right hand. The third is a purchase replica. So this image shows a museum access professional holding a small purchase model of an airplane for a visitor to touch. The fourth is found materials. So the image shows a visitor interacting with a found material sample of a carpet tile that has ribbed structure. The fifth are tactile graphics. So this image shows a visitor touching a printed tactile graphic of a wrought iron screen depicting a muse with a violin. And then sixth is a 3D printed object. So in this image, a museum visitor holds a 4-inch wide 3D print of a T-Rex skull. And then the seventh is, oh, pardon me. So now I want to turn it back over to Cheryl, and she's going to be taking you through the creating and publicizing best practices for creating these touch objects.
Thank you. We recommend digital fabrication methods such as 3D printing over poorly designed handcrafted techniques. This slide shows 3D printed replicas of spear points in my work. Returning to Lauren's interview findings, it is our opinion that digital fabrication is preferred for the accuracy of tactile reproductions. This is in contrast with the analog nature of most poorly designed tactile objects. Now, I'll step back from Lauren's interview's findings to offer one comment about handcrafted objects. In my experience, a few highly skilled tactile artists can create accurate tactile reproductions. They use handcrafted techniques, and these individuals plan and construct their work very carefully, and they account for scale and accuracy. With questions of high fidelity in mind, colleagues and I ranked different techniques for cost and accuracy in a blog post we did for the American Alliance of Museums. And after I'm done speaking, I'll put a link in the chat to my publications page so you can find some of these different things that I linked to. Due to COVID and safety concerns, we recommend fabricating touch objects from materials that can withstand frequent cleaning. This would favor the acrylic resin used to fabricate the 3D printed replicas pictured in my slide. However, if we are producing this replica now, I might replace the leather lanyard with a plastic material that could be wiped down if desired. The image on this slide shows the 3D printed projectile points, and they have leather lanyards to a wooden coin with a QR code, and the QR code lets persons scan in to get information about the points. This was work I did in 2018. So as I said, in 2020 and beyond, I probably would do plastic lanyards rather than leather, but we didn't know that at the time. Next slide, please. In 2020, I have had conversations with tactile artists about ways to adapt to new normals in COVID era. Collectively, we came up with several solutions that might allow people to safely handle objects in an exhibit. One being proper hand hygiene, and that can be encouraged by placing hand sanitizer or wipes in a standard location within a physical exhibit space. Another, as I've mentioned, is materials that can easily be cleaned for touchable objects. And the image on this slide shows an example from Tactile Studio. They're a group over in France, and they came up with a station that sanitizes objects. Again, this is 2020, before we really understood COVID was airborne, but we're showing you how everyone is problem solving in the moment. Going back to my recommendations, we also, as an alternative to cleaning touch objects in exhibits, recommended creating individual tactile handouts for visitors so that they could look at an object, touch it, and then return it. And I post about that in my blog. Next slide, please. So we think that the recommendations continue to be useful to allow tactile exploration at museums. So as long as you follow the common preventative measures like avoiding crowding, wearing masks, and supporting good hand hygiene and cleaning high-touch objects, that we can preserve them. And I hope that we can move beyond a fear of touching objects, follow best practices, and regain opportunities to have tactile and multisensory experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl, and thank you, Lauren. That was wonderful. So at this point, I would like to invite our third presenter in session one to unmute and turn on her camera, Lisa Mueller.
Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yes, okay, very good. So I am Lisa Mueller, and I'm a PhD candidate at Florida International University. I guess my visual description is I'm wearing black and pink, and I've got the sun streaming in behind me, just to fool you all into thinking that Minnesota is a sunny place. And I've got big black glasses and a chubby white face. So that's me. So as I mentioned, I'm a PhD candidate at Florida International University, and I'm actually defending my dissertation on Thursday. So I will accept any good vibes, prayers, incantations, invocations that you can spare. But today I'm going to discuss qualitative content analysis, which is the method that I ended up settling on for my primary method within my dissertation. And to give you kind of the backstory behind it, I wanted to start by giving you some information about how I came to use this method. My research interest is in the human rights and professions museums established by the Buraku minority group in Japan. And on this page, there's a photo of the front of a building that reads Higashi Sumida Kaikan. And in the bottom right window, there's a large letter drum. So this particular building, the Higashi Sumida Kaikan is like a community center. It houses the Archives Kinagawa, which is one of my sites. After my first year of coursework, I went on a preliminary trip to visit museums. And my goal, though, was to ultimately spend a year embedded in a museum doing ethnographic studies. So that was my goal. And I just realized I'm not teaching here. Sorry.
Lisa, if you go to the top left of your screen, there is a screen icon with a little arrow on it. 3 more over. Right.
Where am I going?
Just go to the right a little bit. And oh, I'm sorry. Go all the way to right to the left of where it says ethnohistorical. There's a little screen.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
I just couldn't figure out how to move it. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. So this is sort of what I pictured. My plan was a year in the field embedded in a Japanese human rights museum. So the picture, there's me as Malinowski with the Trobriand Islanders. And so I would be Malinowski and the Islanders would be the museum staff and I would learn their ways. And if this sounds, immature and ill thought out, it's because it was. But before I even got to the point where I could realize how immature and problematic it was, I ended up doing something that is both terrible and wonderful for the best laid plans of scholars. And that was, I fell in love and I got married and I had a baby. So you can see a little picture of a little white baby there. And that's mine, and he is an adorable little drool machine, but he complicated my plans quite a bit, as I did not want to leave him behind, but neither does my spouse have the type of job where it's possible for him to pack up and move to Japan for a year. So I came up with another plan, which was less ethnographic and methodology so that I could compress the necessary fieldwork into about 2 months. But then COVID happened. And Japan had some of the strictest entry requirements on the planet. For over a year, researchers were not allowed in, and therefore the only data I had from the museum was that I had been able to collect from my very brief preliminary fieldwork. So, like many PhD candidates during the pandemic then, I don't at all think that I have a unique story. I found myself needing to be creative about how I was going to complete this. So it was in this context that my advisor suggested that I look into doing text-based research, like a content analysis. And like many people who are not from continental Europe, I equated the phrase content analysis with quantitative content analysis and equated it to doing word frequencies or something like that. But then I discovered qualitative content analysis. It's a method that's used in the social sciences in continental Europe, but it's less commonly used in the United States, Canada, and Great Britain. And I have this definition up there from Shay and Shannon. This is my favorite that I've come across, but it's very concise. It's a research method for the subjective interpretation of the content of text data through the systemic classification process of coding and identifying themes or patterns. So subjective interpretation is the aspect of this definition that causes qualitative content analysis to differ most sharply from quantitative content analysis. Whereas in quantitative content analysis, the analyst must avoid interpreting the text. In qualitative content analysis, it is imperative that the reader interpret the text. In other words, the emphasis in the analyst shifts from counting the physical characteristics of the texts to examining the themes, meanings, patterns of the text. In this sense, the product of a qualitative content analysis may be very different from that of a quantitative content analysis of the same text. Like quantitative content analysis, however, qualitative content analysis uses systematic coding to identify themes, and when it's done correctly, the process allows for checks and balances to ensure that the data are empirically valid. So briefly then, the method contains aspects of hermeneutics, reflexivity, and grounded theory. The hermeneutics is the methodology of interpretation, and it's critical. A central premise in hermeneutics is that the entirety of a text cannot be understood without understanding its individual parts, while the individual parts cannot be understood without understanding the entirety. It's also vital that the researcher be intimately familiar with context. Udo Kockart, a qualitative content analysis methodologist, gives the example of middle-aged biblical illustrations, right? So the more you know about the iconography of the time and the better your knowledge of Christian symbolism, the better you will understand a given illustration. Reflexivity also comes into play. Unlike quantitative content analysis, in which protocol is central, the judgment of the analyst is continually central in quantitative content analysis. Therefore, it is important, It is important for qualitative content analysis to acknowledge multiple perspectives on the texts, which they do by considering the diverse voices of the text readers, differing ideological ontologies, and or the various uses of the texts. Grounded theory, probably we all took a research method class that we learned that, but we're talking about theory that's derived from data systematically gathered and analyzed throughout the research process. The theory is arrived at inductively by examining the themes and patterns in the data. And this is accomplished primarily through coding. What qualitative content analysis borrows from grounded theory is its reliance on coding, and hence inter-rater reliability for its validity and for acceptance of iterations, regressions, and feedback loops in theory generation and refinement. As part of my dissertation, I synthesized the qualitative content analysis methodological literature in order to create stepwise instructions on how to perform it. And I will go through these steps and give some examples as to how they can be used in museum anthropology. First, you formulate a research question or hypothesis. And obviously this should be a question to which qualitative content analysis is suited. Qualitative content analysis is well suited to how or what questions, but it's often necessary to turn to other methods to look at the why question. So in my case, I looked at how Buraku identity was performed in human rights and professions museums in Japan. Next, you select your corpus of texts. I looked at the brochures, websites, and newsletters of 5 museums in Japan. This drawing of a leather drum with Japanese writing here on the right was from a flyer that appeared on the website of one of my sites. Others who have performed qualitative content analysis in museums have looked at wall texts, TripAdvisor reviews, Instagram posts. Museums generally have quite a few texts, so they're good sources for data sets. And next, you perform an initial reading of the text corpus to familiarize yourself with it. In my case, I translated the entire text corpus from Japanese to English, so that forced me to perform a close reading of it. After that, you can generate your first set of codes. So next, you record and apply the codes, revising as necessary. When I started my project, I had maybe 8 or 9 codes, and as I noticed patterns, I added many more. I took a snippet from my code list from In Vivo on the right, and you can see that there are over 20 here, which is, and this is not even the entire list. When you have multiple researchers, which is highly recommended in qualitative content analysis, you should check for inter-rater reliability on your coding. There are various ways to do this, including Krippendorf's alpha, Cohen's kappa, and consensual coding, and a good textbook can assist with figuring that out. Finally, you analyze and present your results. The analysis is generally performed using methods borrowed from grounded theory. I don't have time to discuss this in detail, but Krippendorf, for example, advocated focusing on facts that are situated in language, which he defines as belonging to 4 categories: attributions, like beliefs and attitudes, feelings, social relationships, public behaviors, and institutional realities. These phenomena are very rarely stated directly in the text and need to be inferred abductively through the subtext. In the end, the content analyst reaches the answer to the research question by inference. And validity of these inferences can and should be, at least theoretically, be established if the inferences stand in the face of new evidence, additional texts, and competing theories. So it's a very quick and dirty overview of how it's done. And I wanted to give, before closing here, I thought it might be helpful to discuss some of the advantages and disadvantages. So I'll start with the advantages. First, qualitative content analysis allows for a degree of researcher flexibility while maintaining standards of reproducibility. Qualitative content analysts qualitative content analysis allows content analysts to create their own codes and concepts while still providing the structure required to validate the data. In other words, it bridges the gap between hermeneutical understanding and rule-governed coding. Next, qualitative content analysis is often less intrusive than ethnography. Ethnographers have the advantage of being able to interact with their informants in ways that content analysts cannot, and that's huge. However, ethnographers have the disadvantages of influencing their informants' responses, even when they're as careful as possible not to. The very existence of the ethnographer in the population being studied represents an intrusion. Content analysts avoid this by working with documents that were prepared for some other purpose and some other audience, therefore preserving the original cultural context. Third, qualitative content analysis allows the researcher to retain the exact wording of the participants. And I'll skip to the fourth one here. Qualitative content analysis can handle both unstructured data as well as large volumes of data, which is important. But finally, qualitative content analysis retains the ethnographic perspective. Now, philosophically, qualitative content analysis has much in common with ethnography, including emphasis on reflexivity and cultural relativism. Therefore, a high degree of cultural knowledge and experience is generally necessary to perform content analysis well. For this reason, many qualitative content analysis have spent large volumes of time interacting with the populations being studied. Ethnography and qualitative content analysis, by the way, often work quite complementarily with one another. And a combination of the two methods can be used to provide new insights or triangulate data. So while it can be a very powerful method, qualitative content analysis is not without its limitations. It's not appropriate for all projects, and it sometimes requires triangulation with other methods. I wanted to mention some of the drawbacks before closing here. First, not all people are equally represented by documentary evidence, right? The production of a document, at the very least, requires that the producer be literate, which immediately eliminates 14% of the world's population. Even in societies with very high literacy rates, like Japan, the publication of a document is associated with power and influence. So when I perform qualitative content analysis on brochures for human rights museums in Japan, it's important for me to remember that the people who produced the brochures were very likely the same people who prevailed in any conflict over how Buraku identity should be reflected in the museums, right? So also, qualitative content analysis requires a solid understanding of context. I've alluded to that a couple of times, so I won't get into grave detail there, but just in short, it's not a method that's accessible to anyone with a research question or a computer. Years of background knowledge are required for a proper hermeneutical interpretation. And finally, it's more difficult to show the validity of the results with only one researcher on the project. So in cases where you have a researcher working alone, where you can't test for inter-rater reliability, it's incumbent upon the analyst to triangulate the data through provision of copious background information, congruence with previous studies, and or additional methods such as ethnography. In my case, I was very careful to only include findings that came up repeatedly. And I used my preliminary fieldwork and also some Zoom interviews with museum curators to triangulate my data. If this is a method that appeals to you, I would recommend the Kuckart's and or the Krippendorf textbook that are listed here. And those references are available on my slides. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lisa. So our final speaker in this session is Cathy McNeese. After Cathy's presentation, we will take any questions for the presenters in this session. So Cathy, go ahead and start your presentation.
Okay, I think I just lost the screen. So can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So my name is Cathy McNeese, and I'm a graduate student at Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, pursuing a graduate degree in history, specializing in Native American history and museum studies. I'm a middle-aged white female with short light brown hair, wearing a geometric design shirt and glasses, currently in my office at the university. In this presentation, I will be talking about the correlation of geometric elements in Anishinaabe twine bags with Anishinaabe cosmology. As part of my museum studies program at Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, I had the opportunity to work with Dr. Corey Wilmot. The aim of our study was to explore whether the basic geometric elements found in Anishinaabe twine bags have consistent correlations with the three regions in Anishinaabe cosmology. So let me begin with some background information. Twine bags, a form of finger weaving performed on a circular frame, provide the key to cosmic symbolism in geometric motifs. In a seminal paper published in 1989 by Ruth B. Phillips, she proposed that the representational images of upper and lower world deities on obverse and reverse sides of twine bags evolved into repeating geometric motifs that refer to these cosmic beings in the abstract. This one, in the Detroit Institute of Arts collection, is typical of the representational type of twine bag. One side has one large and multiple small thunderbirds in conventional hourglass shape, with triangles and diagonal lines being the dominant geometric forms. On the other side, a pair of underwater panthers are decorated with hexagons and chevrons. Both sides have a central design field bracketed with vertical geometric design fields. This twine bag from the Canadian Museum of History is an early iteration of the abstraction to geometric elements. The evolution of abstractions cannot be forced into linear time, as this one is older than the previous fully representational one. This side has a repeating pattern of zigzags that reference the lightning that strikes out of the thunderbird's eyes, while the other has concentric rows of hexagons that reference the swirling water made by the extra long tail of the underwater panthers. Like the previous bag, this one also has a central panel with vertical brackets. In our study, we first had to build a comparative collection. Because of COVID restrictions, we chose to use online resources of twine bags in museum collections. Thus, we used twine bags from the following museums' online catalogs: the Detroit Institute of Arts, the Canadian Museum of History, the Peabody Essex Museum of Ethnology and Archaeology, the Peabody Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology, the British Anthropological Archives, the British Museum, the Denver Art Museum, the Museum of Berlin, the Madeline Island Museum, the National Museum of Denmark, the National Museum of Ireland, the National Museum of Natural History, the Pitt Rivers Museum, and the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. Along with these institutions, an acknowledgement goes out to the Great Lakes Research Alliance for the Study of Aboriginal Arts and Cultures, or GRASAC, as it's commonly known, which had previously compiled the majority of information used in our study. When building our comparative collections, we gathered the following information: a photo of both sides of the artifact, a unique name for our item in the collection, which included the resource identifier and unique side of the bag, a descriptive item name for search purposes, the museum research identifier, a summary description of the item, the cultural attribution if known, the region of origin if known, the time period created, again if known, any notable comments, keywords, the holding institution, provenance of the item, and the record online link. Once we had our comparative collection, we then had to identify the geometric elements associated with the cosmological regions on the representational bags. For this, Dr. Corey Wilmot had previously composed a lexicon for hypothesis, and we built upon her previous work to create a lexicon codebook. From the representational figures of the thunderbird and the underwater panther, we can break down geometric motifs into their basic elements. We find geometric forms that often appear in woven textiles across all cultures. In Anishinaabe woven textiles, these elements can be more or less mapped to the cosmic regions of the three-tiered cosmos, the upper, the middle, and the lower world. The basic forms in each set are logically related. For example, the lower world basic diamond is stretched to form hexagons and elongated hexagons. Chevrons are one side of a diamond. To build our lexicon codebook, we expanded and labeled all geometric shapes we hypothesized correlate with the lower world in Anishinaabe cosmology found in the twine bags in our comparative collection. All of our geometric elements are in bold type that we use for the coding in our analysis. For the middle world, elements such as steps, checkerboard, and square meander were included as extensions of the comic geometric elements. Likewise, in the upper world cosmology, the hourglass, the triangle meander, and zigzag line were notable inclusions in our geometric lexicon. For analysis purposes, we also created a design field codebook, which identifies design fields on both vertically and horizontally oriented bags. Thus far in our research, we have only begun to code and analyze the vertically oriented bags. Once our initial base findings are complete on the vertically oriented bags, we will advance to the analysis of the horizontally oriented bags in our comparative collection. On the vertical bags, we identified the following design fields. Side A, which we designated as lower world cosmology elements. Side B, which was designated primarily upper world. Horizontal base foundation, vertical bars, a divider, a central panel, and a horizontal top foundation. Once we had our comparative collection lexicon codebook and our design field codebook, we then entered the data into the MAX QDA analytics software. In this program, we uploaded our twined bag artifacts into Side A, lower world representational and geometric motifs, and Side B, upper world representational and geometric motifs. Next, we created our code system based on the design field codebook and lexicon codebook, color coding the upper, middle, and lower design elements, and highlighting on the photo of the item the design elements present. Shown on the Side A example on the left, we have identified the following fields: vertical top foundation, vertical bars, vertical divider, central panel, and vertical base foundation as part of the design field. As for the geometric elements, we designated the following: diamonds, diamond meander, concentric hexagon, triangle meander, and vertical lines as the geometric elements on this item in our comparative collection. Likewise, for the lower Side B item, which is on the right, we identified the same design fields and the individual geometric elements found in this artifact. We had 24 vertically oriented bags in our comparative collection and analyzed both sides of each bag. Once every item had been coded, we ran the analysis for each element. As you can see from the results, the Side B bags, which we designated as upper world motifs, had relatively few lower world cosmological elements, aside from the diamond geometric element. However, the upper world cosmological elements were much more prevalent, specifically the representational thunderbird, triangle, and triangle meander. From our vertically oriented bags, our analysis also shows the percentage of occurrences in the most frequent elements. At the beginning of the study, we hypothesized that the geometric elements would occur most frequently on the corresponding upper and lower world side of the bags, and that individual elements would occur on opposite sides of the bags. Our findings demonstrate elements as predicted on the upper and lower sides of the vertically oriented bags in our comparative collection. Additionally, we show the more elemental forms, the triangle and the diamond forms, appear on opposite sides of the bags most frequently. However, the representational elements, such as the thunderbird and underwater panther, rarely appear on the opposite sides of the bags. And notably and interestingly, the upper world side B bags had predominantly more representational forms than the lower world side A bags did. So we conclude from the analysis of vertically oriented bags that our initial findings regarding these elements support our hypothesis that the geometric elements are occurring in expected regions in the vertical bags, and that our initial analysis justifies the need for further quantitative analysis. Having validated our hypothesis in the vertically oriented bags, we are more confident going into the second phase of the study, which is the horizontally oriented bags, which are more geometric in style. Okay. This concludes my presentation, so thank you for listening.
Thank you, Cathy. So at this point, we have some time for questions. If anyone has any questions, please go ahead and drop it into the Q&A, and this would be for any of our speakers thus far, Minke Nouwens, Cheryl Fogle-Hatch and Lauren Race, Lisa Mueller, or Cathy McNeese. So I'll just give it a minute. So there is a question for Cheryl and Lauren. Kara asks, I'm interested in how the element of weight is accounted for in 3D printing, perhaps more important for human artifacts than artwork.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So Kara is asking, she says, I'm interested in how the element of weight is accounted for in 3D printing.
Oh, W-E-I-G-H-T. Okay. I apologize.
Yes. How heavy something
gotta
is.
love homophones, gotta love them. Okay. That is difficult because it's by default plastic. I was once at a conference where someone handed a replica of a brick, and it's plastic and it's really light. So some of it you have to just explain, but you can use different materials. You can use powdered stone, for example, instead of resin, and you can make the texture different, but they are replicas for a reason. It's a minor annoyance, but a definitely good question now that I understood it.
Yeah, and I can build on that too. I think it depends on what the interpretation of the artifact is. If the interpretation is the weight of it, then materials do have significance. One thing that we encountered in the museum that Cheryl and I both work at is we had like a tea kettle that was made out of iron, and it was really heavy and it had a really compelling shape, but the interpretation of that touch object was to show people just how heavy a tea kettle from that era was, that people were carrying this very hot iron tea kettle. So again, like, I think for 3D printing, a lot of what it can bring is like accuracy of shape. But if you do use 3D printing and the object's significance and interpretation is weight, then you might want to have something else to give that person something of an equal weight to show that interpretation.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Cheryl. So the next question is for Cathy McNeese. Do you have a hypothesis for the horizontally oriented bags? And if so, what do you expect to find?
We expect to find similar results on the horizontally oriented bags, but because they are more geometric in design rather than the representational figures, that we had to do the vertical bags first. So we expect to find the same thing, but they also, the horizontal bags sometimes have sections, so that we might find lower, middle, and upper all on the same side. So it's going to be exciting, I think, to get into the horizontal now that we have those vertical ones with a base analysis.
Thank you, Cathy. The next question is also for you. And so there's a couple of questions. I'll start with the first one and then we'll go on to the second. So do you plan to publish this as a database, or is it shared like that already?
To my knowledge, it's some of the items that we're using in our comparative collection are on the collected on the GRASAC website, which is, I think, grassac.org. I can provide the link, or Bradley, who is actually from GRASAC, is on the Zoom, so he might have better access to that than I do. But I would say that that's probably up to Dr. Wilmot if we're going to do that, because I'm working under her direction. But I would assume that, yes, we will publish. I'm not sure as an entire database. That would be a Dr. Wilmot decision.
And then the last question for you, Cathy, is what more research questions might be answered with this database?
I think that there's going to be, I think that you can delve into it a lot more. This was just the very basic one. We did not count, like, for example, the number of thunderbirds or underwater, panthers that were on, or the concentric, the hexagons. We didn't count the number of anything on a side. And I think that that might be significant once we get into a more in-depth analysis of things, and then also to correlate if we can, because it's hard to differentiate a timeline of when these changed or when they went to these geometric designs, if there was something else, some reason that they went to them rather than the representational. So I think that there's a lot of other analysis that we need to do once we get this baseline down.
Thank you. And I thought I was letting you off the hook, but I am not. So Jennifer says, I appreciate hearing about all the different methods these 5 researchers used to do their research. Some involved speaking with interlocutors/museum visitors, and others relied more on researcher-created categories and analysis. I wonder whether the panelists can consider the affects of working with people versus not. I am particularly interested in whether Cathy spoke with Anishinaabe people when she analyzed twine basket symbolism, and whether she thinks Anishinaabe interpretations might have changed or added to her results.
Okay, so because of COVID, we chose to do just bags that were in collections already that were easily accessible for us to pull from. So I did not speak to any Anishinaabe people on this. And we were actually, our research and our hypothesis was based on the noted scholar, Ruth Phillips, actually made this hypothesis in 1989 that she suggested that this might be the case, and said that more research and analysis needed to be done. So we're actually working on someone else's hypothesis to prove or disprove it. So absolutely, I think it would always be helpful to talk to the Anishinaabe people and gain whatever information we can from them, as opposed to just doing purely a scholarly research from online sources.
Thank you. So the next question is for Minke, and Kara apologizes if this has already been said, but she asks, So often visitor studies seek to inform future work or to reform existing programs or exhibits. How do you see museums utilizing your micro-phenomenological interview results in their operations?
Thank you for your question. So we have been playing with that as well. One of the ways that we did it was in Berlin with Studio Olafur Eliasson, who we did research on their artworks, and afterwards we printed the question or the results that we got, the people's experiences on the walls, to kind of start a conversation, especially with artworks that might be a little bit difficult to understand, or people would feel like they couldn't say something about it. So it was trying to open up that modern art, everybody has something to say about that, contemporary art, but also objects that you might look at and think like there's some color that's going on there, or something that you cannot touch. By bringing in the quotes in the exhibition, that was a way to start people thinking about that and having a conversation. And we think that it could also be really interesting to bring it in when we do object-based learning, to bring in what other people have said, maybe people that wouldn't be in museums or that would find it hard to have their voices shared otherwise. So that's the starting point, I think, but I hope there's more that we can do with that.
Thank you, Minke. The next question is for Cheryl, and the question is, do you find the 3D printing models easier if they are small? And what are your thoughts on printing larger items for touch purposes?
I actually need to explore 3D printing more. Right now, I've been working with different designers, and the different printers do have size limitations. So a spear point is, can fit in the palm of your hand easily. And so that's fairly small and requires small amounts of materials. So the company who did those prints for me did it for materials cost, including the lanyards and everything else, for a couple $100s. So yes, it is important. A larger model, you might end up printing in sections. I'm actually working with a maker space, and I intend to explore 3D modeling much more deeply in future. So that is a size issue that is definitely worth looking into in more detail.
Thank you, Cheryl. The next question is for Minke. The question is, really interesting project. Thank you for sharing. Can you describe the setting of the experiments a little bit more? Were these visitors to exhibits or invited participants?
Right. We invited participants for this experiment because we wanted to make sure that people had time. Micro-phenomenological interviewing, because you're trying to give as much room to people to express their experiences, can take up to 1.5 hours and 2 hours, which when you have someone who comes into a museum and is not prepared for that, might want to participate. So that's something that we're also thinking with moving forward. Other than that, what we did is we would explain the method a little bit before, what it is that we are interested in, so that it's about anything that you're experiencing in your body. And then we went to the museum and had people walk around into the exhibit, because it was important that they kind of got an overall feeling and behaved like they would normally do. And then we asked them to look at the artwork. And then after they came back, we did the micro-phenomenological interview for 1.5 hours. And then we followed up with semi-structured interviews to see what people experienced, if we missed anything, and what they thought about when we used this method instead of the normal interviewing techniques that we were familiar with. I hope that explains it enough. If you have more questions, I am very happy to share that at another time too.
Thank you. Cheryl actually had a question to Cathy, and she asked, I'm wondering if the weaving on the bags is tactile and if artists are still making them so that a museum could exhibit reproductions.
Okay, some of the bags that we are using in ours are extremely fragile because of the age. So I would say the original apps absolutely would probably not be used in a textile, but I know that they are still creating these twine bags, and I'm sure a reproduction could be made so that you could use them in a tactile manner.
Thank you, Cathy. Are there any other questions? Okay, well, I want to thank everyone for joining us for session 1. We know this is a very long day of Zoom, so we want to build in breaks for everyone, encourage you all to go and take a walk, have a bio break, have something to eat, keep yourself nourished and healthy. So we are going to be heading into our second break, and we will be rejoining at 30 minutes past the hour for the next round of speakers, or session 2. So again, we'll see you at 30 minutes past the hour. Okay, thank you so much, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Alicia Poon, and I'm your moderator today. We are now ready to start our second session. And just as a reminder to our audience, questions will be held until the end of our presentations. You can go ahead and drop questions in the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom control panel at any time, and we'll get to your question at the end of the session. To our speakers, please just remember to give your visual description and to speak slowly. For example, my name is Alicia Poon. I am an Asian woman with black hair and a ponytail, medium complexion, and a beige sweater, and a blurred out background. So our first speaker is Justin McCarthy. Justin, go ahead and unmute yourself and start your presentation.
Jamai Atka Justin McCarthy Ochok Atka PhD School of Archaeology Julia Ka Nevertuli Miungunga. Hello, my name is Justin McCarthy. I'm a PhD student in archaeology, and I'm coming to you today from the unceded lands and territory of the Duwamish, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and Tulalip. I'm wearing a black shirt today and have a mask and pedal in the background. So I'm a PhD student in the archaeology program at the University of Washington in Seattle. And prior to this, I worked for the Burke Museum for nearly a decade as a collections assistant and tribal outreach coordinator, working with over 110 different tribal communities from across the US and Canada. I also worked with various international researchers as well, from the Philippines, China, etc. I have served as a consultant for other museums, and am presently assisting the Burke Museum as a Yupik language consultant. For those of you who don't know, the Yupik are a tribe or a group of 50 something odd villages in Southwest Alaska. As both an Indigenous researcher of museum objects and someone who for almost a decade served to facilitate Indigenous access to museums, I have unique insight drawing from my own experience as both a researcher and from all of the Indigenous artists, researchers, elders, and culture bearers that I've worked with over the years. As such, I propose that there are definitive observations about how museum records can better serve Indigenous communities. And let me go ahead and share screen here. And start the slideshow. Can you see that first slide? Should be able to see. This title slide is a museum trip I facilitated with Spokane Sinixt canoe builder Sean Brigman here at the University of British Columbia. And let me just check the chat. And so this was at the museum here in Vancouver, BC, and here I'm assisting Sean to better document and take measurements of the canoe that were useful to his process. He's one of the people sort of bringing back this style of canoe into cultural use. What is cataloging and why should we change the process to be more useful to Indigenous people? The most common record that we provide Indigenous communities when they come to research museum collections are object lists and catalog records. In general, as you know, the purpose of museum cataloging is to give you access to information about your museum collection for research and interpretation. The catalog records or object reports are also the primary accountability records for museum objects. Catalog records tell you what objects you have, their condition, and where they're located, among other things. Access to museum collections. So cataloging then is the process of recording detailed information and individual items about individual items or groups of related items. Cataloging also includes assigning unique identifying number to the item or group of items. There's a museum catalog record for all objects, specimens, archival manuscript collections in any museum collection. The information on catalog records may be nearly as important as the items themselves. So then cataloging in many regards serves as a reference to other research done on the object or similar objects. For older collections in museums, the catalog record is often incomplete or inaccurate. People in the pre-internet era were working with limited information, and collectors generally did a poor job of record keeping. This is where community input is key. So for larger collections, cataloging then is a means to assist in lumping object types together and also splitting objects apart. This is especially important in large collections. It also helps in the cultural determination and provenance of museum objects. So here, this is a slide from the Museum of Anthropology with the printed out object report sort of in the background. While museum catalog records are generally useful to museum researchers, how do they pertain to Indigenous communities from which they come from? Oftentimes, these records are of limited value to Indigenous communities. Historically speaking, collectors paid little attention from who they were collecting from, and rarely was this information noted. Most of the time when it was collected, it was only done so in cases where it was collected from someone of importance. For example, a chief or other sort of historical figure. So here, this is a catalog record of a Tlingit paddle from the Burke Museum. And moreover, cataloging oftentimes refers offers little information in terms of techniques. After hosting Indigenous researcher after Indigenous researcher, and also as a researcher, I began to alter how I would catalog records. I began focusing on breaking down each object so that Indigenous people could have information of value, not just an object, but basic measurements. So this is at the Field Museum, and here I am sort of breaking down kayak float board to sort of measurements that made sense and that were probably used at the time this was constructed. You can't see it very well, but I'm using anthropomorphic measurements, which is something sort of unique to sort of measure the object. So one project that has been utilized over and over again has been a paddle workshop I did for Tsimshian artist David Boxley. Several years ago, David asked me to take pictures and basic measurements for a paddle making workshop he was holding for beginning carvers. So after thinking on this request, I selected about 6 to 8 paddles from up and down the Northwest coast. I then decided the best course of action was to take profile shots of the paddles, which you see here, as well as detail shots showing different features of the paddles and details such as how the grain of the wood is structured and so on. I then took measurements approximately every 5 inches, noting the thickness and width of each paddle. And here you can see the grain direction of the paddle. And then sort of here's my sketch out of each paddle. And then by doing this, it gives carvers a lot more information to go off of. And I've also repeated this process for other objects as well. And have used sort of this process as a carver and researcher myself when I carved a Yupik paddle, which you see in the background, and that's based off museum objects. I've also posted the profile shots to social media with the message that I will share detailed measurements of anyone who contacted me, and lots of people have done so. Another example of this has been documenting beadwork. It's simple to catalog an object such as beaded bags by stating the basic description of the beadwork and basic measurements. But how I typically break down the object is noting as precisely as possible what beads are used, what are the size of the beads, how many rows outline each portion of the design. I've learned through closer examination of that most of the times plateau beadworkers preferred 2 rows as an outline. And then what type of bead is being used. For example, are they Czech beads, Italian cut beads, etc. And for beadworkers who contact me about that, I typically also try and track down a source for beads for this too. This is the last slide here. As museum workers, we become generalists and develop a broad knowledge base to work off of. We supplement this through our connections and working with other people in our field. I developed this cataloging strategy after sitting down with Indigenous researchers and becoming a researcher myself. So how we change this process is through asking questions from Indigenous community members. Pay closer attention to not just describing an object, but observing how objects were created. What specific techniques were utilized? Does the object have any tool marks, for example, to show how it was made and what tools were being used when it was made? first MOA record often have knife marks or file marks, and the designs on ivory carvings are made distinctively with different tools. So community output then is, in my experience, has been hugely important in this process. Most regions also have local guilds of people that are experts in their interests, such as basketry and weaving guilds. And these people are also interested in studying techniques and love bringing indigenous people into their circles. So they're a great resource. We also have to start asking Indigenous people as museum staff how we can assist in preserving and promoting cultural traditions. As part of this process, we should pay close attention to Indigenous. As part of this process, we should pay Indigenous peoples whenever possible for their expertise, or acknowledge them in some way if that's not possible. Indigenous researchers often like to give me their thoughts on particular objects, and I would take note and share what we discussed with other tribal members. Occasionally, they would tell me information on culturally sensitive objects, and as such, I would often only take a mental note of the information shared and not include it in the record. Or even write it down. While it certainly isn't our role to be a gatekeeper, I nonetheless was sensitive, as our catalog records were public information and others could potentially see things of a sensitive nature told to me. We should also strive to be more inclusive of Indigenous language and input into catalog records. This might not be possible in certain situations. For example, the Burke uses an old version of the Argus database, which does not support the International Phonetic Alphabet, which many tribes use letters from. Moreover, language used around some traditions hasn't been utilized in the past. Formline designs of the Northwest Coast, for example, traditionally did not have language descriptors of differing design elements. And lastly, in closing, it has been an incredible honor serving the hundreds of Indigenous researchers over the years. And in doing so, it's taught me many valuable lessons on how to change our museum cataloging process. I want to thank the Council for Museum Anthropology, its staff, and the School for Advanced Research, and everyone who listened to my presentation today. Doai Liana. With that, I will stop share, and are there any questions?
So we'll go ahead and take questions at the end of the session. But if anyone has any questions for Justin, please go ahead and put it in the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom panel, so we can make sure to address those questions to Justin at the end of the session. So thank you so much, Justin. And at this point, I would like to invite Pinyin Lee to begin her presentation and unmute herself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Pinyin Lee, a PhD student in anthropology at University of Wisconsin-Madison. I use she, her pronouns. I'm from Taiwan, an Asian woman with long black straight hair. I'm joining the event from a room in Hawaii. My presentation, Japanese colonial/occupational histories in the National Museums, a comparison between Taiwan and Singapore, is based on the fieldwork I completed in the National Museum of Singapore in 2018 and the preliminary research on the National Taiwan Museum for my dissertation. Next, please. Today, I will compare exhibits at the National Taiwan Museum and the National Museum of Singapore to show how changing ideas about colonialism are made manifest. Since the issue is not particularly visible in specific works of art, I think one of the best ways to see these histories through the museum collections. Meanwhile, the museum exhibition comparison may offer a new perspective of linking Taiwan and Singapore, which is found lacking in the existing literature. The key research question for this research is, through the exhibitions, what are the evaluations of Japan as a colonizer or an occupier in the national museums in Taiwan and Singapore? According to the exhibition analysis, my main arguments are that in the National Museum of Taiwan, the image of the Japanese is positive as they are the introducer of Western natural history knowledge. The Japanese figures, along with their collections from Taiwan, are the evidence. While in the National Museum of Singapore, Japan is both a violent intruder and a role model by highlighting people's everyday life collections and their resilience, and the Japanese wartime objects and strategies that enable them to defeat the British. Next, please. The map shows you the territory conquest of the Empire of Japan between 1895 and 1945, which is also called the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Next, please. The second map marks the post-colonial countries, Taiwan, Singapore, and their geographical distance from Japan. Taiwan and Singapore are recognized as two of the 4 Asian tigers, which means that during the 1960s and 1990s, they had rapid economic growth and industrialization. David Landis was one of the first scholars who recognized Japan's colonial exceptionalism when comparing it with Western colonial policy. Their arguments are built on the former colonies' decades-long better economic performances enabled by the infrastructure established by the Japanese during the colonial period. However, some researchers such as M. Booth and Ken Den argue that not all the Japanese colonies have better economic performance and social development, and thus remind us not to take Japanese colonial exceptionalism for granted and not accept it uncritically. Next, please. Scholars such as Benedict Anderson, Michel Foucault, and Mary Bouquet have pointed out that national museums are so political, performative, and imaginative that the disciplined domestic audience is expected to acquire a certain knowledge of the nation state. Besides, we can see that some other scholarly works use open definitions for national museum and post-colonial museum and emphasize their transformative model for exhibiting alternative narratives and diverse memories. I choose the post-colonial national museums because they manifest the governmental control technique argued by Benedict Anderson, and the museum's post-colonial cultural representation can shed new light on the aspect of transformative museum interpretations. Next, please. In the post-colonial Asian context, the construction of national museums reflects the country's colonial histories and their transformation, offering the incumbent political elites in the countries and the opportunity to reinvent or adjust the initial museum discourses framed by the colonizers. If we are to think with Foucault or Anderson, these museums might be good case studies. For example, respectively built by the Japanese and British colonial governments, both museums are the oldest public museums in each country. The National Taiwan Museum, initially named the Taiwan Governor Museum, was established in 1908 during Japanese rule. The Japanese intended to open the museum for commemorating the opening of the West Coast Rally in Taiwan, and it was later evolved into an official space for exhibiting the colony's industrial development for the then Japanese imperial for the remaining time of Japanese rule. Another example is the National Museum of Singapore, which was founded in 1849 during the British colonial era, originally called the Raffles Library and Museum. Later, during the Japanese occupation of Singapore, Singapore was renamed Sonam-do, meaning Light of the South, and the museum was thus renamed the Sonam Museum. Next, please. Now let's move forward to the case studies. The first case is from the National Taiwan Museum. Next, please. Discovering Taiwan, Revisiting the Age of Natural History and Naturalists of Taiwan is the first permanent installment of the 21st century by the National Taiwan Museum, launched in 2019 and will be continued until 2026, functioning as the episode 1 of the intended permanent exhibition trilogy. This exhibition is divided into 3 sections, including the path to discovery at the East Exhibition Hall, Taiwan's new scopes at the Central Corridor, and the past is the future at the West Exhibition Hall. The majority of the exhibits are species and ethnological collections. Apart from the collections, the museum wishes to encourage the visitors to understand the contemporary meaning of the objects being displayed, and future engage them to reflect on the past, present, and even the future. According to the museum website, this exhibition traces an age of discovery of Taiwan's natural history, naturalists, and the foundation of the museum's collections. We also present the explorers and their investigation to manifest how Taiwan's natural world has been discovered by modern natural history. From this introduction, we barely sense the existence of any cruel Japanese colonial figure. Although the words such as explorers and discovered all imply the Japanese scholars who were sent to Taiwan during the Japanese colonial period, and their work was completed for the Japanese colonial government. Moreover, the term Japanese rule as such is not mentioned. In the gallery of Taiwan's new scopes, the Japanese anthropologist Ushinosuke Mori and the Hakata figurines that he instructed to produce for the introducing the Taiwanese indigenous peoples is part of the museum's acknowledgement of what the Japanese colonial government attempts to understand Taiwan. Generally speaking, the museum views the Japanese colonial period as the foundation for the Western knowledge of natural history in Taiwan and appreciates the Japanese explorers' findings. Next, please. Now let's turn our attention to the case of Singapore. Next, please. The exhibition of the history of Singapore under the Japanese occupation is divided into 2 parts in the National Museum of Singapore. The first part is Sonando and the second part is Surviving Sonan. Next, please. Sonando is in the red block area on the first floor. Next, please. Surviving Sonan is located on the 2nd floor as one of the living galleries. Next, please. By presenting a wide range of military artifacts and the figure that compares the competitiveness of the then British Army and the Japanese Army, the Sonando section details the process of the fall of Singapore and attempts to give reasons to why the Japanese were able to defeat the British. By displaying the wartime objects, the museum is willing to acknowledge the Japanese soldiers' loyalty to the Japanese army for the preparatory work to later defeat the British and take over Singapore. Next, please. Surprisingly, the Japanese soldiers wisely used the bikes to cross the border from Malaya and finally defeated the British who were concentrating on developing maritime defense strategies in Singapore. Next, please. In this part of the exhibition, some personal items from the historical event of Sukching, in which the Japanese killed the local anti-Japanese Chinese Singaporeans, are displayed to emphasize the severe political climate that the Singaporeans encountered. Museum visitors may sense that the figure of the Japanese is ambitious yet evil. Japan as a model for winning the war is learnable for Singaporeans, while the Japanese as invaders should be criticized for their cruelty employed on the management of Singapore. Next, please. The museum also displays the Sháńdíín prison cell door, originally built in the 1930s by the British and then transformed into a place to intern British soldiers detained as prisoners of war by the Japanese. It shows the British internees at the back. Next, please. Another interesting part at the end of this exhibition that contradicts the portrayal of the Japanese as evil in the story of Mamoru Shinozaki. He first came to Singapore as a Japanese government official, but during the occupation, he helped to issue protection cards, as you can see in the picture, to save many Singaporeans' lives during the soup chain. To sum up, the exhibition portrays the image of the Japanese as a learning model when it comes to their strategies during the war, as a violent authority when managing Singapore as a colony, as well as showing that some Japanese people in Singapore during that time could be kind-hearted for saving people's lives. Next, please. In addition to the Sonando, the museum also selects the same period of history to display an exhibit called Surviving Sonan at one of Singaporean living galleries. With a different focus, the Surviving Sonan shows snapshots of people's everyday lives. Next, please. Despite the Japanese government enacting the Japanization of Singapore, which enforced people to learn Japanese and follow the new policy catered to the Japanese need, it is people's endurance and resilience that enable them to deal with the colonial precarity. For example, this interactive installation compares Chinese characters with their corresponding Japanese pronunciation, helps the visitors to understand how compulsory Japanese learning activities should be creatively engaged by the people at that time. Next, please. Gui is one kind of traditional Penarakan cuisines, and these are the molds that produce the snacks. The Penarakan women supplemented the already limited household income during the occupation by selling guis on the street. For those who are unfamiliar with the word Penarakan here, Penarakan refers to the descendants of intermarriage between primarily the Chinese immigrants and the local Malay women in Southeast Asia. Penarakan embodies the multicultural values that the Singaporean government in recent years would like to promote. Next, please. Again, aside from critiquing the Japanese management in Singapore, it is worthwhile to note that the museum fairly leaves some space to showcase the important historical fact that the Japanese government chose to allow the British scholars to stay in Singapore and co-manage the museum and its collections. Similar to the Singapore History Gallery's exhibit, the Japanese image in this gallery is simultaneously brutal in transforming people's daily life and rational in acknowledging the knowledge formation instituted by the imperial British colonial government in Singapore. Next, please. In conclusion, from the case studies of Taiwan and Singapore, I observed that the image of Japan as a colonizer in the post-colonial Asian countries can be diverse. The way Taiwan approaches Japanese colonial history is to affirm Japan's contribution to formulating the early knowledge of Taiwan. Alternatively, Singapore attempts to show more of people's lived experiences during the Japanese occupation as filled with hardship. To some degree, perhaps we can say that there is no such one post-coloniality in Asia. Apart from sorting out the different styles of museum displays, I would like to ask some questions for future research in the field. In Taiwan and in Singapore, we have witnessed the evaluation of the colonial histories happening in the museum field. But the next step is, how do we reflexively think about the foundation of the research based on the colonizers' own interest? And how are the exhibitions, especially when they are part of the National Museum's permanent exhibitions, to deconstruct and decolonize the current discourses? This is the end of my presentation today. Thank you for listening, and I will be happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much, Pinyi. So just as a reminder, everyone, we will take questions at the end of the session. And also, if anyone needs the captioning, you can just hit the CC button at the bottom of the screen. At this point, I would like to invite Ella Crenshaw and Claire Nichols to come on camera and unmute and begin their presentation.
Hi, it'll just be me. Claire won't actually be turning on video right now.
Okay.
Let's see. Go, screen shared. Can you see my screen? And
yes.
My slideshow?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you all for joining us today. My name is Ella Crenshaw, and I'm the collection manager of ethnology at the Sam Noble, Oklahoma Museum of Natural History in Norman, Oklahoma. I am a white woman wearing a multicolored shirt with dark brown hair and sitting in an office. I'm presenting today with Claire Nicholas, Assistant Curator of Ethnology at the Sam Noble Museum and Assistant Professor in the Department of Anthropology at the University of Oklahoma. We'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're speaking today from land that was the traditional home of the Caddo Nation and the Wichita and affiliated tribes. This territory also served as a hunting ground, trade exchange point, and migration route for the Apache, Comanche, Kiowa, and Osage nations. Today, 39 tribal nations dwell in the state of Oklahoma as a result of settler and colonial policies designed to assimilate Native people. We acknowledge, honor, and respect the diverse Indigenous peoples connected to the land, and we fully recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereign rights of all of Oklahoma's 39 tribal nations. The title of our talk is Collecting Legacies, Institutional Memory Making in a University Ethnology Collection. Like many museums, the Sam Noble Oklahoma Museum of Natural History has a long and somewhat complicated history in which many players are involved. Museums with ethnological collections have increasingly come to recognize and reckon with the ambivalent legacies of knowledge production and collecting practices grounded in imperial and colonial context. Taking a clue from earlier precedents, such as the Pitt Rivers Museum's Relational Museum project, we have begun a decolonizing effort within the ethnology collection at the Sam Noble, which entails the reconstruction of the collection's history since the early 1900s. We view this as a preliminary effort to make relations within and beyond the museum visible, and to recognize how objects circulate both physically and discursively within these relational networks. This does not imply that these networks were or are characterized by an equal distribution of power and voice. This project triangulates collection records, university archives, and digitized newspaper collections to develop 3 case studies of institutional history. The first, an evaluation of mid-20th century collaborations with the Summer Institute of Linguistics. The second, the resurfacing of early to mid-20th century contributions of women in curatorial and collection management roles. And the third, a determination of the present-day implications of an ambitious statewide ethnological database in the early years of computing. Together, these cases facilitate the re-examination of object data, legacy objects, and past collection ethics. They also generate new information for the advancement of inclusive and reparative collection management practices. The Summer Institute of Linguistics, abbreviated as SIL, is a Christian nonprofit organization that was active since the early 1900s and partnered with the University of Oklahoma from 1943 to 1987. The SIL documents and translates minority and endangered Indigenous languages and publishes reference guides and language software widely used in the field of linguistics. A distinct but related organization, Wycliffe Bible Translators, creates translations of the Christian Bible into these languages. Here on the screen, you see photos of the logos and brief descriptions of several of the software programs that the SIL develops, and of Ethnologue Languages of the World, a publication which standardizes language codes for more than 4,000 languages used by linguistics. Throughout its history, the SIL was founded in 1934 by William Cameron Townsend, a Presbyterian minister working with Tachitel Maya people in Guatemala. Here's William Cameron Townsend on the left in Peru in 1945, and on the right with his wife Elvira in Guatemala. This photo is undated. Throughout its history, the Summer Institute of Linguistics has partnered with numerous universities and foreign governments to train linguists and engage in other activities. OU was one of these. During the OU University of Oklahoma partnership, fieldwork was mainly conducted in Peru and Ecuador under the leadership of Kenneth Pike, SIL president. There's Dr. Pike teaching at the University of Oklahoma in 1941 on the left side of the slide. The Stovall Museum received a large collection of 500 plus items from the Summer Institute of Linguistics collected by participants and students. first in 1946 with some items as a loan, and then in 1956 as a full donation. The SIL donation received press coverage in central Oklahoma, which has allowed us to connect collection records to these articles, their donors, stories, and associated with their donations. On the right, we have Pike on the left and Jim Lorialt, an SIL missionary, on the right, presenting donated items from the Aboriginal people of Peru to Dr. Stefan Borhegi at the center, then director of the Stovall Museum. An example of one such item from this collection is a large dugout canoe, pictured on the left, which until the early 2000s was thought to be of Oklahoma origin. It was tenuously connected to the SIL collection based on the mention of a canoe and a thank you letter to one of the SIL donors, and the record of a missing canoe from the SIL donation, but this identification remained unclear. We have now located articles where the SIL representatives sent to identify items on their arrival at the museum, including Jim Lorialt, mention a dugout canoe of matching dimensions and the process of transporting it out of the country. A later article discussing SIL work at OU in 1957 includes a photo of potentially the same canoe being examined by an indigenous Peruvian woman visiting OU with SIL missionaries. Many more of the over 500 SIL donated items in our collection have potential for this reassociation with object data, cultural names, donors, and creators as our research progresses. On the right, you see SIL missionary Rachel Saint and Dayuma, an Algonquin woman who visited the Stovall Museum in 1957, viewing the canoe that I believe to be the same item. Another aspect of the SIL that has come to light as part of this research has been the missionary component of their work, which we hope to examine further in the future. After contacting numerous former university partners of the SIL, we have also determined that collecting was not a common practice for their partner institutions, but the SIL did some collecting itself. The majority of these collections were housed at the Museum of International Cultures in Dallas, Texas, which closed in 2020. Looking ahead, we hope to trace these collections and uncover new details about the SIL's collecting practices by doing so. Our second case study is the history of women in the Sam Noble Museum. Women's contributions to academic and museum work, as with many other fields, have historically been overlooked. However, women have been involved with the Sam Noble Museum since its earliest days in many roles, including as collection managers, staff, and curators. Our first curator of ethnology at the Stovall Museum, the former name of the Sam Noble Museum, was a woman named Alice Marriott, the first female anthropology graduate from OU, who served as curator from 1957 to 1962. Marriott was a noted anthropologist and ethnographer and wrote over 20 books on Plains Native American culture and religion, Southwestern Pueblo culture and ceramics, Western history, Oklahoma history, and women's history. Her work emphasized the value of studying women's involvement in history and the arts, and often highlighted Indigenous craftswomen and artisans' work as artistic in a way that was uncommon at the time. Very little has been published about her life and work, and as part of this research, we set out to identify further information about her and her time at the museum. Oh, and the pictures on that previous slide, you saw two photos of Marriott on the left at a book signing, and on the right at work at the Stovall Museum. Marriott is associated with many of our notable collections that arrived during her time as curator, including the Margaret LaFrance Schoonover donation of Southwestern pottery. Marriott graduated from OU in 1935 and became an Oklahoma field representative for the Indian Arts and Crafts Board, and coordinated artist involvement in a variety of events and exhibits, including the 1941 Indian Art of the United States exhibition by the Museum of Modern Art in New York. It was there that she met Margaret LaFrance, a well-known and connected painter and illustrator who had studied in Paris and was on staff at the Cooper Union Museum. They became friends and began a correspondence that lasted until 1945, when LaFrance was invited by Marriott to move with her to Nambe, New Mexico, where she was studying the Pueblo potters of San Ildefonso. On the left, the LaFrance donation of Southwestern pottery arriving and being unpacked at the Stovall Museum, and on the right, a 1927 self-portrait by Margaret LaFrance. LaFrance and Marriott resided in Nambe for 11 years, integrating themselves into local communities, publishing and creating art, and collecting ceramics. Their collection began as a small personal one, mainly at the interest of LaFrance, but grew in size through gifts or purchases from local artists. On the picture in this slide, you see a line drawing of LaFrance and Marriott's collection, illustrated by LaFrance in The Valley Below, Marriott's book from 1945, detailing their life together in Nambe. LaFrance drew illustrations for 6 of Marriott's books during this period, including Maria, the Potter of San Ildefonso, for which she pioneered a new way of drawing pottery in the round. Examples illustrated in this style include several works and vessels later donated to the Ethnology collection, 2 of which are seen on screen. These books also contain names of the artisans and potters who created these vessels, the circumstances of their purchase and gifting, and other additional information. In 1956, Lefranc and Marriott's partnership ended, and Lefranc donated this collection to the Stovall Museum. Through this research, we have been able to associate this collection with the complex social networks that connected academic and artistic women in the metropolitan Northeast, rural Southwest, and beyond, and shed a new light on this aspect of its history. This adds a personal and relational dimension to our understanding of this donation. Our final case study is the Oklahoma Museum Inventory of the 1960s. Efforts to create a complete inventory of ethnographic items in American museums began at that time, and several influential organizations supported the idea of creating computerized inventory projects as the decade continued, and the value of computing systems was proved in other disciplines. The Stovall Museum became involved in 1965, and the curator of ethnology at the time, Dr. Alex F. Ricciardelli, pictured on the left in 1967, received an NSF grant to conduct a pilot study for a national inventory by inventorying the full ethnology collections of Oklahoma museums. Oklahoma was chosen for the pilot study due to the manageable size of local collections and the diversity of museums, and it contained 23 museums with ethnological collections at the time. On the right, you see a screenshot of a newspaper article, headline OU hosts museum officials, from the conference that began this project. This project incorporated new computer punch card systems from IBM for storing and allowing researcher access to this compiled data. The eventual outcome of 2 years of work was a full file, publicly accessible and searchable at the Stovall Museum, containing standardized information for each item. Photo on the left is the University of Oklahoma Computer Laboratory in 1961, shortly after it was constructed. And on the right is Dr. James Sweeney, the director of the OU Computer Laboratory and the creator of the inventory program used to complete this project. In 1967, a report was published by Ricciardelli detailing some of the possibilities for a nationwide inventory. It was calculated that with an estimated 1,666,000 ethnological objects in the entire United States, it would take 276,666 hours of work to complete this inventory. You can see a few pages here from his report, A Pilot Study for Inventorying Ethnological Collections. On the left, a sample inventory sheet containing the basic information that was collected by this project about each object in the inventory. And on the right, a breakdown of the cost of inventory in Oklahoma museums, where they calculated that it would cost 31 cents a specimen to complete the inventory. This project shows the early promise and challenges of computing in museums and begs the question of why a nationwide inventory was never completed. Many other fields have full shared databases of museum specimens, such as I Did Bio and the Encyclopedia of Life, and ethnology has yet to embark on such a project. Costs for inventory were high at the time due to travel to museums. Some museums refused to have their collections inventoried for full public access due to privacy concerns, and while concerns regarding the sharing of cultural knowledge were not addressed, they would need to be for a modern project of this scale. Inconsistencies were also common in classification systems, nomenclature, and terminology, and specificity was difficult for them to achieve in the brief digitized format. Existing database and inventory computer systems often did not account for the full needs of museums. Many of these problems that these researchers faced remain relevant to us today as we attempt to fully digitize and provide web access to our collection. All of these case studies contribute to the multi-scalar project of collecting legacies. We have been able to re-identify collection items and connect them to larger stories and networks. This work provides a glimpse into the institutional, social, and cultural context of mid-20th century collecting and museum networks. We've also been able to resurface neglected collection history and particular individuals' roles in shaping that history, thus partially restoring the relationality of the museum. We do acknowledge, however, that some relations remain fuzzy, those same voices and people that remain elusive in the historical record more generally. Our hope is to continue this work and look for opportunities to reinitiate relations where ties have weakened. Thank you for your time today, and here are the sources for the image used in this PowerPoint.
Thank you so much, Ella. So our final speaker for this panel is Leonie Sophie Trier. After Leonie's presentation, we will take any questions for all the presenters in this session. Leonie, do you want to go ahead and get started?
Yeah, let me share my slides. Does that work? Does everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Before I'd like to introduce myself, I would like to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you today from the ancestral lands of the Nacotchtank and the neighboring Piscataway and Pamunkey peoples. And I ask you to join me in acknowledging their communities, their elders, both past and present, and also their future generations. So hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I'm Leonie. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a white German student or scholar here in the US, and I'm talking to you today in front of a plain white wall in my place in Washington, DC, where I'm currently doing a Smithsonian Institution pre-doctoral fellowship at the National Museum of Natural History. I'm also a fourth-year PhD candidate at the Bard Graduate Center in New York. Today, I would like to present to you some of my work in progress titled Collecting, Altering, and Displaying, Examining George Catlin's Material Construction of Native American Culture that comes out of my dissertation research. Ooh, too far. Here you can see George Catlin, who was one of the earliest and most prominent American painters to travel through the American West in the 1830s to document the native peoples inhabiting the region. In a vein not dissimilar from what we today understand as savage anthropology, he sought to record their lives before they vanished or were assimilated. Catlin's visual and artistic strategies have widely influenced global representations of Native Americans, both in Catlin's time and ever since. Upon return from his travels to the West, Catlin assembled and exhibited the products of his project in what he called his Indian Gallery, which he then toured extensively through the United States and Europe. And the Indian Gallery consisted of various elements of different media. Firstly, Catlin produced over 500 painted portraits, landscapes, and scenes. And here you can see a selection of these portraits that he painted, and they are on display at the Smithsonian American Art Museum in DC. Secondly, he collected Native American material culture, including shirts, cradle boards, pipes, war clubs, and teepees. And he displayed these objects alongside his paintings to authenticate their content, proving that they were true representations of Native life. But then also the paintings would authenticate the objects by depicting them as worn in real life. And here you can see an image of how his collection would have been displayed at the Louvre. Thirdly, Catlin also obtained certificates of authenticity from various government agents and Indian authorities and traders, and these testify to the accuracy of his pictorial representations. Furthermore, to kind of further the effect of his Indian Gallery, Catlin employed performers, native and non-native, during his tour in Europe. And then in addition to that, Catlin chronicled his travels to the West and Europe, detailed his artistic and exhibitionary practices, and described the manners and customs of those communities that he had encountered in various publications. Due to personal debt, Catlin lost his Indian Gallery to Joseph Henry Harrison, a wealthy Pennsylvania industrialist, in 1851. In 1879, the original Indian Gallery became part of the Smithsonian Institution as a donation from Harrison's widow. And I'm here speaking of the original Indian Gallery because after the loss of his collection, Catlin began to work on what he then later called his cartoon collection, which consisted of paintings only. Today, the various components of the original Indian Gallery are dispersed across repositories of the Smithsonian Institution. The National Museum of Natural History houses 171 objects collected by Catlin. And in 1985, the paintings were transferred from NMNH to the Smithsonian American Art Museum, effectively separating the different elements by media, which is quite interesting. Other materials can be found at the National Museum of American History, the National Museum of American Indian, and some non-Smithsonian institutions like the Penn Museum, Peabody Harvard, and then actually some institutions in the UK and in Germany. While Catlin's paintings of Indian life have been studied extensively, his collection of native objects has received surprisingly little attention. This lack of interest may pertain in part to the physical condition of the material, which is heavily damaged by water and fire, thereby limiting its appeal for exhibition. Additionally, the fact that several pieces show signs of alteration, presumably by Catlin himself, raises conceptual challenges for scholars and curators regarding disciplinary notions of authenticity and authorship. These alterations will be the focus of my talk today, and I'm curious to understand the motivations behind these alterations. And in my dissertation, I'm reassembling the dispersed media of Catlin's Indian Gallery, primarily recuperating the role of the object collection in performing the kind of realism or authenticity effect of his gallery in his time and beyond, And more broadly, I try to analyze how specific disciplinary concerns have informed scholarly and museological disengagement or engagement with this materially hybrid and ethnographically ambiguous collection, thereby shedding light on both historical and contemporary constructions of Native American cultural identity and change under colonialism. So now I'll just introduce you to a couple of objects in this collection. Bill Holm is one of the few examples who actually engaged with Catlin's object collection, and he conducted a close looking analysis of 3 shirts in the Catlin collection. And here you can see one example of these. And so he commented on the inconsistencies between Mato Topa's Mandan shirt and how it was depicted in Catlin's paintings that you can see here. On the left, the painting, and on the right, the object that Catlin claimed he had collected from the Mandan chief. Holm drew attention to the added atypical drawings on the shirt in what he called Catlin red, which is it looks more like oil paint than the powdery pigment that we would expect on a plain shirt. And then the similarities of the painting to Catlin's own pictorial style. At the same time, these figures seem to attempt to kind of mirror or interpret Plain's pictorial tradition, however, not with great success. Furthermore, Holm commented on the attachment of northern loom woven quill work on a plains appearing shirt and the traces of an untrained hand in their affixing. These observations led Holm then to speculate that Catlin was the source of these alterations, or even fabrications if you want, and Holm classified these shirts as artifacts. What is quite interesting is that there are 2 coats, or better maybe fragments of coats in the collection, which are of a Métis or Cree type, on like coats that you would expect loom woven quill work to be on. One of them is thoroughly deconstructed. You can see it here on the right. It's missing its sleeves and some part of the upper half of the coat. As you can see also, these 2 coats are missing their loom woven quill strips and several of the quilt rosettes, indicated by the different kind of coloring in the hides, as well as remnants of thread for their attachment. Several loose quill strips can be found at M&H, as well as at the Penn Museum, and there are actually even a matching pair across the institutions. And this makes clear that some of the items in his collection actually served as sources for then the decoration of other items. Another example that I want to introduce you to is this shirt, which is in terrible condition, as you can see. But it's an interesting case because it shows different moments in construction, alteration, and deconstruction. So here you can see on the corner left is the painting that was added to this shirt in this distinctive Catlin style, and I added some images of the other shirts, so you have some comparative, so you can compare the different pictorial images that are very Catlinesque or very atypical for a plain shirt. And they were all added in this weird kind of thick, oily color rather than pigment, like powdery pigment. Then also you can see that the quill work was attached really carefully in some areas, like on the left on the cuff, but then also detached like extremely crudely or like roughly basically in the body of the shirt, where some of the quill rosettes were just cut off and without regard for the integrity of the shirt even. Then also one of the neck tabs is missing. It was very like crudely cut off, and I was able to identify it as a different accession piece that in itself is strangely shaped. It's not as symmetrical, and it doesn't, the decoration also seems off. But yeah, I was able to identify the 2 fitting together perfectly. And it's the same thing with the right sleeve that was actually missing. That was differently accessioned. It was accessioned as a legging. And probably because there were some alterations to the sleeve by adding stitches along the sleeve basically to close it further up. So I'm not quite sure what he used it for, but there were definitely changes made. And you can see here how perfectly this kind of formally accessioned legging fits as a sleeve into the shirt. Now we're coming to some shields. There are several more, but I'm focusing on 3 here. One at M&H, which is this one, and then there are 2 at NMAI that I'll introduce you to later. And this one is very curious because it is flat rather than the convex shape that we would expect of a plane's shield. It also is not, it doesn't have the holes for neck and shoulder loops that we would expect. And most curiously, as you can also see here in the detailed image, it has a panel of Micmac birchbark quill work nailed onto it, which just is curious. It also was painted with a pinkish color, you can see here, and the color seems to have been added after the quill strip was nailed onto it, because the quill also carries some of the red pigment in some areas. And then now I'm coming to the NMAI pieces. Here are the two. And what's most curious is that these three shields that are all associated with Catlin carry this pattern of having this Micmac birchbark quill work nailed onto them. And then also on these, you can see the added kind of imitation of Plains pictorial tradition, but this very, they look very similar, the figures to the figures on the shirts. Yeah, so the manner of this application as well as the order of application suggests that they were done after acquisition, and it also highlights the rather careless attitude in which different parts were joined together here, like the nails just run through the quillwork without integrity of the quillwork in mind. And this kind of parallels an intent for a superficial visual effect or appeal in the construction of many of these hybrid items in the Catlin collection. And then one last set of items, here's one example, is a set of 3 fiber skirts at Natural History Museum, and then another additional one at NMAI. And this type of broadleaf cattail skirt is quite rare, so far I've only found some items at Peabody Harvard for comparison. And it's interesting that the Peabody Harvard ones that don't have association to Catlin don't carry any color, but all of the ones associated to Catlin carry this red and white painted stripes at the top, and then also you see some of it, but it's a little faded in the main body of the skirts. It becomes clear that color was really important to these alterations, creating and intensifying a visual appeal, probably, I guess, for display or performance. I wish I had more time to show you even more of these objects, but I'll just conclude here, and please bear with me because this is very much work in progress for my dissertation. So based on the constructions of, for instance, Matotopa's shirt and the superficial visual similarity to Catlin's painting, I would argue that the objects played a very important role in authenticating the paintings and also serving as material reminders of Catlin's travels there and expertise. So authentication was really, or authenticity was really, really important to him. And I think the objects played quite a big role in it. However, that these visual similarities are only superficial also tells us that he may not have been able to afford exceptional and very special pieces. And so he may have decided to make them himself out of some original items and by adding his own hand to them. Thereby, he would have created interesting pieces for display and or performance. And the audience at the time would not have been able to spot these modifications based on little material to compare it to, but also I think many of these items may have actually played into the expectations of authenticity or nativeness at the time. It is interesting to observe that Catlin was very focused on community distinctions and provenance basically in his portraits and how he recorded them. So in his catalogs, he identified every painting under which community it belonged to, and he listed all the communities and then all the paintings and all the names of the people he had painted. But then the objects, he doesn't really do that for them. Like the objects only receive a page and a half in the catalogs of 40 pages, and the objects are just listed as general types, so like war implements or costumes, and he barely singles out individual items or makes claims about their provenance. He does that for some items like the shirt, the Matotopa shirt, but not very much so for the rest. And maybe that was because he knew that their provenance was a little sketchy, but that's just a hypothesis. So overall, the objects must have played a really important role to create this desired overall effect of his gallery, since he paid attention to them through deconstruction, construction, decoration. And so I'm currently understanding the NMNH pieces as a collection of historic props that Catlin instrumentalized as mediators of some sort of authenticity in his larger project of creating this kind of reality effect. By physically altering objects collected in the field, Catlin tried to manufacture what he felt would be a more recognizably native appearance. And I suggest that his material alterations to Native American objects contributed to and even substantiated his overall claims to the authenticity of his exhibition in his own time, even if later scholars, including myself, perceive his interventions to undermine those very claims. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Leonie. So at this point, I would like to invite the audience to submit any questions that you might have. Again, you can go ahead and type you can go ahead and type your questions into the Q&A button that is at the bottom of your Zoom control. So while we are waiting for questions, I actually have a question for Justin. So here at the Indian Arts Research Center, we have kind of our way of documenting community comments and discussions. I'm curious if you've ever had any not issues, but guests come in with kind of differing opinions. Different families have different opinions about what should go into the catalog, and how do you resolve that?
So when we have community comments, we typically we will there's room in the comments for marked sections where we could accommodate sort of both comments on an object, and really what that does is creates a dialogue between them and future tribal members coming into the museum, and it sort of creates conversations, which is really nice to have. Yeah, it's just more information is better, even if it's conflicting information. So in that regard, I don't necessarily see sort of a need to weigh one comment versus the other, and so yeah, that's sort of how it's approached. In that we're trying to just more create conversations than anything.
We do the same thing. I agree. Thank you so much for that. I was curious how other institutions also handle those comments. So the next question that we have is from Kristen, and it's an overall question for all of the presenters. How have your research projects been affected by the pandemic? Did you have to modify your work in any way? And has that produced new insights or challenges?
I can go first. So actually the reason that I learned about the Gateway to Oklahoma History, which is our local historical newspaper archive, was because of some personal research I was doing while stuck at home during lockdown. And so that's provided a great resource for this research. I would say, on the other hand, the pandemic has definitely had an effect because, especially when tracing the SIL collections, a lot of trails go cold during that period. The Museum of International Cultures, which I mentioned briefly, did close down because of COVID-19. So I would say that has been the biggest effect of the pandemic on our work.
Thank you, Ella. Are there any other comments about how the pandemic has affected your work and whether or not any of you had to modify your work in any way, and has that produced any new insights or challenges?
So for me as a researcher, it's been very challenging to get into museums and do research. So most of the stuff I'm interested in, I'm actually doing my research via email to collection staff of other museums. And yeah, it's just some parts where I want to travel to isn't necessarily safe with the pandemic. Alaska, for example, being, you know, a red state, has very relaxed pandemic guidelines. So I've avoided going up there. And for the Bill Holmes Center, even though I've sort of stepped away from that role, and I'd like to sort of publicly acknowledge my old boss here, Katie Marcuse, is in attendance. So that staff has had to sort of change and slow down their whole researcher guidelines, and they're starting to hopefully ramp it back up. So
Thank you, Justin. So the next question, by coincidence, is for you again, Justin. Anonymous attendee says, really great work. How do other people working with cataloging and your other colleagues react to your suggestions? Do they agree? Are they skeptical? Do they think it is feasible to implement this in their work?
it might not be feasible for the typical collections manager to do this, just because, you know, working as a collections manager, you are just swamped with donations, grants, all types of things. And so cataloging, you have sort of a limited time to sort of devote to that. But I typically try, and when I catalog, I've just sort of honed in how I approach an object to sort of ask myself and remind myself in the process what's going to be most useful to communities. And so that's really how I approach, you know, measuring objects. I'm not just measuring the outer dimensions. I'm trying to measure, you know, various parts of particular objects to sort of break down how it's constructed, so they can sort of take that information back to the community.
Thank you, Justin. So the next question is for Leonie. Have you encountered how to correct reclamations of Indigenous group names in your work and collections? For example, the term Micmac is an outdated and reclaimed term, and the reclaimed term is Micmac, spelled M-I'-K-M-A-Q, yet used in collecting and research in the past.
Thank you so much for the question. Well, first of all, for me in my own research and my own writing, I try to be very aware of what the reclaimed terms are and use them properly. The thing is, for me, I'm a PhD student, so I don't have a lot of influence, I guess, on museum collections and their databases. But yeah, I encounter like the old writing a lot, and it's obviously a big issue. So I try to be aware of it for my own work. But and then the issue with the Catlin collection is that it doesn't have any documentation, so it's very difficult to even identify which where things are coming from, and it's all mostly guesses. I mean, there have been items or aspects of items that we can identify relatively clearly, but that's also a huge part of the thing that I'm struggling with.
Thank you, Leonie. The next question is for Pinyi. Chandida asks, as you mentioned, the differences between Singapore Museum and Taiwan Museum in representing Japanese colonization, I wonder whether this representation affects each country's relations to Japan. For example, the narrative of Japan in national history, the diplomatic relations?
Thank you, Janita, for your question. I think I will give more context to the case studies then. So, for example, in Taiwan, the reason why nowadays the Taiwanese, especially younger generation, is so fond of the Japanese culture is because of the popular cultural influence. And also when the first time the Taiwanese people were colonized by the Japanese people, they were kind of comparing it with the previous Qing dynasty's management. So when the Qing dynasty management was employing in Taiwan, there is not such a very modern management like the Japanese colonial period is. So that's why people would want to appreciate that kind of management. And even nowadays, we have quite friendly relationship with the Japanese people and the government. And in Singapore's case, they have some stage differences. So actually, during some decades, they don't really want to criticize Japan because a lot of Japanese people invest the Singaporean government, the markets. So they have to be very cautious about critiquing Japan. But I think nowadays, since it's been at this 7 decades already, they feel like they can fairly talk about this history by projecting both, critiques and also positive evaluation, like projecting them as the role model in how they defend the country. I hope I answer your question this way.
Thank you, Pinyi. So the next question is also for you, Pinyi. So Inge mentions, I don't know much about Taiwanese or Singapore cultural sectors. Could you give some context regarding how these two museums are looked at within their respective communities, and how do their stories, perspectives compare to other museums or cultural heritage centers?
I think I can speak more about the Singapore one because I actually did field work there. So I got to talk to the local people, and for them, the National Museum is quite important because it's an educational space. They were brought to the museum since they were young, so they always see that's an alternative history classroom, and the museum is aware of that. So they generating a lot of handouts for the high school history teachers to incorporate the gallery context to their textbook things. So they are aware of the fact that the National Museum is quite important for them. Although sometimes they may think that the museums stay all the same all the time. However, one of my key points in my research is that I want to challenge people's idea and to let them know actually museum changes in exhibitions, public programs in every sense. And for the case in Taiwan, actually the National Taiwan Museum is just one of my field sites. So there are many different historical national museums in Taiwan. So that's why we have a lot of competing museum narratives when it comes to national history. But I can say that the specific one, the National Taiwan Museum, is really important because it's the only one that was established by the Japanese people, which I think nowadays a lot of Taiwanese people will have more positive feeling toward the neighboring country when it comes to the way we evaluate Japan. Yeah.
Thank you, Pinyi. Ella, Kara asks, could you speak to how some of the large-scale early digitization efforts impact the kinds of records and processes Justin is adapting to? or even how the Catlin project Leonie is working with challenge simplified or standardized or streamlined cataloging approaches?
You know, I think the fundamental thing about it is that this is going to sound so straightforward, but objects are complicated. That's really what all of everyone else's presentations in this panel have spoken to. And the many histories and the many traditional Indigenous knowledge components, the later modifications that have been made to these objects really does challenge a simplified, streamlined approach to cataloging. And I think that's a large part of why some of these large scale early efforts never succeeded, is because it's very hard to narrow down everything that's important about an object in a museum to this one record. And so I think that's why a lot of these modern projects, like we're working with Mukhertu and with traditional knowledge labels right now at our museum, and trying to incorporate those when we eventually overhaul our web interface. And so a lot of these modern projects that try to incorporate more of these aspects of an object's importance in history and components that we aren't even necessarily aware of as museum professionals are having more success than these early efforts did. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Ella. So this next question is to both Ella and Claire. Is your research still ongoing? What has been the most surprising to learn about your museum? And would you want to dive in further?
Oh, this research is absolutely still ongoing. And one thing I wanted to be sure I got in here was if anyone has collections that are associated with the SIL or with any of the other case studies mentioned in our research, please email me. I'll put my email in the chat. We are definitely wanting to dive into this further. And I think some of the most surprising things to learn have been some of the reassociations of legacy objects with their original accessions and records, especially the canoe. I started in this position in September, and one of the first things that I noticed walking into the collection space was, you know, massive 12-foot long canoe right over by the shelves. What's the deal with that? And it was so disappointing to me to learn that we weren't really sure what the deal was with it. And so that has really been the most exciting part of this work for me, that and also uncovering these relational aspects of the museum. So as a woman in a collections position, it's really, I don't know, encouraging and heartening to me to see that women have always been involved with this kind of work, even when this history is often not immediately visible. You know, Alice Marriott once wrote an article called "A Woman's Places in the Museum," outlining all of the different tasks that she thought women were particularly suited for as museum professionals. And I just think it is, these social networks that they were involved in are so interesting, and I definitely want to dive into it further. Claire?
Thank you. I won't add much. I just wanted to point out some context too, is that both Ella and I joined the Sam Noble Museum. I came in August of 2021 and Ella joined in September of 2021. So we're very new. And so part of the benefit of doing this kind of institutional collection history has been for us to, because we don't know this, right? We haven't been here long enough to sort of absorb this, slowly and surely. So this has been, I think, really useful for us just to understand how we fit into this sometimes uncomfortable kinship network with previous curatorial and collections management staff. And it's just given us a much better understanding of, sort of the collection as a whole. So yes, it's been useful kind of professional development as well for us.
Thank you, Ella. Thank you, Claire. It looks like we've completed our questions and our Q&A session. So I would like to thank all of our presenters in this session. We are now going to take a short break, and we will come back at 15 past the hour to begin session 3. Again, that's 15 past the hour. So we will see you in just a few minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are now ready to start our third session. Just a reminder to our audience, questions will be held until the end of the presentations. You can drop any questions that you have in the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom control panel. And for our speakers, this is just a reminder to please give your visual descriptions, slide descriptions, and to please speak slowly. For example, my name is Alicia Poon, and I am an Asian woman with glasses, black hair in a ponytail, medium complexion, and a beige sweater and blurred out background. So session 3 is a group session titled "The Memory is Work, the Work is Memory." I invite panelists Haley Bryant, Maya Hirschman, Megan Hull, and Bradley Clements to unmute themselves and turn on their cameras. During this panel, the group will be moderating their own questions and answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us at the end of the day. And thank you to the organizers of the symposium for all of their hard work, and to the other presenters who have come to share their exciting research with us. My name is Haley Bryant. I am a white woman with long brown hair and light eyes sitting in an office space. I'm going to introduce the panel to you more broadly and then kick things off with my presentation. Myself and my co-presenters, Maya Hirschman, Megan Hull, and Bradley Clements, are colleagues in the doctoral program at the iSchool at the University of Toronto. I'll let the other presenters situate themselves more specifically, but I will say that U of T is located in Tkaronto, Ontario, the traditional home of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Huron-Wendat. Tkaronto is located in Dish with One Spoon territory, and as settler scholars, all of us, we each grapple with our place in the treaty agreements of this region in our work and our lives. Our panel is organized around the concept, the memory is the work, and the work is the memory. We invite you to explore with us the entanglements of memory and work in the museum through a variety of lenses and case studies. By calling upon an interdisciplinary body of literature, including labor studies, media materialism, operational museology, community and nostalgia studies, and Great Lakes Indigenous history and ontologies, this panel suggests that in the museum, the work is the memory and the memory is the work. Work and memory are topics that we've discussed extensively amongst ourselves, and today we'd like to open the conversation and hear from you as well. We will each present our individual research for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then I will moderate the Q&A period after everyone has spoken. So feel free to put your questions in the chat or the Q&A box in the meantime. As I said, my name is Haley Bryant, and I'm a third-year doctoral student at U of T. The work I'm going to share with you today is a product of my preparation for my dissertation research, which will begin in earnest in the next few months. What I'm curious about and what my dissertation interrogates is how the increasing reliance on contingent labor in large American museums, specifically in the context of digital cultural heritage projects, or what I call digital memory work, intersects with ongoing conversations in the museum field about decolonization. And I want to begin by defining a few key terms before I continue. So I use the term digital memory work to indicate the assemblage of people, practices, protocols, knowledges, and technologies that enables digital-first cultural heritage projects in museums. Digital first refers to museum work that foregrounds the use of digital technologies and whose outcomes are primarily or entirely digital. I use the terms precarious and contingent interchangeably to describe a form of employment characterized by uncertainty, insecurity, and a lack of control on the part of the worker. In museums, precarity manifests in the form of grant-funded, contract-based term positions that are part-time, underclassified, or without benefits. And finally, contract or contract work refers to a particular employment agreement between, in this instance, an individual and a museum that defines the terms of the employment relationship, including length, indicates project deliverables, and outlines type and amount of compensation for said deliverables. Employment contracts are legal mechanisms overseen by national copyright and national or subnational labor laws, which are often determined by forms of collective bargaining by symbol makers and corporations. Contracts strongly favor the company over the worker and are heavily focused on concerns around intellectual property and the ownership of content created. This research seeks to intervene into several urgent conversations presently taking place in the North American museum field, namely around the increasing adoption of digital heritage solutions in museums, the state of museum workplace conditions, and ongoing discussions of decolonial museology, all significantly affected by the pandemic. Museums have responded to calls for accountability and reconciliation from Indigenous communities in particular, but not exclusively, by establishing cultural recuperation programming, which commonly involves community members traveling to museums to visit and research object collections. Community groups identify the ability to be physically present with their belongings and bear witness to the stories and relations they embody as one of the most valuable outcomes of these initiatives. These visits are often prohibitively expensive and time-consuming, and the ongoing pandemic means in-person visits primarily remain unsafe. Therefore, museums are increasingly exploring digital solutions to expand access to collections and other resources. At the same time, museums are undergoing an employment crisis that began before, but has been notably exacerbated by the pandemic. This is seen most readily in ongoing announcements of mass firings, layoffs, and furloughs, and in the continuing wave of museum unionization efforts across the United States. One under-discussed yet significant aspect of this employment crisis is the increasing reliance in the museum field on contingent labor to fill roles that have never been or were previously occupied by salaried staff. This is especially true for digital initiatives that frequently operate on a limited term grant-funded basis and require skill sets not commonly part of museum training programs and professional development. In the background of these concurrent conversations is the ongoing discourse regarding the responsibility of museums to adopt decolonial practices, to decolonize their collections, and to engage with broader decolonial initiatives and conversations. This discourse is dominated by questions of how best to work toward these goals, to what degree these goals should dictate broader museum priorities, whose responsibility this work becomes, and to what extent this work should be enacted from within the museum versus from without. This discourse has been most active in the areas of exhibition and representation, with some focus given to physical and intellectual repatriation of belongings in museum collections and data sovereignty. The impetus for this research is first and foremost my own personal and professional experience as a contingently employed museum worker. There were benefits to this form of employment, such as being able to set my own schedule, learning a variety of new skills on the job, diversifying the tasks I took on from day to day, and having a degree of autonomy over my own employment that full-time staff positions do not allow. In my case, however, any benefits were vastly outweighed by the challenges that this type of employment introduces. For example, contract-based work rarely comes with any sort of employment benefits like a healthcare or retirement plan. There was virtually no institutional support tailored specifically to me as a contractor, and my ongoing employment in these roles was contingent upon a number of factors, not least of which was that the department continued to secure funding with which to pay me, and that my supervisors wanted me to remain in those roles and advocated for timely renewal of my contracts. There are any number of other less logistical challenges as well. The data is not only anecdotal, however. In 2019, a collective of professionals and scholars funded by the Institute of Museums and Library Services conducted a study among contingent workers in American galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. Their results, published in a report titled Collective Responsibility, Seeking Equity for Contingent Labor in Libraries, Archives, and Museums, offers several important conclusions. First, contingency in museums is a self-perpetuating cycle. Emerging professionals who begin their career in a contract position rarely move into a staff position, instead remaining in contract positions. Employment precarity has a harmful impact on museum workers' mental health and physical health, as well as their future career prospects. And third, and most relevant to my doctoral work, employment precarity in contract work is especially prevalent in the case of digital museum projects. My research builds on these important contributions to museum scholarship. I am specifically concerned with digital memory work that purports to contribute to or perform cultural recuperation by, with, and or for Indigenous community collaborators. Decolonial museum practice, derived from such bodies of literature as slow museology, critical museology, and new museology, foregrounds sustained relationship building, long-term investments of time and resources, and the equal distribution of authority and decision-making power between institutions and community partners. In my professional experience, this sort of ethically focused work is compromised by an over-reliance on contingent contract-based labor that often leads to high rates of employee turnover, pauses or full stops in project progress, and repeated loss of institutional and project memory. Therefore, it is not only the individual worker who is harmed by contingency, but the community is collaborating with the museum itself, and the belongings that the museum stewards. My theoretical analysis is broken down into three sections: memory work, digital memory, and digital work. Memory work, digital or otherwise, in the museum is shaped by the specific logics of care that organize cultural heritage practice. As museum scholar Nuala Moore suggests, museums are uniquely rich sites of care. Care for things, care for stories, care for the issues, care for people, care for the community, for staff, for the present and the past, and care for the future. However, like every other aspect of museum work, museological care is subject to the effects of audit culture, organizational silos, the wider impasses around hierarchies of expertise, and notions of quality in museum work. Therefore, in reality, museological logics of care often take shape as logics of contribution, which values content creation, productivity, capital accumulation, and prestige over principles like the mitigation of harm or damage, demonstrating concern for others, generating intimate knowledge, and meeting the needs of community members. This has significant implications for the ways that work and labor, especially work and labor geared towards cultural recuperation, are conceptualized and structured in the museum, and therefore how memory work is actually performed on a day-to-day basis. Furthermore, memory work in the museum is dictated by the organizational technologies available by which to do that work. For example, museum and information scholar Hannah Turner explores the intellectual infrastructures, the paper media technologies and classification schemas they embody that have historically defined ethnomuseological epistemologies. I suggest that these infrastructures have been composted or recycled to shape the ways in which digital media are being taken up to perform the museological work of their analog forebears, and that this process can be traced by attending to the material reality of digital technologies. For example, writing about the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of Natural History, Department of Anthropology, Turner explains that collections documentation during the mid-1960s and 1970s had stabilized the earlier object descriptions and naming conventions through translation and mediation into new digital technologies. The move to digital did not destabilize previous classification schema, only offered new media by which they are activated. And finally, the forms that memory work takes in museums and the digital infrastructure available by which to do it shape the way that work is actually done on a day-to-day basis. Social scientist Tully Barnett suggests that notions of the particularities of digital labor of all kinds are central to developing a more comprehensive understanding of the multifaceted nature of digital cultural objects, both born digital and digitized. Contingent work has, for some time, been a defining characteristic of the cultural industries writ large. Museums are not exempt from this phenomenon, though they are an underexamined site of study. I see important parallels to the journalism industry, for example, widely recognized for its over-reliance on freelancing. Furthermore, digital cultural sector work is notorious for perpetuating cycles of precarity. Going forward, my research is therefore concerned with three things. One, an account of the lived reality of digital memory work in museums from the perspective of the worker. Two, a consideration of how digital memory work fits with non-digital and digital adjacent memory work in the museum. And three, a critical analysis of how digital memory work in its potentially myriad and diverse manifestations does and does not align with institutional decolonial agendas. I posit that the ongoing shift toward contingent digital labor in museums challenges the robust, locally specific logics of care that scholars suggest undergird satisfactory cultural recuperation work. The impacts of this shift are compounded by the institutional tendency towards organizational silos and the reliance on technical specialists and specialized knowledges in order to ensure the success of digital projects. This research will illuminate the intersection of increasingly common exploitative hiring practices in the heritage sector with museums' stated goals of decolonization. It is my assertion that museum labor is a missing but vital component of these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley. My name is Maya Hirschman, and I'm a doctoral candidate at the Faculty of Information at the University of Toronto. I've worked in museums for 25 years and as a curator since 2006. I'm a middle-aged white woman with short platinum blonde hair, glasses, and dark lipstick. I'm sitting in my den, and there is some original artwork on the wall behind me. I reside in London, Ontario, on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenapehoik, and Attawandaron peoples, on lands connected with the London Township and Sombra Treaties of 1796 and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum. Slide, please, Haley. There's a small niche history museum located here in London, Ontario, called the Secrets of Radar Museum, or SORM, that was created to assemble the collective history of the Second World War Royal Canadian Air Force radar program and the veterans who served in it. SORM relies heavily on volunteers and, especially in the past, veterans, not only to tell their story, but to keep the doors open. The enormity of the wartime radar story contrasts significantly with the physical reality of the site. It's a tiny museum struggling to tell a big story without a larger institutional or financial powerhouse driving it. Everything that SORM has accomplished has been done with the participation of a small cadre of volunteers, largely Second World War veterans in their 80s and 90s, most of whom had little to no experience as museum professionals. But they did have a surplus of determination and zeal. The slide shows two black and white photographs dated to the Second World War. One is a group photo of about 80 young men in winter uniforms standing in 6 rows. The other shows 4 young women in Air Force uniforms and 1 man wearing headsets sitting at communications equipment. I'm carrying out an institutional history of the museum that's interested in the social conditions that led to SORM's founding, the memory work its community undertook to construct their history from a place of secrecy, and the social work the museum setting enabled them to carry out. My research examines how the museum shaped the veterans, even as their vision shaped the museum, and how their participation in it strengthened their identities as individuals and as a community. At this point, I've nearly completed a survey of SORM's archives and permanent collection, in which I'm looking at how, when, and where the veterans tackled the memory work required to construct their collective radar history, how that work has influenced the museum's development, and the ways in which they've preserved their work, both their wartime history and the activity of rebuilding a diasporic community through active remembering. Slide, please. This slide shows an architectural drawing of a bungalow with large windows and wood cladding. Let me take a moment to explain the Secrets of Radar Museum, because as we like to say, we're the coolest museum you've never visited. SORM opened its doors to the public in 2003, the final substantial output of a dedicated group of World War II radar veterans determined to have their voices heard and stories told. They and the wartime program in which they worked were subject to the Official Secrets Act. When the 50-year term of secrecy covering the radar program was lifted in Canada in 1991, the community of vets began in earnest to locate each other. These veterans, many thousands of them, were the men who worked as radar technicians and the men and women who worked in radar operations and communications. Despite the restrictions placed by the Official Secrets Act, these men and women maintained contact as best they could with the peers and colleagues with whom they served, and once the limitations were removed, organized gatherings to reunite their community. Several Canadian radar reunions were widely attended through the 1990s and early 2000s, as well as a few held jointly with former Royal Air Force personnel in England, at which veterans at that point in their 70s and 80s were able to reconnect and reminisce. The Canadian Radar History Project was formed through these events with the intention to locate and contact as many veterans as possible in order to gather personal experiences in the form of interviews, letters, memoirs, photographs, and mementos. Much of this was published in Canadians on Radar, Royal Canadian Air Force 1940 to 1945, and a number of adjunct works. Over time, many of these accounts and objects found their way to two groups of veterans based in Ottawa and London, Ontario, who worked together for several years to create what would eventually become the Secrets of Radar Museum. My research concerns the period 2002 until 2017, at which time SORM was forced to relocate, and by which time most of the original founding veterans, due to advanced age and attrition, were no longer involved. The museum was originally organized around 3 gallery spaces: People in Places, which introduced visitors to a diverse array of radar veterans and the many theaters in war in which Canadian radar personnel served; the Technology Room, which introduced visitors to an assortment of radar types and related equipment used during the war; and the Clinton Room, which shared the history of North America's first radar school, located in Clinton, Ontario, located about an hour's drive north of London. There was a comfortable lounge, which was designed as a meeting space for veterans and which held a library that visitors could dip into. A small research archive served researchers. There was a collection storage space and an office and kitchenette where volunteers and contract staff could work and commiserate. The site was located off the beaten track in a park in an old bungalow that had once been part of a veterans residential rehabilitation center, and which the museum founders secured for a shockingly low rent from the hospital that owned it. SORM opened with a strong mandate and a clear vision to preserve RCAF, wartime radar history, educate the public about that history, and provide a therapeutic setting for veterans and senior citizens. Slide, please. Go back. There we go. Community, as it relates to SORM, is understood as a frame of reference that fuses around shared interests, common causes, and collective experiences. As a community-led initiative, it demonstrates control and agency located within the group. Like many community heritage sites, SORM's community was motivated to act by the real or perceived failure of mainstream heritage organizations to collect, preserve, and make accessible collections and histories that properly reflected and accurately represented their experience. No curator staffed SORM for its first 5 years of operation, but even when led from the community, it was still very much a museum. At SORM, history is constructed within the larger context of the Second World War, and memory is triggered not only by the objects and narratives on display, but by the people who animate those displays. By their nature and their intention, museums endow objects with meaning and objectify the memories of individuals, collectives, communities, and nations, consequently playing a role in constituting those identities. Though memory itself is changing and transient, Susan Crane argues that memories fix the memory of entire cultures through representative objects by applying value to those objects, creating a static narrative. In the case of these veterans, there was no museum, not even the Canadian War Museum, that depicted the World War II radar program or the work they did. So at SORM, the objects became a physical representation of the community's efforts to avoid being forgotten. Unaware or unconcerned with rules for object handling, The veteran tour guides routinely handled the objects, tinkered with them, and demonstrated them for visitors. Through their use of the artifacts on display, their continuation of the work they historically carried out, for example, the repairing of old electronics, the veterans transformed a site that had no historic ties to radar into one more contextually appropriate and created for themselves a communal space for memory work. Slide, please. This slide shows a color photo of 11 men, 10 being senior citizens of advanced age, standing together as they cut a red ribbon. While they worked, they talked with each other and with visitors, reminiscing about their secret history. Reminiscing in the work of Edward Casey is not the same as being reminded of something, which is passive. Rather, reminiscing assumes an active posture. I, or more typically, we, reminisce in order to actively get in touch with the past. He makes the argument that while reminiscing can be done individually, it's more consistently social in origin and operation. It arises as discourse in the company of others, and it's the action of remembering with others. Unlike recounting or storytelling, reminiscing need not be narrative, nor do reminiscences require a chronological ordering. Reminiscence may be provoked by an external factor acting as a memorial support, for instance, a museum artifact, but it's not required. Often occurring in social settings, the key to social reminiscing is that participants should all share to some degree the experiences being reminisced about. This is precisely what the veterans were doing as they created their museum. In fact, there was a distinct lack of chronological order to the original organization of the museum. Their work began prior to the museum's founding. It began in writing through private correspondence between veterans, a network they consciously extended by sharing names and contact information in order to reconnect. Through numerous reunions, they began formalizing the memory work, setting up spaces for story collection, photo identification, and recording oral histories. That pattern actually extended into the original museum. You could argue that it was set up around pockets of conversation starters. Eventually, hundreds, perhaps thousands of these memoirs made their way into large and small publications produced independently or as part of the Canadian Radar History Project. Their stories often intersected, which makes it possible to cross-reference people, places, and experiences across publications. With the eventual hiring of a curator to aid in professionalizing the museum, many of these memoirs would become the foundational didactic material displayed at SORM, continuing the tradition of first-person accounts, even as the numbers of active veteran volunteers began to dwindle. My research draws on the work of Lois Silverman, exploring museums as social work. Social work perspectives can provide new ways to frame, analyze, and justify the social service work that's been continuously happening in museums. Silverman writes that it's from the field of social work that museums have intentionally and unintentionally garnered both essential approaches and practical guidance to inform many of their social service efforts to date. Although Silverman discusses the importance of social work for developing identity, self-reflection, and self-esteem, rootedness, and empowerment, she makes no mention of memory work as a tool in the museum workers' toolkit. Memory, as she characterizes it, is passively understood as something that can be stimulated, as with programs for people with Alzheimer's and dementia, or drawn out as a way of depicting the past or working through past trauma. Memory work, however, is more active and promotes the organizing of events and experiences of the past and makes possible a reckoning with the anxieties, hopes, and preoccupations of the present and for the future. In other words, active memory work reveals the values of a community. Slide, please. This slide shows two color photographs taken inside the Secrets of Radar Museum. At top, veteran Roy Taylor is holding a document while giving a tour to visitors. Below is a photo of an elderly man showing a photograph to a middle-aged woman and a young woman. While Silverman demonstrates how museums foster fulfillment of identity needs through 5 key opportunities: 1, group affiliation and membership; 2, role enactment; 3, personal meaning making; 4, storytelling; 5, exhibit making, what she does not demonstrate is the relationship between these opportunities and memory work. Group affiliation and membership is fostered through artifacts that communicate shared meanings among group members and present identity resources, such as group histories, norms, beliefs, and customs, which are all rooted in memory. In this case, the group affiliation is that of Second World War radar veterans, and their resources are the objects, routines, and narratives shared at the museum. Role enactment is provided through recognizable distinct relationships or social positions with culturally determined expectations and behaviors. In particular, it facilitates knowledge sharing that can affirm friendship or can reinforce one standing within a group, for instance, as an expert. Museum artifacts may become triggers that enable people to share memories of their past or their knowledge. Museums foster the role enactment needs of people through role development and valorization, which contribute to the development of self-esteem and empowerment through activities that are respected rather than under or devalued. At SORM, an elderly veteran visitor with their family becomes an expert as they see a piece of electronics test equipment and explain what it was used for. Or a group of veterans working together to return a large military radio transceiver and oscilloscope to operation take on roles based on their professional expertise and physical abilities. In addition to group affiliation and social roles, identity provides one sense of uniqueness in relation to other people, the self's distinct personality with its special mix of idiosyncrasies. Ideally, through interaction with museum objects and narratives, people are able to express that individuality through personal meaning making as they form opinions, express feelings, and remember. Personal meaning making, Silverman argues, is often expressed in narrative form, tying it to opportunities for storytelling. Like reminiscing is typically a social activity. The final opportunity for fulfillment is exhibit making. Museums can provide a unique opportunity for individuals and groups to contribute to or participate in exhibition creation. Silverman believes that while storytelling and self-expression are beneficial in their own right, research indicates that sharing one's personal meanings, stories, artifacts, and creations through museum exhibits can build confidence and self-esteem. At SORM, all of the original exhibition spaces were designed and built by the veterans themselves, and they occasionally roped in their grandchildren. These may be achieved through learning new skills, for instance, planning, design, and construction of exhibit, or by seeing their contributions displayed and valued. Where they couldn't actually physically build the exhibits, they frequently took on guiding roles to have others build it to their specifications. Slide, please. SORM began life organically, evolving into a dynamic museum that was adapted to and by the needs of its community. It depicts a collective memory pieced together through active memory work, at both the personal and, importantly, the social level. As much as SORM represents the veterans group history, it also represents its community's practice and evolution as participants in a process of memory work. SORM provided a site where veterans were able to engage in individual and group meaning making through personal reflection, reminiscence, discussion, and engaging in collective pursuits and knowledges in order to reveal their previously secret wartime activities. Thank you so much for your interest in memory work. And now I'd like to welcome Megan Hull to speak.
Thank you so much, Maya. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, okay. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us so late in the day on a Friday for our panel. My name is Megan Hull, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm also a middle-aged white woman with brown eyes and dark short hair, and I'm wearing glasses and a yellow shirt. I'm sitting here in my home office. I'm a PhD candidate with the Faculty of Information, like the rest of my colleagues here, at the University of Toronto in Ontario, Canada, and my research focuses on small local museums and their communities. Today, my colleagues and I are talking about the memory work that takes place in the museums that are the focus of our research. We each recognize that memory work can be understood in a variety of ways, such as the physical acts of remembering that happen when people are in museums, but also as the labor that happens in museums that make the remembering possible. In the case of my own research, the work that happened to build the museum is inseparable from the memories that the museum contains. They are part of the same history. Slide, Haley. So this is a photograph of my research site, the Sooke Region Museum in Sooke, which is on the unceded territory of the Sauk Nation on Vancouver Island in British Columbia, Canada. The Sooke Region Museum is a small building that was constructed of logs in the 1970s. And this photograph is of the front of the building, and the logs have weathered in the 40-odd years since it was built. In the background of the photograph are tall trees, and these trees shade the grounds of the museum and create a cool environment reminiscent of walking through forests in the area. The museum itself contains an eclectic mixed bag of artifacts that represent the local history of mining, fishing, logging, and farming that made Sooke an important part of the colonial history of the West Coast. One of the purposes of this symposium is to recognize the pressures that the pandemic has placed on students and early career professionals. And like so many others, I've had to change my research plans in the face of COVID-19 guidelines. I was in the second year of my PhD in March 2020 and planned on visiting the Sooke Region Museum in 2021 in my third year. Originally, I intended to spend time at the museum itself, volunteering, shadowing staff, and doing interviews in person. And these plans were largely curtailed by the pandemic protocols of my university, and much of my research has now taken place over Zoom. But the small size of this museum means that there is archival material that is only accessible in person, and access to those archives is essential to my research. It was not until February of this year that I managed a short site visit to the Sooke Museum, but university guidelines impacted what I was allowed to do while I was at the museum. I did get to spend time with 2 scrapbooks that were put together and chronicled the history of how the museum was built. Next slide, Haley. This slide is a photograph of the first volume of the scrapbook. Volume 1 is green while volume 2 is red, and they both contain newspaper clippings and photographs of the building of the museum. The clippings begin in 1974, which is the same year that I was born in Sooke, and most of the people named in the clippings are people that were friends of my family or are family members, and their last names are ones that were called along mine in classrooms all through my school years. Spending time with these scrapbooks was a reminder of the close connection I feel for my research site. In other words, my work has so much to do with my own personal memories of place. The title for our panel is circuitous. The memory is the work, and the work is the memory, and not by accident. Each of us on this panel recognizes the connection between memory and work in museums. My recent work with the scrapbooks has crystallized this connection for me, and today I want to use the work that Sooke residents were doing in the 1970s as a lens through which to consider the role that local museums play in their communities. Next slide, Haley. In 1974, some Sooke residents got together and began discussions for the building of a museum. Many of these folks were already volunteering for the Sooke Lions Club, and in order to focus their efforts, they created the Sooke Region Historical Society. The first president was Ken Shepard, and he was joined by other community members in the search for a suitable location, funding, artifacts, and other support. In this slide, I've put together just a few of the early newspaper articles I've been working with as examples of the work that community members were undertaking to record their memories. The headlines in the Sooke Near, the local paper, represent a timeline of the enormous effort put forth by volunteers, applying to the provincial government for land, attending seminars, clearing the building site that was finally settled on, submitting grant applications, holding competitions and raffles, or collecting and storing artifacts. The first obstacle that the Souk Region Historical Society faced was choosing a location for the museum. It was important to the society that the location be historically important to the region, and the first place they settled on was Woodside Farm. In the end, the society could not raise the money necessary to secure the 100-acre beachfront Woodside Farm, and instead the museum was erected on land donated by the Souk Community Association that was originally farmland as well. As the project moved forward, the society received donations of logs and materials from local mills, artifacts from community members, and untold hours of both machine and human labor. The Souk Lions Club and Souk Region Historical Society conceived of the museum and garnered the support and resources to build it in a short, intense time frame, and the museum opened its doors in 1977. I am fascinated with the story these newspaper clippings tell, of community members coming together to do something that they believed was important, working together as volunteers to create a place that has preserved both settler and Indigenous history. I am moved by the dedication and perseverance that these scrapbooks record. The story of how this museum came to be isn't necessarily unique. There are many local museums built by many small towns. With my research, I want to understand what role these museums play in their communities and how that role shifts as the communities they're in undergo changes in their populations, economies, and cultures. Slide, Haley, please. The work of sociologist Amitai Etzioni has helped me think about the Souk Region Museum as a centripetal force in the Souk community. This slide is a quote from Etzioni's 1995 presidential address titled The Responsive Community. In this address, Etzioni ponders the symbiotic relationship between centrifugal forces and centripetal forces in communities. Centrifugal forces are those directed outwards from the center, which Etzioni recognizes as the forces of individualization, and centripetal forces that pull inwards towards the center. Of them, Etzioni wrote that they seek to pull in members' commitments, energies, time, and resources for what the community as a collectivity endorses as its notion of the common good. And one of the questions at the heart of my research is what makes the Souk Region Museum work. Since it opened its doors in 1977, this small museum has garnered a phenomenal amount of support. Not only was it built almost entirely on community donations and community labor, it was run entirely by volunteers for decades, most notably by local historian Alida Piers, who was the director of the museum until 1991 in an entirely unpaid position. In 2008, a local referendum received 83% approval to allocate a percentage of local property taxes to financially support the museum, giving the museum a budget that they could operate on. Even today, when the town of Souk is no longer a hub of fishing or logging, the museum continues to be a vibrant and meaningful part of the community and seems to have no problem pulling in volunteers who work at cataloging new artifacts and maintaining the collections. In Etzioni's words, the Souk Region Museum has been successful at making itself a centripetal force within the Souk community. It pulls in people's energy, their time, and even their taxes. I acknowledge that the term community is one that has many connotations, and not all of them are positive. Communities almost always include some people while excluding others. They are hard to define, difficult to maintain, and yet many of us still yearn to be part of one. Etzioni writes that community requires a commitment to a shared set of values, norms, and meanings, and a shared history and identity. In short, a shared culture. Perhaps it is the notion of sharing something, anything, that can make community so attractive. Next slide, Haley. So this is my final slide. It is a black and white photograph of two people in the process of loading artifacts into a truck in order to move them to their final location at the museum. I understand the memory work in the Souk Region Museum to be as circuitous as the title for this panel. The past was a powerful motivator for the people of Souk. The history of the area, both Indigenous and settler, was important enough to the people of Souk that they came together to build this museum to place their memories in. But as one of my informants said to me of the museum, building the museum was the easy part, maintaining it is something else altogether. Without the ability to pull in volunteers, funding, and public interest, without the ability to work as a centripetal force in the Souk community, the Souk Region Museum could not have continued to maintain its buildings, its collections, and continue to grow. There is an awareness among the people working with the museum that in the face of a changing community, the museum must find ways to stay relevant. Souk has seen unprecedented population growth in the last 20 years as it has become a bedroom community for the nearby city of Victoria, the capital of British Columbia. The town I grew up in of 4,000 people, where we knew almost everyone or recognized your last name, has been engulfed by developments that now house more than 20,000 people. In order to hold together as a community, Souk must find a common thread, Etsionie's shared history and identity. And the people I have interviewed understand that the museum has a role to play in this. Programming and outreach at the museum, like workshops, school trips, and even online events during the pandemic, have been successful recent efforts in this. In conclusion, memory work in local museums brings together communities through changing circumstances and reminds people of what they share. The Souk Region Museum is an important example of a local museum that was successfully built by its community, and in turn has played an important role in creating cohesiveness in that community through the years. The memory is the work is the memory. Thanks so much. And I will introduce Bradley as the next part of this panel.
Thanks so much, Megan. So thank you to the audience who's stayed till the end here, to the organizers and my fellow panelists. I'm excited to be part of this discussion. My name's Bradley Clements. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a white Canadian settler of English and Scottish descent, raised on Lekwungen territory. I'm currently situated on territories of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee, shared through treaty with each other, with diverse other than human nations, with other Indigenous nations, and with more recently arrived peoples and nations from around the world. As a visual description of my video, if it's hard to see, I'm a skinny white guy with a dark beard, mustache, and hair, round wire glasses, and a dark colored shirt. I'm calling from my bedroom, which has the requisite bookshelves, and most notably, a marvelous woodblock print by the great colloquiate artist Marika George, which shows a two-spirit Indigenous youth holding a drum with images of whaling. For my contribution to the discussion of how the memory is the work and the work is the memory, I'm thinking about how remembering our historical relationships requires the work of living up to those relationships. I will think about how this might apply in relation to gifts and records, which are often one and the same, given between colonial and Indigenous treaty partners in the Great Lakes region, many of which are now found in non-Indigenous museum collections. The history that I'll be focusing on today is from the last half of the 18th century and the first half of the 19th. Although dynamics are different before and after this period, we may ask similar questions from throughout history and through the present. What I'm presenting are some of the very first ideas in my doctoral research, which I'll be beginning shortly. As such, I have more hunches and questions than answers so far, and I'm interested in your input. Next slide, please. I'll begin with 3 brief vignettes from Great Lakes history. My analysis is informed by Great Lakes Indigenous legal scholars. In particular, I benefit from Heidi Kiwatinipinisic Stark and John Kigadance Burroughs' methodologies of understanding stories as law, and their cases for responsibility-focused understanding of Anishinaabe and associated international treaty law. I'm particularly influenced by an Anishinaabe Kwe historian, Carrie Miller's explanation that, quote, by accepting gifts, whether as a leader receiving gifts from another polity or as an individual getting gifts from the leaders they supported, a recipient acquiesced to the political messages and agreements that accompanied them. Similarly, a rejection of gifts demonstrated rejection of the messages proposed at their distribution. Accepted gifts became physical reminders of the alliance itself, and recipients symbolically used them to show satisfaction or discontent with the results of current agreements, and on occasion, the need to renegotiate them. End quote. Next slide, please. Let's begin with the months leading up to the gathering of thousands of people and dozens of nations at Niagara, where the most significant British Indigenous alliance in North America was negotiated in 1764. Indigenous ambassadors, as they accurately called themselves, took the invitation to this gathering throughout the Great Lakes region and beyond, carrying messages in their minds, in strings and belts of wampum beads, and in printed copies of King George III's Royal Proclamation of 1763. The work of running and paddling many marathons was thus part of the physical work that accompanied the mental work of remembering and conveying messages. But this is only the beginning. Following what Burroughs recounts as the ratification of the Royal Proclamation into the Treaty of Niagara, Indigenous parties, quote, preserved a copy of it to the present time and have referred to it on several occasions in their representations to the government, according to colonial commissioners in 1847, over 80 years later. Likewise, Lieutenant Governor Sir Francis Bondhead noted in 1836 the oral accounts of the Treaty of Niagara, shared through the use of wampum belts by Ogama-Siganoa and others at Manitowoc, were, quote, one of the strongest moral securities on earth. In fact, he had not read the corroborating written minutes in the papers of Sir William Johnson, so Bond had falsely presumed that, quote, on our part, little or nothing documentary exists. The work of remembering and enacting the Treaty of Niagara thus includes regular oration and the challenges of physical preservation that museum workers have some familiarity with. But it also included advocacy and petitioning the government, which could include journeys to the capitals of Upper Canada and the British Empire. It included the gendered labor of producing massive feasts and mounds of beautifully made gifts for diplomats and international conventions. And it may have included the production of wallets like the one pictured here, which settler Canadian historian Heidi Boecker speculates was made to hold a paper document. This case was likely made in the 1700s, so probably wasn't made to hold the early 1700s, so probably wasn't made to hold the Royal Proclamation, but it may have been made to hold something similar. Although the wallet may have been made to hold a document pertaining to relationships between Anishinaabe and colonial nations, it also harkens to the prior Anishinaabe relationships with birch trees, porcupines, thunderbirds, underwater panthers, and other multi-species international relationships. Next slide, please. Many of us have experienced the sense of privilege in going to an exhibition and having, quote, an opportunity to fully satisfy my curiosity in seeing everything with a degree of tenderness and respect. These were the words of Lieutenant Joseph Bloomfield of the American Revolutionary Forces in 1776, when he inventoried the conquered Johnson Hall, home and museum of the late British Superintendent of Indian Affairs, who had convened the gathering at Niagara. The collection at Johnson Hall has been called a wonder of the colonial world, and was predominantly made up of pipes and wampum belts deposited there for preservation by Indigenous leaders and diplomats. As one Cherokee later said upon giving Johnson a calumet, quote, we beg you to keep it in remembrance of our nation at this council fire of all Indians in the English interest. But it was not just a passive request for preservation, storage, and display. The leader also urged Johnson to, quote, light the pipe whenever you meet upon public affairs. Johnson promised to do both. However, unlike the records of British alliance among the Anishinaabe referenced above, the sacred calumets and wampum belts that were deposited at Johnson Hall as a diplomatic convention center were dispersed within 2 years of Johnson's death. They were sold by the new American government along with other British loyalist belongings, scattered untraceably into private collections and likely thence into museums. Next slide, please. Ceremonial treaty gifts were not just intended to preserve memory of relationships, they also remained active in renegotiating and renewing dynamic and too often eroding international relationships. This was evident when, in 1832, Ogima Ashibagi-Konze summoned the American Indian agent Henry Rowe Schoolcraft. On his table, Ashibagi-Konze laid out the treaty gifts that the Americans had given his nation: treaty medals, tomahawks, flags, and more, all splashed with red pigment. Schoolcraft recorded how Ashibagi-Konze lambasted him for the Americans' failure to uphold the terms of their treaty, which was about 7 years old at that point. Quote, "He then lifted up 4 silver medals attached by a string of wampum and smeared with vermilion. 'Take notice,' he said. 'They are bloody. I wish you to wipe off the blood.'" This dramatic display was curated to refresh the Americans' memory of their treaty commitments, which would in turn require them taking tangible and significant action to live up to those commitments. The request to wipe off the blood might literally refer to what museum workers call restorative conservation, but at the time it was a vital call to do the political, metaphorical work of treaty restorative conservation. Schoolcraft did not do this work. He left town the same night. Next slide, please. What I'm interested in here is not a revitalization of Indigenous culture, which has been suppressed by colonialism. Instead, I'm suggesting that non-Indigenous museums need to revitalize the work of reminding and living the treaty commitments of the nations they represent. I believe that the diplomatic items in collections compel museums to do this as a core part of a museology which seeks to be decolonizing, indigenizing, or reconciliatory. The rise of museums as widespread anthropological institutions and the colonial subversion of treaty relationships are two sides of the same coin. Materials from sites of international diplomacy for active use in forming and renewing treaties were transported to colonial museums. This change in location was emblematic of an attempt, conscious or not, to transform political agents and records of international law into anthropological curiosities. The collaborative turn vitally recognizes the fact that the items called anthropological artifacts often remain incredibly important to living Indigenous peoples. In some cases, the next step may be to recognize that there is nothing new about the contact zone around Indigenous diplomatic beings and belongings. Instead, I suggest that the museum field prepare for the work not only of reckoning with the museological complicity in colonial treaty transgression, but also to recognize the responsibilities embodied in the materials in these collections. These items call for us as treaty partners to step up to sorts of political work that museums have tended to shy from. This work cannot be done without reciprocated Indigenous leadership and collaboration. This is true for many reasons, not least of which is the fact that most settlers have been allowed by memory institutions to forget how to do treaty work in a good way. However, these responsibilities fall on all treaty peoples. As the stories in my presentation exemplify, the labor of remembering and enacting treaties has fallen on Indigenous allies, while colonial treaty partners have repeatedly failed to do this work. As with much heritage work, the labor of remembering and upholding treaties has been racialized and gendered in ways that have served to entrench colonial white supremacist patriarchal oppression. Part of the work of undoing the resulting reality and constructing a new one is for non-Indigenous heritage institutions to start equitably doing and supporting the inextricable work of remembering and living up to treaty responsibilities. As my colleagues have shown, if museum work is to be done in a good way, museum workers must be supported, be they volunteers, contractors, interns, or staff. Part of the reason this is needed, beyond the well-being of colleagues and institutions, is that we have incredibly important, difficult work to do. The relationships stewarded in collections are among those at the foundations of colonial oppression, but I sense they also have the potential to be the foundations of just inter-societal relationships if the work of memory is done well. Thank you. Miigwech, Niawa.
All right, we've got about exactly half an hour for questions. So let's see. It doesn't seem like anything has been shared in the Q&A. Feel free to pop questions or thoughts in the chat or great. Take a minute to type out your questions. Perhaps I could make an observation in the meantime to fill the space. I'm struck, you know, I'm familiar with all of your work, obviously, but when we talk together like this, it strikes me how much we're speaking across a range of scales. And I think that that's quite interesting, that a lot of these same questions of relationships and work and interpersonal relationships are operational at sort of any scale when we think about museum work, and any scale of museum as well. And so that was something that I was picking up on as you all were speaking. So if anybody has any thoughts about scale, please share.
Well, one thing that comes to mind when you say that is something that I'm trying to figure out in my own research around the sorts of museums that I'm interested in, because there's an immediate association with national museums and archives. But part of what I've been taught by Anishinaabe theorists is understandings of nation, which are not just the formal representative body of that nation, as Carrie Miller discusses in the quote that I had up there. So I think it's a good reminder to be thinking from the sorts of museums that Megan and Maya are looking at, started by individual small groups of people all the way up to state mandated institutions. So I think it's an interesting observation.
Okay, so Kara has popped a question in the Q&A. For Megan and Maya, what is it to think, quote, anthropologically, if you take up that term, to history museums? What is the value of anthropological thinking beyond the ethnographic? Or conversely, what should museum anthropology be paying attention to from museology or from community museums?
I'm going to let you start. I mean, I don't think anthropologically anymore, and haven't for many years. So I need a moment to digest the question.
Oh, Kara. What should museum anthropology be paying attention to from community museums? I think is probably something that Maya and I would find easier to, or an easier way to phrase that question for us. You know, I like looking at lenses when I do, like looking through lenses when I do research, and I think that community museums are such great lenses because they are on a small scale. And so, you know, the work that's being done in them is more visible, and maybe the impact that they have on their communities is more measurable. Although, unfortunately, that research is often not actually done, because it's only the big national museums that have the funding for things like visitor studies. So there's a start to that answer. Take it away, Maya.
Oh, great. Look at us both struggle. I mean, the small museums are left out of the conversation pretty much across the board. You know, when surveys are carried out and people are asked about museums and their feelings about the worth of museums, etc. I mean, generally speaking, I think that the people who answer are thinking of larger national or, you know, higher budget museums, and they aren't thinking about museums. Like, even if you were to ask the question in Souk, people probably would think about, you know, the Royal British Columbia or something like that, you know. So, I mean, there are a lot of different ways to look at small museums. In planning my dissertation, I wrestled with how I wanted to explore it. You know, I was personally involved and am still involved with the Secrets of Radar Museum as a board member, but I was its curator for 7.5 years. And, you know, I didn't want to do an ethnography. And I also didn't want to do a maybe a more traditional, you know, exploration of the site. So I am looking at the museum through a community of practice, I guess, and that community is a very, very specific group. And while, you know, it's largely dominated by middle-class white guys, there's a lot of diversity within that, and they're not all middle class, and they're not even all white, and they're not all educated, but they all became experts within their field and then transferred that expertise into the creation of a museum. The museum itself very much reflects the community's practice. And even so much as, while they were so under secrecy for 50 years, this community, many of them had radio licenses and workshops in their backyards and attics and basements, where they chain smoked and played with electronics. And they, at the time that they were building the museum, constructing the museum, they were moving out of their homes into assisted living and downsizing and what have you. And so it became a new location for them to carry on that work, minus the chain smoking. I think, you know, I don't think in terms of anthropology. That was a long, long time ago. But I do think some holdovers, community and practice and interaction and social cohesion, still play a really important role in my research. And that, I think that it's important to look at museums from the perspective of the people that are inside them, because very often they're not. You know, a lot of museum work doesn't look at the people that are actually bringing the museum together. And I'm done.
Thanks, Maya and Megan. The next question in the Q&A is from an anonymous attendee. Bradley is in response to your recent comment about museum leadership. Are there differences in organizational size and social justice concerns? Yep.
Yeah, I don't have that information that I could really comment on it accurately. That is going to be something interesting to look at as I go into my research. I'm actually curious if Haley might have any insights on that. thinking as you do about the role of labor in that sort of work. I think it is interesting to think about in terms of leadership and organizational structure, as the question puts it. But I'm hesitant to speculate on it. Oh, Megan.
Yeah, I mean, like in terms of the organizational size and social justice concerns, I don't know, maybe this question wasn't for all of us, but you know, the thing about small museum, you come to small museums, is that sometimes there's just not the resources to be concerned with things. And even though people know they need to be concerned with them, they just don't have the time or the funding to know even to know where to start. But maybe that question wasn't for me. But there's, I mean, when there's, one curator who's sort of part-time trying to deal with the whole museum, it's hard for them to address even the things that they really know need to be addressed.
Just because you tagged me in, Bradley, I'll say something quickly. If I'm interpreting the question correctly, maybe this is one interpretation of the question, but does size of the institution influence maybe prioritizing social justice concerns, or what social justice concerns get prioritized in doing the work? Like Megan was just saying, absolutely. I think when we're talking about size and social justice work and ethically oriented work, actually many small museums are doing that work already, maybe better than some large institutions, and actually size tends to be a complicating factor. More resources does not necessarily mean better, more thoughtful, more careful, more ethical work. And I think something that we experience a lot in this field is that the precedents, the stories, the protocols, the best practices for how to do this work are born at large institutions, and we don't often see that translated to a small context. So what social justice work in museums comes to be, or what we come to see it as, is a very particular thing. It's very specific to these larger contexts. And so maybe this goes back to Kara's question of thinking anthropologically about sort of how we value different practices and the meaning that we give to different ways of working and ways of relating to one another. We can look at small museums and sort of think from outside the center and sort of subvert this periphery center model of doing ethical museum work, right? Okay, that wasn't a question for me either, so I'm done.
Sorry, I lost my internet connection for a second there, but I did want to make one more comment, which is that scale is certainly relevant, but I don't think it's the only parameter that's important to look at here. I mean, I think something that's important to look at is the mandate of the institution, why it began, who runs it. I mean, places like the Woodland Cultural Center, Zibuang are small institutions, but they absolutely address these things. And as was mentioned in the previous panel, thinking about kind of the politics and the economics that situate these institutions are really important. So something that I'm hoping to do is to, and something that other scholars such as our colleague Camille Mary Sharp have looked at, are where sponsorship money comes from, who sits on boards, those sorts of politics, and what sort of national and international relationships are embodied in those. And so, those come with resources that allow us to engage in some of these sorts of things on one level in more ethical ways. It also complicates the sorts of relationships that we're implicated in. So part of what I'm interested in is how how do institutions live up to treaty relationships at all levels of operations, not just when it comes to, say, our educational mandates, but also our operational mandates. Anyway, I think I don't want to take us too close to time because there's some more questions.
We've got plenty of time, but thank you. Okay, so Inge asks in the Q&A, first a comment, I really liked your presentations. Thanks for sharing your work. Inge is also interested in and studying museum work and practitioners and is figuring out how to use memory work. So the question is, and this is for everyone, does anyone of you deal with ideas of amateur versus professional in your museums? How do ideas about these terms linger in your museums and or into the scholarly context you engage with? I can answer this one first. So I absolutely engage with this idea of amateur versus professional in my work, and it's something that I intend to focus on much more closely going forward, because a lot of, I mean, it's really interesting to think about the sort of pipeline that many folks, but certainly not all, are on when they move from schooling to a job in, especially a large institution. We have this sort of scholarly and professional cycle in North America where folks go get their master's degree in museum studies and seek out a job in a museum, right? And something that doesn't often, and in my experience, doesn't get discussed in these sort of the scholarly aspect of museum work and museum studies is the reality of actually getting a job and doing the work in a climate that is that full-time salaried positions are sparse, that contract positions predominate. And a lot of these contract positions, particularly when we think about digital work, are asking for very specific specialized skills. So so experience taking photography and doing very high resolution photography on digital projects, data management, software management, coding, development, these kinds of things, because these are the skills that it takes to do these very complicated digital projects, right? And these are not what we think of as traditionally museological skills, even though they are more increasingly skills one needs to work in a museum. And I think of my own experience too, where when I first got into digital museum work, I learned most of what I learned on the job. So you could have perhaps at one point labeled me as an amateur sort of digital heritage specialist. But now I think that, you know, I've become more professionalized through practice. But these boundaries are quite blurred in all of in the journeys that people take from sort of building up a professionalized museological practice and then actually working in museums where these skills are not professionalized in the same way. Okay, would anyone else like to address this question?
And so that's a great question about amateur versus professional. And initially when I was planning my institutional history, I was planning to spend a lot more time concentrating on the professionalization that occurred within the museum, because the museum, the Secrets of Radar Museum, was not it was not developed by professionals. I mean, they were professionals, but not museum professionals. There are artifacts that are laminated from their early days, like just not professional, but very well-meaning, and they learned and they got better, and they also recognized that that they needed a little bit of assistance from someone who understood museums in order to keep the museum going when they were no longer as involved. So initially I had planned to look more deeply at the professionalization and how it evolved, but for me, I'm much more interested in the history of the veterans and how they and how they came together to do the memory work and the social work of creating a museum and what that museum represented to them. I'm less interested in how the didactics went from laminated photographs to, professionally produced, graphically interesting boards on the wall. But the dynamic, there is a dynamic in the history of the museum, especially in the early days, where one of the first people they employed had, I think, wanted to tackle the professionalization too quickly for some of the veterans who felt that it was a personal slight, that the work that they did wasn't good enough. And so there is a tension there for sure. And I might return to it when the dissertation is done. I don't think it will, it's not going to have a chapter, but I'm sure there will be some moments of reflection related to it in my work. And like I said, I may return to it because I do actually think it's quite interesting. But in many ways, some of the work that they were doing was extremely professional. They handled their memory work, how they gathered the memory to produce their publications and museum materials is actually quite professional. I think the idea of professional and amateur is less important for the secrets of radar than expertise and knowledges.
Megan or Bradley, did you want to say anything about this question?
No, just to say that I think it goes, in the museum that I'm studying, I could sort of head back to Kara's first question and say there's just this knowledge that they're doing the best that they can, and that some of their practices aren't best practices and wouldn't be acceptable in a larger museum context, but they're still doing the best they can. For example, they have an outdoor pavilion that is, essentially open to the elements, and they have a lot of artifacts stored in there that are, equipment type of things or old cars or what have you, and they know that they should be stored, in an outbuilding of some kind, and they just don't have the funding for that. So, people talk about what they can and can't sort of manage to do, always with this knowledge that there is a set of best practices out there and they're just not working in them.
I don't have a great sense of this question in relation to the research that I was outlining, but it does make me think about my master's research in collaboration with the survivors of the Alberni Residential School and the Canadian Museum of History, where, when I was visiting with the survivors and asking them about their experiences at the museum, who they thought of as the museum wasn't just the curators, who are the quote unquote professionals. It was the security guards, the film crews who filmed their interviews, everybody, the people at the ticket counter, all of those people represent the museum. So for those of us who are going on to, as museum anthropologists, who are maybe going on to be curators or collections managers or other forms of what are usually thought of as museum professionals, I think that those collaborative engagements really show the importance of all museum workers, regardless of how professional they might be seen to be, because when it comes to collaborative engagements, all of them are the face of the institution. And the institution needs to, I think it would be helpful for museums to invest in those people as well, because their relationships also matter.
Thanks, Bradley. Inge then also asks to you and I, Bradley, if we could share our planned methods for data collection. So take it away.
Yeah, so there's a few phases in what I'm planning to do. The first is to talk to treaty experts. Well, I'm thinking of it more as a knowledge review of Great Lakes treaties in relation to material culture. So that's going to involve reading and listening to as much literature as I can that's already out there, and then also talking to experts whose perspectives I think are important that might not be in the published record. The second phase is kind of an institutional review of a landscape range of museums around that house Great Lakes collections in Canada and the United States. So that'll include looking at online databases, websites, annual reports, and those sorts of documents, as well as interviewing a range of museum workers who might have experiences and perspectives on the questions. And then ideally going into a select list of collections to spend time with the actual treaty materials themselves. So that's what I'm hoping to do. All of the interview and that stuff being virtual due to COVID, as Megan was saying, and then hoping to get into collections later on when hopefully that will be feasible.
My methods are sort of two parts as well. The first is I'm going to be doing hopefully quite a few interviews. The first chunk will be with museum workers working on digital projects and just chatting with them about their experiences, contingent workers, or who have at some point in the past been contingent workers, if they are not now. And then also interviews with full-time staff of museums who occupy positions of authority and decision-making over digital project management. And those positions tend to take a range of titles and also include other responsibilities to sort of learn more about how that work gets organized and made meaningful in the context of their museums. And then I'm also going to be doing some document analysis of publicly available sort of digital strategy documents and grant applications and grant reporting materials to sort of look across a range of scales from kind of the worker up to funding bodies to think about how digital memory work is structured and carried out and sort of how it affects entities from the level of the worker up through sort of the top tier of kind of institutional operations. Okay, we have 2 more minutes. Bradley, I'm going to toss this last question in the Q&A at you and we'll see how we can do on time. Okay, so Mia says, this is in reference to your point about focusing on museums' responsibilities for representing various groups. Museums are primarily responsible for creating the image of how the general public views Indigenous people or any other group they display and represent. Can you speak more about this topic, how museums can shift the representation of Indigenous people, I think?
So really important point. But what I'm focusing on is really not so much on representation as, so I think that the way that happens, as many museum scholars are addressing since the collaborative turn, is through collaboration. What I'm looking at is more of one level above that, which is how do we conceptualize collaboration? How do we conceptualize those relationships between institutions and nations? In terms of representation, I'm almost more concerned about how we represent our colonial nations, which I think is where we really need to be thinking more about. And I'm just grateful that the great scholars who are working on the question you do ask are doing that work. I'll have to cut it off there. Thanks.
So I just wanted to thank this panel for this wonderful presentation and for all of you for sticking it out through the day. We made it. So thank you everyone for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. The first panel starts at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. That's 10:30 Mountain time, 11:30 Central time, and 12:30 Eastern. And for the rest of you that are in the other time zones, I'm sorry, you will have to figure that out on your own. But thank you so much. There have been so many wonderful presentations today, and I don't know about you, but I have learned so much and have a lot to think about this evening. So we'll see you tomorrow and have a good evening. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CMA Symposium on our second day on Saturday. This is our fourth session, and we're going to go ahead and get right started. My name is Krystiana. I am a white woman with long brown hair, pale complexion. I'm wearing a maroon shirt, and I've got a blurred out background today. Just as a reminder to our audience, questions will be held until the end of our presentations, but you can drop questions in the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom control panel at any time. Also, as a reminder, these sessions are being recorded, and the recordings will be available on SAR's YouTube page after the session and after the symposium finishes. As a reminder to our speakers in this session, please remember to give your visual description and to speak slowly. But we are going to go ahead and get things started with Mathias Hartmann. So Mathias, I'm going to hand things over to you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to share my screen. Well, thanks a lot for having me and allowing me to present some ideas for my PhD project in the form of this presentation titled The Digital Latin American Museum on Problems, Criticism and Perspectives of Museum Anthropology, and thank you for your participation. Here you can see my content. After an introduction, I'm talking about the topic and the idea, the concept, transparency and participation, research and teaching, and concluding remarks. My name is Mathias Hartmann. I'm a German ethnologist and historian and currently a PhD student at the University of Frankfurt. The topic of my dissertation is the Digital Latin American Museum as Ethnology 2.0, Potentials of Digital Educational Possibilities, Ethnography and Provenance. Since December 2021, I've also been one of the speakers in the PhD Students' Covenant and the Faculty of Philosophy and History. I am a white man with brown hair and wearing glasses and actually a white t-shirt. Today, I am not talking about visitor numbers and classical museum work. The subject of provenance is dealt with in my dissertation, but will be left aside here. Against this, however, I will talk about a digital concept and modern strategies that differ from the usual digitalization strategies. In the context of the Digital Latin American Museum, I will also address potential deficits of today's digital strategies of museums. Part 2, topic and idea. Since my regional focus is Latin America, the thematic orientation was quickly clear. The Digital Museum is intended to present parts of Latin American realities and to encourage exchange and discussion. The idea for a digital platform focused on Latin America was started a few years ago. I realized that this platform should be a museum when I recognized that there are rarely digital concepts for museums. I also recognized that the digital museum work mostly is the web presence and the exhibits digitalization. Often you are clicking through the rooms of a museum until you reach exhibits about which you finally receive information in various forms, with the text, audio, and photos. First, I should note how I define the region of Latin America. Namely, Latin America includes South America, Central America, and parts of North America, in addition to the land masses. In North America, I include parts of the United States of America as well as Mexico. After the discovery of the Americas, large parts of what is now the southern United States were also conquered by the Spanish and shaped for a long time. This means that, as in the other parts of Latin America, the indigenous population also went through the experience of the conquista. And even today, the language and culture play an important informative role. In addition, in the Pacific region, there's Easter Island as a special case, as it belongs to Chile, and other islands and the Caribbean. The latter is often mentioned together with Latin America, but is excluded from the region. However, since the Caribbean is named together with Latin America anyway, and since there are also great cultural similarities, I also define the Caribbean and the Spanish-influenced parts of the United States as parts of Latin America. It is important to note that the region of Latin America is to be understood as a cultural region and should not be defined statically according to purely geographical criteria, especially since the region has changed considerably over time according to geographical criteria. I've had the idea of establishing a digital platform for Latin America for a long time. Although I have never worked in a museum before, it finally became clear that this platform had to become a museum. Through exchanges with colleagues from the museum sector, this field not only became more and more interesting to me, but also seemed the most suitable. After all, a museum should not only be a place for exhibiting and imparting knowledge, but also for exchange, discussion, and forming knowledge. These are also the goals I would like to achieve with the Latin America platform. In local German museums, however, I found that these remain behind the possibilities. In concrete terms, this means that modern technologies are used inadequately and often no real digital strategies are discernible. Digital strategies are often limited to the internet presence, for example, homepage and social media. Furthermore, the exhibition spaces can often be found as digitalization. However, in my opinion, this is exactly problematic because you often click through the digitalization of the museum until you reach the exhibits. The image quality up to the exhibit, for example, ceilings, walls, and corridors, usually leaves much to be desired and is also unnecessary for a digital museum visit, as the aura of the original, the place, and the architecture is missing anyway. Moreover, it takes a lot of time and many clicks to reach the exhibit. Among other things, I hope to close these deficits through my project and to provide creative food for thought for digital museum work behind digitalization. Part 3, the concept. The Digital Latin America Museum consists primarily of the museum rooms. In addition, there's a media library for downloading the accompanying material in open access and a platform for digital event formats. In this way, it will attempt to present a part of Latin American realities. The museum rooms deal with the following themes: natural space, Latin America, history of Latin America, indigeneity in Latin America, identity and migration, city and country, culinary Latin America, knowledge, research and innovation, and Latin America and the world, with special attention to relations with the United States of America, China, and Europe, especially with Germany. There will also be a space for special exhibitions where topics can be explored in depth and current developments can also be addressed. Here you can see 3 images with a PC screen, a tablet, and a smartphone, which can be used in the final museum for the introduction into the museum's concept. The digital museum will not work with haptic objects, but will instead mainly use graphic elements. Graphic short reports will be used to introduce the respective topics. Here you can see a graphic short report, which can be used as an introduction into the history of Latin America. You can see a map, a Mayan symbol, the Moai head, the Sun Gate in Tiwanaku, Bolivia, and an Aztec pyramid. This is just an example, the final graphic short report we will finally create. Here you can see other illustrations as examples for the specific museum rooms. For natural space Latin America, you can see a quinoa plant in the front and in the background, a field of quinoa plants. For history of Latin America, you can see one of the Nazca lines in Peru, the colibri. For indigeneity in Latin America, you can see a Bolivian bracero with coca leaves, confetti, carbon, and so on. For identity and migration, city and country, you can see the cable car in La Paz and the mountain Illimani. For culinary Latin America, you can see Argentinian mate. For knowledge, research, and innovation, you can see the preparation of terra preta. And finally, Latin America and the world. Here you can see two examples. In the first one, we can see lithium and the lithium battery in the front, and in the background, a landscape from the Salar de Uyuni in Bolivia, the greatest salt lake in the world where you can find a lot of lithium. And in the other example, you can see the gate from the Colonia Dignidad in Chile. The object presentation will mainly include illustrations with the help of which classical objects, but also landscapes, archaeological sites, etc. can be exhibited. Stylistically, these can be presented similar to museum objects, as in the first example, a Mexican feather crown, but can also be further contextualized. This includes, for example, the presentation of a dance costume during the dance, a final product with raw materials and intermediate products, as we have seen with Elysium, or political and historical contextualization. In the third one, you can see, for example, the US-Mexican border with the silhouette of Donald Trump as a political contextualization. In the middle, you can see a condor, and in the front and in the background, you can see a flying condor with an Andean landscape. Excuse me. The graphic, in addition to illustrations, GIFs or augmented reality can also be created if it makes sense and is justifiable with the involvement of the source communities. For example, a Bolivian brasero with augmented reality could be placed in front of one's own door to celebrate the Primer Viernes. The graphic elements are complemented by accompanying text and audio commentary in at least German and Spanish. Atmospheric sounds such as street noise or market hustle and bustle are intended to enhance the experience. Intangible cultural heritage could also be exhibited in audio format only, such as ritual chants or pieces of music. In the media library, the exhibition catalog is available as an ebook, the illustrations and also the audio commentaries as a podcast for download. In addition, teaching material for schools will be produced and made available together with European and Latin American experts. An annual museum journal will provide space for further topics and will be created through contributions from call for papers aimed in particular at students and young academics to give them space to publish. All documents in the media library are freely available and free of charge. As a digital platform, the museum can also be used to host digital lectures online and offline, and is also open to other institutions. Part 4, transparency and participation. In the realization of the museum, the highest value is placed on transparency and participation. This means that the source communities will be involved through exchange and observation, and that everyone is invited to contribute text for the catalog, object descriptions, podcasts, etc. The possibility of commenting also provides an opportunity for discussion and exchange. Part 5. Research and teaching. As an academic institution, the museum is not only committed to the highest academic standards. The digital concept and the possibility of the special exhibition and the museum journal offer diverse thematic and technical opportunities to participate and also become part of research and teaching. In the museum journal, for example, students' papers can be published after an editorial follow-up. Special exhibitions can also be conceived and realized within the framework of courses or research stays. Other formats such as posters, teaching materials, and podcasts can also be created and published. The aim here is that teaching staff and the student body can also realize projects together. Part 6, concluding remarks. The Digital Latin America Museum is not intended to reinvent the museum, but to open it accessible in a new way through modern possibilities. It offers diverse opportunities for participation and, as a purely digital museum, is fully available at any time if an interconnection and a terminal device are available. Through the consistently digital concept, I hope to break new creative ground together with classical museums and thus contribute to the modernization of the museum. This includes, above all, the sensible use of modern technologies such as AR and the targeted use of GIFs, audio, and social media, etc. Within the framework of the dissertation, further open questions will be discussed. For example, what about provenance research? How should intangible cultural heritage and local expert knowledge be dealt with? What are the limits of the digital concepts? So thank you for listening and looking forward to your suggestion and criticism.
Thank you, Mathias, for that presentation. As I mentioned at the beginning, you are welcome to put questions in the Q&A portion of Zoom, and we will get to those at the end of this panel. For now, we're going to switch things over to Krystiana Krupa. Krystiana, I invite you to unmute yourself, turn on your video, and share your presentation.
Thank you, Kristen. Let me go ahead and start sharing my screen here. Good morning or afternoon, depending on where you're joining us from this morning. My name is Krystiana Krupa and my pronouns are she, her, and I am the NAGPRA Program Officer for the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. I'm a white woman with shoulder-length curly brown hair. I'm wearing a light gray sweater and earrings that are made with beads and porcupine quills and jingle cones. My background here is some dark green walls, and you can see a little bit of the white door and the white ceiling in the background. My presentation for this session applies the concept of slow violence to museum collections that are subject to the Native American Grapes Protection and Repatriation Act, known colloquially as NAGPRA. NAGPRA is a federal law in the United States requiring museums and other collecting institutions to consult with Native nations to identify descendants and descendant communities for Native ancestors and cultural items, and to repatriate these ancestors and items to the appropriate descendants. All archaeological and ethnographic museum collections, which originate from Native peoples in the United States, are subject to the stipulations of NAGPRA. On this slide, I list the types of collections that fall under NAGPRA's purview. These are ancestral human skeletal remains, to whom I will refer as ancestors, as well as funerary belongings, sacred objects, and objects of cultural patrimony. Funerary belongings are buried with ancestors or made for burial purposes. Sacred objects are those used for ceremonial or religious purposes, and objects of cultural patrimony are those objects which hold importance to an entire community rather than belonging to an individual person. Many of these types of materials were looted from burial places, stolen, or otherwise acquired under duress. When we think about collections acquired as a result of colonialism and genocide, NAGPRA collections fit this description unquestionably. The term slow violence was introduced by environmentalist Rob Nixon in his 2011 book, Slow Violence and the Environmentalism of the Poor. This slide notes that Nixon contributed this term and summarizes the points that I will make verbally. The slide includes an image of the book's cover, which is a dark photograph of a factory's smokestack against a blue sky with the title superimposed over the image. Nixon describes slow violence as the type that occurs over years or even generations. Quote, gradually and out of sight, a violence of delayed destruction that occurs across time and space, and attritional violence that is typically not viewed as violence at all. End quote. Nixon uses this concept to describe the violence of pollution, climate change, and other types of environmental damage that take years to truly manifest. Slow violence has no single point of impact and no single perpetrator. Dan Hicks of the Pitt Rivers Museum applies slow violence to looted museum collections in his recent book, The Brutish Museums, the Benin Bronzes, Colonial Violence and Cultural Restitution. This slide includes an image of the book cover, which features a Benin bronze sculpture of a human head and emphasizes that Hicks has changed British to brutish by using a different color font for the letter U. The slide also credits Hicks as applying slow violence to museum collections and summarizes his argument, which I'll explain here. His book focuses on the looting of the Kingdom of Benin by British forces and the subsequent dispersal of those looted objects across Europe and other parts of the world. The persistent absence of these objects from the Kingdom of Benin, Hicks argues, continues the violence that was initiated by their taking. Every day that these objects remain in museum collections around the world, colonial violence continues to be inflicted on the kingdom and people of Benin, who rightfully own the stolen objects. I argue here that the retention of NAGPRA collections, which often include the actual bodies of human beings, continues the slow violence of colonialism, genocide, and racism against Native peoples in the United States. The unethical acquisition of Native ancestors in particular, but also of important cultural items, created discrete moments of violence against Native people, but the continued holding of those ancestors and items repeats the same violence each day that they are not returned. Many NAGPRA collections were excavated or acquired 100 years ago or more. This time scale means that the violence is repeated over generations, resulting in intergenerational trauma in Native communities. Hicks extends this concept of violence through his description of the museum as a weapon through which violence is enacted. This slide features the same image of his book cover and defines his terms chronopolitics and necrology, which I'm about to explain in further detail. Hicks writes that, quote, museums are devices for extending events across time. In this case, extending, repeating, and intensifying the violence to source communities. End quote. Separate quote, the violence of their institutions is repeated every day that restitution and repatriation do not move ahead, end quote. He introduces a term which he calls chronopolitics, in which museums utilize time as a means of power and control. The act of looting, which I'm generalizing to include unethical acquisition more broadly, structures the museum as a space for visually remembering colonial violence and cultural destruction. Hicks notes this about gallery spaces in particular, but I believe that curation spaces contribute here as well, although usually in a less public way. Viewing curation spaces which house ancestors in particular can be extremely upsetting to members of descendant communities or even the public more broadly, who are often unfamiliar with the way that human remains are stored in museum settings. Hicks further suggests that stolen collections may be approached as being dead or lost in that they are forcibly removed from their original function or purpose when they are taken from where they belong. He introduces the term necrology to identify the particular types of knowledge gained through these stolen, lost, or dead ancestors and objects. The largely violent nature of the acquisition of Native ancestors and other NAGPRA-eligible objects means that scientific and other information gained by their study is necrological by nature. The framework of slow violence can be used to understand such violence against any colonized peoples whose ancestors and belongings were stolen from them, as Hicks demonstrates by applying it to the Kingdom of Benin. The legal requirements of NAGPRA, however, as United States federal law, provide a mechanism for ending this particular type of sustained violence. NAGPRA legislates the return of stolen ancestors and belongings to their descendants, which is relatively unique in the global legal landscape. The fact that repatriation through NAGPRA is an explicitly legal process rather than one that is not legislated means that ancestors and cultural items must be returned to their descendant or source communities according to the process outlined in the statute. This results in a massive effort on the part of hundreds of institutions across the country. As of September 2020, nearly 200,000 ancestors from museum collections had been reported to the National NAGPRA program. This slide is a screenshot of the Tableau database created by the National NAGPRA Director, Melanie O'Brien. It shows the total number of ancestors reported to her office and separates them in a colored pie chart based on their status as culturally affiliated or culturally unidentifiable, and by their completion status in the NAGPRA process. It shows that there are 199,933 ancestors reported at the time of this report's creation. This does not begin to scratch the surface in terms of the scope of NAGPRA and NAGPRA eligible collections. In addition to these reported ancestors, the law requires the return of funerary objects, sacred objects, and objects of cultural patrimony, which were not reported in discrete numbers as was done with human remains. The existence of repatriation as a legal requirement through NAGPRA means that United States federal legislation plays a very specific role in stopping the continued violence against Native nations that results from their retention of their ancestors and cultural items. Many museums globally actively avoid consulting with source and descendant communities, and certainly avoid repatriating. Hicks describes this attitude of the British museums in great detail in his book, which of course he refers to as the Brutish Museums in its title. We can reasonably assume that in the absence of NAGPRA's passage, many American museums would likely never have returned Native ancestors and cultural items to the communities with whom they belong. Sorry, I wasn't ready for that one yet. The return of these ancestors and objects under NAGPRA also resists further necrological knowledge production, which I mentioned earlier refers to knowledge created through death and loss. The restoration of NAGPRA collections to the appropriate tribal nations means that they are no longer lost to their descendants, eliminating the characteristic that makes associated knowledge necrological. Consultation and repatriation under NAGPRA go further than this. They provide opportunities for the synthesis and production of knowledge about these ancestors and cultural items that is collaborative and community informed. The consultation requirement of NAGPRA does not exist only because tribes must agree to receive these collections, but also because they are the experts on their own ancestors and cultural heritage. Any knowledge gained about these collections without tribal involvement is incomplete. With every legally mandated repatriation under NAGPRA, the slow violence caused by the existence of these collections is ended for at least some ancestors, beings, objects, and/or communities. This certainly does not end the trauma caused by the violence, but the violence of their taking is no longer perpetually occurring. Hicks proposes 7 types of colonial taking in his book, which may result in different forms of violence or trauma. I have listed them on this slide, and I will read them out loud here as well. These are, quote, 1, looting with violence in all its forms, including dispossessions of royal objects and other items of forms of sovereignty and power. 2, physical anthropology collecting of human remains. 3, missionary and other confiscations of objects of religion and belief. 4, archaeological collections and tomb raiding. 5, scientific collecting of natural history specimens. 6, ethnographic collecting, and 7, instances of barter, purchase, and commissioning, end quote. In reviewing the kinds of collections that may result from these types of taking, we see a quite obvious overlap with NAGPRA collections. If I had the time, I could describe how the ancestors and cultural items under NAGPRA's purview fit into each of these 7 categories, and I would be happy to do so later for anyone who's interested. My larger argument here is that the federally legislated NAGPRA process provides an avenue for restitution in that it counters these types of taking by mandating the return of ancestors and cultural items to Native nations. This is summarized on this slide. Through this return, NAGPRA also resists forms of knowledge production that are generated through death and loss, or what Hicks refers to as necrological knowledge. This creates space for the development of knowledge that actively involves descendant and source communities, who hold expertise in the identification and interpretation of ancestors and other NAGPRA materials. Knowledge about these collections can then instead be community informed and explicitly collaborative in nature. This is also summarized in the text of this slide. I've included my contact information, specifically my email address, which is klkrupa@illinois.edu, at the bottom of the slide for anyone who may have further thoughts or questions that are not addressed during the question and answer period. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Krystiana, for sharing that with us. As I said before, you are welcome to type any questions for Krystiana in the Q&A, and we will get to those at the end of the session. For now, I'm going to turn things over to our next speaker, Amelia Smith. Amelia, I invite you to turn on your video and unmute yourself and share your presentation.
Thank you. Let me just get everything set up. Okay. Oh, and I need to. Okay. So, thank you for having me. My name is Amelia Smith. I am a white transgender lesbian and I use she, her pronouns. I have dirty blonde hair that reaches about my chest and I'm wearing a turquoisey sleeveless button-up top. I'm sitting in my office in Toronto with an IKEA Billy bookshelf behind me on which sits a turn-of-the-century mantle clock. For the last few years, I've been exploring how to bridge the gap between transgender studies and museum studies. This began in 2018 while I was studying for my Master's of Museum Studies at the University of Toronto. At the time, I was curious about what had been written on transgender exhibitions in museums. Through my searching, I found this book, Gender, Sexuality, and Museums, edited by Amy K. Levin. This seemed like the perfect resource. It focused on gender and sexuality. Surely there would be something on transgender issues, I thought. In its over 300 pages, there was only one short section that actually discussed transgender topics beyond their place in the acronym. It was in Robert Mills's Queer is Here. Queer is Here was written in response to a mid-2000s exhibition at the Museum of London under the same name. The exhibition sought to tell British LGBTQ history. One of Mills's critiques was around how transgender topics were presented, and on the screen is the sections that discuss transgender inclusion. Mills found them to be insufficient, applying the same lens to gender as it did to sexuality. As a result, the transgender portions were not being discussed on their own terms. It is often said that within the LGBTQ, the T is silent. Transgender people get shunted to the side and essentially ignored. If we are present, it is often in a very limited manner, one in little more than a letter in the acronym. I had tried to find transgender museum work, and the only result was saying it was underdeveloped. But that article was over 10 years old. Things must have changed since then. We were past the transgender tipping point, and sure enough, in 2020, Amy K. Levin released a follow-up to the previous book. Titled Museums, Sexuality, and Gender Activism, it claimed to tackle transgender and non-binary topics head-on. While there are some excellent articles among that collection, one included this definition. In the article, Gender, Fluidity, and Portraiture, author Michael Petrie uses this definition shown on screen. It reads, quote, "For the purposes of this article, transgender individuals are males who, bracket, wish to, end bracket, present themselves as females, and females who, bracket, wish to, end bracket, present themselves as males." It absolutely shocks me that something like this can be printed in 2020. For the uninitiated, that definition is essentially misgendering me. It presents my female identity, my lived experience as a woman, as a facade, just something that I wish to have. And this isn't one of the most prominent collections that attempts to tackle transgender subjects in the field. As it was in 2002, it remains true today that these subjects are being written about rather than by trans people. This is not universal, of course. There are outliers like Margaret Middleton's writings, but for the most part, museum publications prove to be a disservice to transgender perspectives. But this does not have to be the case. Transgender-focused museum articles are being published. They are just not being published in museum spaces. Instead, they're coming out in journals like the Transgender Studies Quarterly. Articles like Asatu Akida's Curating a Third Gender about her exhibition at the Royal Ontario Museum and Unboxed Transgender in a Gay Museum from the curators at the Schwells Museum in Berlin are just two prime examples. Both of these describe important questions around audience and institutional memory. These are very important conversations to have, but they're happening outside the museum world. If we want the field to evolve and adapt, we must grapple with this issue. The museum field provides insightful views on how to discuss and present history all the time. Much could be gained by allowing these conversations to happen. But we must then ask, why are discussions on transgender museums being conducted beyond our walls? And what can we do to welcome them back? I cannot give all of the answers here, much less than a 15-minute talk, but I have two main points that I feel would make the field more welcoming. The first is a broader definition of transgender. It is important that we move away from transgender as solely an identity and more of a lens to view the world. This would be similar to the way that queer gets used in academic circles. There is a tendency, even in queer museum studies, to erase transgender people of the past by admitting uncertainty. A common museum practice, admitting uncertainty can result in the claim that we cannot be certain that an individual would have used that term for themselves. That using a term like transgender to refer to someone from a previous era constitutes an anachronism. This is a uniquely queer problem. As Leah Devon puts it, no one used the word medieval in the Middle Ages. We have no trouble applying terms, such as medieval in this case, to other times, but when it comes to queer identities, there's often pushback. This is not to say that we must throw out the concept of admitting uncertainty entirely. There are ways to admit uncertainty without further erasing underrepresented and historically overlooked peoples. Recognizing a transgender lens is one such way. If we come to understand, as we do with the word queer, that the term can be used for more than just an identity, then we can start to unravel and explore the ways that gender has been expressed beyond a strict gender binary. Instead of questioning their motives for living their lives, we can just accept that they lived in a way that defied gendered expectations. What is really more important? Dr. James Barry's reasons for living as a man the majority of his life, or quite simply that he did live as a man? Asatu Akita's article mentioned earlier offers some insight into this. The question at the center of Akita's reflection is whether an exhibition can truly separate itself and its materials from the culture it was created in. While Akita and her co-curator considered scholarly fidelity and language categories used in the exhibition about Edo-era Japan, she concluded that scholars could not control its audience's interpretations. The exhibition was designed for modern audiences, and they brought with them their modern understandings of gender complexities. It therefore does not have to be considered a failure of academic ethics to look at history with a transgender lens. The audience will do it either way. Which brings me to my second point, the use of a transgender audience. Queer people of all stripes are starved for visibility. We will watch multiple seasons of mediocre television in the off chance that a queer character will show up. So it should be assumed that trans people will show up when we're the subject at hand. In this case, transgender audiences should be considered when preparing a work that is about us. Consider how a transgender viewer or reader would respond to how they are being presented. What should a trans person get out of this? Far too often, transgender topics within museum spaces are not for the transgender visitors. They are for an uninformed cisgender outsider. They are rehashing the basics of what it means to be transgender. If done well, it can be uninspiring for transgender visitors. If done poorly, as I have seen it, it can feel like transgender people are refused a voice in talking about their own lives. By placing transgender audiences first and foremost, we can have far more engaging and insightful conversations. Morgan M. Page, trans historian and co-writer of the documentary Framing Agnes, described it perfectly when she said, "I'm terrified that I'm going to put something out that trans people will go, ugh, boring." If transgender people get bored of the ways they're being presented in museum spaces, what hope is there that they'll want to come back? I see this approach as being one of the strengths for the Transgender Studies Quarterly when it comes to transgender museum articles. TSQ is written for and edited by transgender authors. While not all of the articles are necessarily written by transgender authors, many of them are. This has many effects on the writings that get published. First, they all respect transgender people's existence. You cannot have a work that is targeting transgender audiences without recognizing that transgender people exist. We're living through a time where transgender people are the target of a culture war, used as a wedge to divide. It is incredibly important to not allow discussions on whether we exist. Museums are not neutral, and to attempt neutrality on this is to say that there is a valid claim that we should not exist. Any exhibition, program, or publication that opens the door to these conversations has failed their transgender audiences. Second, it opens the door for more vibrant conversations. There is an old meme that has been going around for years in transgender spaces that reflects this. In it, it compares talking about gender with other trans people versus talking about gender to cisgender people. The transgender discussions are insightful, philosophical, and deep, while those with cisgender folks are akin to instructing a toddler. Transgender people have gone through a lot to come out and exist in this world. Speaking to those transgender visitors and their experiences can result in far more engaging discussions around transgender life. It may be more challenging, but the results will be far more engaging for both transgender and cisgender audiences that will want to come along for the ride. This short talk only scratched the surface of what the field needs to do to evolve. I think museums and museum studies finds itself on the precipice at this point in time. Things are changing and more new voices are entering the field. But if we do not respond to the iniquities of the recent past, they will only continue. We as a field can do better for our transgender visitors and readers, but that requires changes to how we conduct ourselves. If this has piqued your interest and you wish to learn more, I write regularly on my website. The URL is on screen at notyouraveragecistory.com. Thank you very much for listening to my talk today.
Thank you very much, Amelia, for sharing that presentation. We are going to turn to our next presentation, which will be Sofia Sireno. So Sophia, if you are here, can you turn on your video? There you are, and unmute yourself, and you're welcome to share your presentation.
Here we are. Let me just. Good day, everyone. My name is Sofia Sireno. I am an emerging museum professional, and I am currently finishing up my master's degree at the Department of Museum Studies at the University of Leicester. Right now, I'm wearing a silk blue blouse, a bold lipstick. I have dark wavy hair, and I am standing behind a colorful bookshelf. I am streaming from Lake Como, Italy, where I was born and raised. I am immensely enjoying my participation and the events of this Spring Symposium, and I look forward to share my contribution with you all. Thank you. The foundation of the Ethnographic Museum is linked to the primal action of collecting. One of the first forms of collecting dates back to 11,000, 12,000 years ago. What humans collected for their survival were food and resources from the actions of hunting and gathering. In today's Western, highly consumeristic culture, collecting, aside from the preoccupation of gathering more of something, also meets the need to build intimate ownership and control over the object possessed. The choice of collecting is determined by the value assigned to the object, by the specimen it belongs to, by the ideas possessed about it. Collecting is a selective activity. Object preservation and disposal are determined by the collector, whether that may be an institution or an individual, who retains authority over their lifespan and decide over the objects that are worth preserving. Collecting means altering an object path and inevitably detaching it from its natural context. In The Rite of Passage, Arnold van Gennep reasons against the tendency of withdrawing ceremonies and rituals, and we could also argue object, I believe, from their cultural context by forging their concept of territorial passage, an action split into three steps: a separation from the place of origin, transition and incorporation into the destination. He exemplified how their meanings depend on their place in their structure of contemporary society. During the late 18th and 19th centuries, cultural objects were taken in clear and often violent circumstances and misinterpreted and distorted. Collector Amos Gottschall, in his expedition through the southwestern area of the United States from the year of 1871 to 1905, accumulated a high number of Native American objects, which he later recorded in a descriptive inventory, where he categorized, numbered, priced, and valued these objects, stripping them from their cultural and symbolic weight. This is how these artifacts arrive in ethnographic museums. In absence of consultation with indigenous knowledge bearers, objects were sorted and bowed to Western assumptions and necessity of representation. Collecting became a form of conquest over an object, which was repositioned in a strange environment that will reclaim its power and determine its meaning. The ethnographic museums turns into a model of cultural order and preservation. Cultural artifacts deprived of their authority are conformed to the visual-led order of a neutral, universal space, historically linked with Enlightenment theories of secularism and scientific knowledge, opposing to divergent models rooted in spiritual hierarchies and theologies deemed as logical and as less worthy of representation. Under Western sensory rules, perception other than sight have been historically designated as the manifestation of lower instinct and sensibilities. Objects are weighted mainly as visual praise, and when visually dominated, they become culturally overpowered. Ignoring their unexplored agency makes it more manageable to simplify their meaning. Objects conquered by sight remain silent, incapable of articulation through any other physicality. Indigenous people of the west coast of North America historically used wooden bandboxes made from cedar plank, painted and decorated to store potlatch and clan regalia, but also for food storage and clothing. I'm currently showing a picture of a bandbox, a wood box, donated to the Pitt River Museum, to the British Museum, sorry. It is a wooden box made from cedar, decorated and carved. Krystiana Krupa's study, Appropriate Museology and the New Museum Ethics, argue how the intangible meaning constituted of chants, ceremonies, and spiritual connections cannot be encountered only with sight. If regarded as object for the eye, their remarkable significance as symbolic repositories of ancestral culture is not understood. They simply cannot be organically interpreted with a visual-led perspective. Talking about sensory engagement doesn't necessarily mean establishing direct contact with an object physicality. Elements such as audio tapes and music registration could help place the object in an historical and cultural context, opening the museum visit to more than a mere observation. The 2015 Anthropology of Museum course at the University of Pennsylvania asked students to examine a selection of Native American objects in the American section of the Penn Museum. Student Sarah Parkinson, Object Analysis and Report on a Unicap pipe, states how a static, also succinct label, quote, suggested that there was no reason to search further. Yet if we listen more patiently, if we treat object with the respect we might give an elder who has a valuable story to tell, we can learn more detailed story than what appears on a simple label. So what could be more effective in this case than hearing a story, voices, and indigenous accounts in order to listen more patiently? From the 19th century museum venues, handling objects begins to be conceived as a practical hazard for object materiality and therefore excluded from the museum experience. Preservation systems that argue the indisputable conservation of object physicality have been constructed in need of preserving from time and damaging agents brought to the development of advanced standardized procedures that ensure the maintenance of object materiality. Renata Peter's contribution at the Research Center for Material Culture Conference, Museum Temporalities, points out how indigenous objects are often being conserved in manners that go against their very essence or aim. Materials that should have been allowed to decay are incapable of following their natural cycle. Once in the museum, object life is put on hold, unable to be altered by the outside world. Objects are once again frozen in their materiality. The question that arises is whether the museum should be considered a place of preservation or a place of life, if for life we also mean the end of it, decrepitment and death. In this perspective, preservation can be interpreted as cultural death more than the decrepitments of the material object itself. Unconditional conservation can appear as a ultimate form of preservation, but can also turn the museum into a conclusive and interminable passage in an object life cycle. The new pressing demands of moving away from a museum that presents a material cultures to approach the presentation of living cultures represent a challenge for traditional museology, which historically grants precedence to the physical maintenance of things. Supporting indigenous living expression can put conservation demands in a secondary place. The National Museum of the American India owns an example of heraldic totem pole carved in 1875. In 1996, when it came to the conservation treatment choice, the institution chose to consult with Jim Hart and Ahida Carver. While the totem poles, one decay, are usually left to decompose out on the ground, Hart, in this present case, Hart expressed the choice for the totem pole to be subjected to restoration practices. It was persuaded this particular totem pole had to stand as an emblem of prestige and reflects the symbolic significance of its clan and community of origin. Provided with a detailed list of the elements approved for the treatment, the museum was able to plan and effectuate the totem repair. For the conservation of other totem poles in deterioration, some museums have created replicas for exemplars left to decay naturally. In some other cases, totem had been successfully repatriated. In others, they underwent complete restoration processes. Approaching indigenous requests of granting object ethical conservation, ritual care, and sensitive storage means accepting the chance that this measure could represent a physical risk for object material stability. In some other circumstances, assessment of cultural significance of an object may show that any conservation treatment should be undertaken. Stephen Nash researched on the Vigango wooden figures erected by the Mikenda tribes on the Kenya coast northeast of Mombasa, which are believed to embody the dead soul and honor their passing, brings light to the urge for their makers to letting these statues deteriorate out on the ground instead of being physically preserved in museums and in museum storages. I'm currently showing a photograph of 5 Vigango, 5 wooden statues under a shelter. And there are 2 elders from the Mikenda tribes standing beside them in their sacred forest. Vigango are not supposed to be conserved and neither to be moved from the place they were erected in. By denying in their natural decay, museums are silencing their agency and ignoring their meaning. Every individual situation requires a different approach and evolves into different practices. Still, when the involvement of indigenous communities is planned, progress for ethical conservation procedures is made. The cultural and spiritual right originating communities retain over their object must be acknowledged. Conservation is preserving the true integrity of object, but what integrity are we preserving? Integrity is a matter of interpretation rather than attributes that are integral to the object. If object true natures that not only reside and only come from their material connotation, where does it reside? If cultural heritage is transmitted with the production of material objects, but is it activated through intangible expression? The agency of an object is triggered by indigenous culture, stories, and ways. Therefore, object agency rests in their physicality, but is activated by their living spirit. In 2009, 21 delegates from the Haida community, Haida First Nation, traveled to the Pitt River Museum and the British Museum and engaged with 800 Haida treasures. This is a very well-known case study developed to a remarkable potential, which permitted communities of origin to enter the museum and let native groups interpret, represent, and utilize objects. Amongst a mixed group, artists, carvers, language speakers, elders, two individuals from the congregation, the brothers Guy and Jeline Edenshaw, were especially fascinated by a single object, a bandbox. The two artists expressed their wish to create a replica of the object, to bring it back to their Haida people and get inspiration from the original object vision and artistic presence. The Pitt River Museum allowed the artist to study and use the original object, permitting an artifact to be utilized to give stronger meaning and cohesion to its community of origin and inspire a new generation of artists and carvers. These are the brothers Guy and Jeline Edenshaw carving the replica of the object, while these are Guy and Jeline while showing to a public the replica of the object and the original one. An object, therefore, had just activated its meaning. The value of an object will draw powerfully from its social career, that is the circulation among people. Meaning, therefore, it's not only abstract and discursive, but it's embodied, felt, interactive also, and cumulative. An object does not only possess a fixed essence acquired at birth, but can take on other uses and evolve its significance with interaction and exchanges once in the museum in the name of a life cycle made of transformation and transition. We stand in front of thematics that intersect one another and alimент one another. The shift from a hero-centric, visual-led mania to concede other senses room for performing, developing new inclusive ways for conservation, ensuring Indigenous people a platform to interpret their object, activating their meaning. These inquiries, some of which I try to respond, some I've already reflected upon, respectively incorporate the word of museum display, museum care, conservation, and interpretation. Western principles of categorization have influenced the way we think about the ethnographic museum. But can we understand Indigenous object true essence if we put it into Western streams of classification? Isn't this a biased interpretation itself? After all, Indigenous cultures have developed unique ways of carrying, understanding, and displaying cultural objects that often transcend this very principle of categorization and feed an holistic perception of object based on the indivisibility of form, function, use, and meaning. The model the museum study field could follow could not be a structured, defined, and compartmentalized prototype, but could reveal its unicity and particularism in every case study, in every object museum are caring for, like the National Museum of the American Indian Totem Case Extract, like the Haida delegation venture suggests, when Indigenous people need shifted the course of the project itself. What the museum could aim for is allowing object unique meaning and its life culture and culture bearers to contaminate the way they are conserved, cared for, displayed, interpreted, letting meaning flow over categories, permitting life to stream, perform, evolve, and eventually fade at its own rules and rhythm in the museum space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophia. We have one more presentation in this panel before we get to the Q&A and discussion. So I'd like to invite Chris Green to come and give your presentation. You're welcome to turn your video and unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Green. I am a PhD candidate at the University of Pennsylvania. I am set to finish here soon, hopefully in the next few months. I am a white male with a yellow sweater on. I'm got long dark hair. I am in front of a brick wall within my apartment. So this presentation is called Rebalancing Representation. I'm giving this presentation from Chicago, so that's Potawatomi lands. The title is Rebalancing, I've retitled it, Rebalancing Representation, White Reactionism in the Heritage Wars of Noumea. So in 1988, in April of 1988, a civil war came to an end in the South Pacific island of New Caledonia. It came to a violent end as a protest that was meant to blockade some streets to keep people from participating in a local and national election, ended up being a violent standoff between police and Kanak, indigenous Kanak activists that resulted in a bunch of police officers getting taken hostage in a cave. And then the French military, because this is a French island, gets sent in and effectively executes all of the hostage takers. Some of them summarily executed, found on their knees with having been shot in the head, actually. So this is a really, really tragic situation in 1988 that was forced the hands of independentists to come back to the table and try to end the violence in order to figure out a future together and trying to figure out a peaceful resolution to their independence activism. In this case, what they were seeking in the peace was a form of balance. So balancing a socioeconomic balance that would allow for, especially parts of the island in which there were not very many white people, that there would actually be economic investments in those parts of the island, in the southern part of the island, the capital city. That is where primarily most of the money and any economic investment is put into. So this was an attempt to try and balance the laws, the economics, the social equity, just kind of in general on the island. But it ended up being a form of balance that was then appropriated by the white community. So this island, just to give a little bit of context, is in the South Pacific. You can see the red arrow there pointing at it. It is called a French special collectivity because of this civil war, or what the locals call the events, les événements. I'm trying to avoid, I think, treating it as if it was a civil war. It has a special collectivity status. So it is largely sovereign, has self-sovereignty, but has 5 primary ways in which the French kind of oversee money and military and these kinds of things. As you can see, it's an island that is close to the coast of Australia. It's kind of halfway between Australia and Fiji. It is a Melanesian island, so there are 3 different kinds of ethnic groups in the Pacific. The Polynesians, which are the kind of ethnic group that we're familiar with in Hawaii. The Micronesians, so if you're familiar with the Marshall Islands, Micronesia, or Guam, these are Micronesian people. And then Melanesians, which literally means dark-skinned people. So these are relatively dark-skinned folks that live in New Caledonia, Kanaki, New Caledonia, Kanaki being the independence name, Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, Fiji. They're the first settlers of the Pacific Islands. They've been there for a very long time. New Caledonia itself was introduced to the white community by Captain James Cook, the infamous Captain James Cook, in 1779, I believe. The locals there that were already there were called the Kanak, because if you're familiar at all with Hawaiian language, Kanaka are the people. And so when James Cook's crew asked, if they stopped at each island, what these people were called, they would say Kanaka. So they were all called the people. The Melanesian folks do not really have, or did not really have, a shared kind of national identity prior to colonization. They're very distinct tribal communities. And so this name has kind of stuck as kind of the broader ethnic name for the folks, the indigenous community as a whole in New Caledonia. New Caledonia was founded kind of within the French context as a penal colony, kind of borrowing from the Australian model. I forgot to set a timer for myself to make sure I don't go over time. That lasted for, I think it was 70 years, from 52 to 32 or 22 maybe. I can't remember exactly how long, but it was a large amount of time, and a vast amount of the white settlers who still inhabit the island are descendants of convicts that were sent from France to colonize New Caledonia. So the Melanesian community, the Kanak community, was pushed onto increasingly small reservations, tribal reservations, had a very harsh repressive code, which if you're familiar with French colonial context was kind of true across the board. They weren't allowed to travel to each other's reservations or anything like that. They had to were essentially indentured servants as well, where they had to pay a certain amount of labor to the state in a form of like a tax, and work a certain amount of months on state projects. And then the penal colonists, after they served their sentences on the island, were given plots of land that had been taken from the Kanak to farm and develop, as was the case in places like Australia. That brings us to kind of a more contemporary time where we've had les événements, this civil war that happened between 1984 and 1988. That was a movement by the Kanak people, who are the ethnic majority technically on the island, but still less than 50% of the people on the island. They're just the largest ethnic group on the island. Were pushing for independence. Unfortunately, the independence movement got increasingly more violent, not necessarily because of the independentists, but oftentimes because of the reactions to the independentists. And a piece in the Matignon Accords had to be figured out in 1988 that would provide for a future referendum on independence 10 years down the line in 1998, that would allow the Kanak folks to organize, but would essentially end any sort of tensions that were happening in the immediate moment. This is Jean-Marie Tjibaou picture. I haven't been describing the pictures, but this is a picture of Jean-Marie Tjibaou standing in front of a Kanaki flag. This is the independent Kanaki flag of Kanaki. He was the president of the movement of the separatist government and also of the New Caledonian government prior to the separatist government getting formed. A very distinguished statesman who unfortunately was assassinated on the anniversary of the massacre in 1988. He was assassinated the next year in 1989, trying to mourn the folks out there because of another kind of activist vision. It was from another Kanak independence activist who assassinated him. But his one of the main ways in which he was trying to achieve independence is what a lot of people refer to as a culturalist strategy. So he actually, when he becomes president of the New Caledonian government in 1982, one of the first things that he does is he cleans house in the Musée de la Nouvelle-Calédonie, the Museum of New Caledonia, and installs Kanak leadership and Kanak curators and has them completely kind of reconstruct the way Kanak identity is being represented. One of his other first initiatives is to greenlight a new museum that he has been designing and actually collecting for in his hometown, the capital city of the Northern Territory. This is the more Kanak part of the island in Yengen. And so he creates what is still today the only Kanak indigenous ethnographic museum that is run by Kanak people. So museums become a really important form of trying to self-determine Kanak identity towards this goal of independence. Unfortunately, what ends up happening is this is the Centre Culturel Yengen, the Yengen Cultural Center, which is the museum that he started. And you can actually see within the door to the far right, poster of him, because there's an exhibit devoted to him within that museum. This is a Kanak museum done in the style of a Kanak cause. So it's a rounded building with a pitched slope roof that is very tall. The white communities, unfortunately, began to realize what work this was doing for the independence movement to be able to control the way that they're represented. Moreover, they're realizing that because the only museums on the island were not representing white history or white identity, that this was something that they felt that needed to change prior to the referendum in 1998. So if they were going to be able to ground their own belonging on the island, to essentially assure their future on the island, they needed to re-represent history, or what I call recollect history, of the island in ways that were going to actually be more favorable to them. So you go from 1988, there just being the Museum of New Caledonia, the Yangon Cultural Center, which are both representing Kanak people by Kanak people, to in the 1990s having 3 major white museums and what are understood to be white museums locally that are created around to really serve 3 primary kind of cultural narratives. There is civilization, that the white people have effectively brought civilization to the island. There is blood and sacrifice, because one of these museums is the World War II Museum. So essentially, look what we have done for you and what we have sacrificed for you and to be here. And then there's exploration or global connection as well. So to kind of go through these museums very briefly, we have the Musée de la Ville de Nouméa, which is the museum of the village or the city of Nouméa. Nouméa being the capital city, which is the white city as it's understood there. As you can see, there is a French flag flying right outside of it, which is in a statement in and of itself, especially because in Kanaki, New Caledonia, one of the results of the accords was that there is that the Kanaki flag would also be another flag of the island. So it is a nation with 2 flags, the French flag and the Kanaki flag. Do not see the Kanaki flag flying here, and that is a signal of what its kind of politics is going to be. This is an institution that, again, really highlights civilization and how the white community, as well as the South Asian communities, which were brought here to support a lot of the white infrastructure, especially mining. This is a very important mining island. It has up to 1/3 of the world's nickel resources on the island. So mining is a vast, vast industry, and there's a lot of peripheral industries to that. And a lot of South Asian folks were brought to the island to run shops that could support the mining there. So it's a museum that very much highlights, you can see some of the mining equipment, the large like tractor wheel in the background here. You can see one of these shops in the front foreground. This is a picture of the inside the Musée de la Ville. But this is an institution that very much highlights the great successes of the white community to bring civilization, quote unquote, to the island. And then we have here, this is a picture of the Musée de la Seconde Guerre mondiale, which is the World War II museum. It is made from a US Quonset hut. The US actually had a very, very huge presence in New Caledonia. After France fell in World War II, the US had over 1 million soldiers located on the island, using it as a staging ground for the battles in Papua New Guinea, and Solomon Islands, especially Guadalcanal. So this is an institution that really highlights the inclusion of New Caledonia in French and European history, and how formative it was and how important it was, because it was a very important staging ground in World War II. And it was very important for Free France. So the people that were still resisting Vichy France, Nazi France, it was an important, the colonies were very important in that effort. And so this was one of those places, and that history is very much highlighted. And then finally, we have the Musée Maritime, which is the Maritime Museum. It's primarily about the explorers, a little bit about James Cook, a lot about La Perouse, one of the other people who was circumnavigating the globe in the late 18th century. He ends up wrecking in the Solomon Islands, which is fairly close to New Caledonia. And so New Caledonia has a very substantial tradition of locals with money that dive and explore wrecks in the area. And so this museum actually emerged from those associations, from people who had just been diving and collecting things from these wrecks. And it very much highlights the kind of Western innovations in seafaring and global exploration, and then some of the technologies that have connected New Caledonia to the rest of the world, whether it's specifically the ocean, it's also, via airlines, there's panels on underlying sea cables, these kinds of things that are essentially connecting New Caledonia to the rest of the world. So to kind of sum it up, we have a situation here in which there's an emphasis on balance in coming out of these accords in the Matignon Accords in 1989 that are meant to emphasize the ways that the Kanak people can be more empowered, financially, economically empowered, socially empowered. Their schools are subsidized because they were not able to even run schools in a lot of these poor areas of the island. So a lot of these kinds of things really needed to change in the Accords. What ends up happening is an appropriation of this kind of concept of balance, that too much is swinging in favor of the Kanak peoples in the 1990s, and that the white community is very much reacting against that, what they see as kind of an overcompensation. And so one of the ways in which they're kind of trying to pull back on that or resist is the creation of these white museums, ways that they can ground their belonging and ground their identity to and of the island, so that, especially going into the future for these independence referenda, that they're not kicked off of the island, essentially. What ends up happening is the referendum in 1998 is deferred again by another accord for another 20 years. And so the first one doesn't happen until 2018. It's anticipated to not be very close. It ends up being a lot closer than people thought it was going to be, about 56 to 40, or 57% to 43% in favor of remaining with France. And then that was going to be the first of a series of 3 if they were necessary. The second one got even closer. That ended up being 53% to 47% remaining with France. So the trajectory at this point, if there was another 4-point shift in the referenda, the final referendum, it would potentially, they would be able to vote for independence. They would be able to achieve independence. France sets the date of the final referendum far too close to the second one in order to give less time for the Kanak to organize. The Kanak boycott the initial talks to essentially say, you have not put any of our input into this decision, and that's a problem, and then ultimately boycott the actual referendum. So what ends up being the case is, I think it ends up being 98.5% in favor of remaining with France, the final referendum. So it remains to be kind of seen how this is going to play out, and I'm interested to continue to look at the ways that this plays out in the museums in particular, because they are very distinctly either kind of pro or anti independence, and people very much understand that. And in a post-referenda kind of context, it still remains to be seen how this final referendum gets arbitrated. The French government is treating it as if this is done. We have now taken care of this, and we just have to draw up a new constitution that honors what we have decided. The independentists have said this is obviously not done because that referendum was only voted on by 44% of the population. So they have gone to the UN in order to try and push this to potentially get another referendum, but it's unclear whether France will honor that. But yeah, I'm very interested in how these museums are used as tools of self-determination for and against decolonization. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for that presentation. And we have reached the Q&A portion of this session. So I invite all of the other presenters, Mathias, Krystiana, Amelia, and Sophia to turn on their video so we can see you all on screen. And you are all welcome to be submitting some questions in the Q&A section. And we have a few already. So I'm going to be facilitating the Q&A and keeping an eye and making sure we get to everything. So we'll start off with a question to Mathias from Inge. You referred to community engagement through tagging, if I got it correctly. Could you share a bit more about these plans?
Thank you for your question. Well, above all, it's important to involve the source communities so that it does not become another museum with an exclusively European or Western view. Local indigenous artists are often a good contact for this. In Bolivia, for example, I'm well connected to the indigenous artist Mamani Mamani. For this, further field stays in Latin America are planned, but also via the internet. In general, however, it is to be an open museum, even though I'm responsible for the content and for the concept. To this end, I will submit call for papers to museums, but also to student groups or to the university's faculties to produce the object descriptions and text for the catalogs, etc. You can also make your own suggestions if you want to. For additional educational material, I have already established some contacts in Europe and Bolivia. Especially here, it is important not to present any solutions or solutions that are not predominantly European. This is my plan. I'm still at the very beginning to create all the stuff for the museum, but that's the plan.
Thank you, Mathias. The next question is from Bradley and asks or says for Krystiana, thank you for your presentation, Krystiana. I'm curious if you also identify risks with the use of NAGPRA as a piece of US legislation as a mechanism for defining and addressing the sort of slow violence that you identify. I'm also interested in your thoughts on actions that should accompany restitution, as Hicks and related scholars like Ariella Aisha Azule and Joey Weiss suggest are necessary. Krystiana?
Sure, thanks for your question, Bradley. So as a NAGPRA practitioner, I certainly think there are risks of using NAGPRA, especially exclusively. There have been a variety of concerns and issues associated with NAGPRA as legislation that practitioners and tribal representatives have been raising since it was passed in 1990. So something that I think is a way that those risks can be mitigated is avoiding the use of NAGPRA exclusively and identifying these kinds of risks. I think that's something that comes with any kind of restitution or repatriation related work is doing it very closely in consultation with the tribal communities that are affected by the collections that you house as an institution. I think that what I'm more interested in is not necessarily NAGPRA specifically, but the use of legislation to require that kind of restitution. It's very uncommon for any nations to have legally mandated repatriation or any other kind of restitution for museums. And so I'm thinking about NAGPRA just more as an example of the kinds of ways that legislation can be used to require that, that sort of addressing of colonialism and violence against Indigenous communities. So I hope that answers that part of your question a little bit. I would be happy to talk to you about it more if you'd like. In terms of actions that should accompany restitution, I think that that's a really tricky thing to address. I think it depends very much on the institution that is involved, the kinds of collections that they have and the history of those collections and all of the communities that might be involved. So that's something that's a little bit difficult to address at a general level, but there are all kinds of things that could be done in terms of museum-oriented action that should accompany restitution. I think, again, that's something that should be identified in consultation with the source or descendant communities that are affected, what kind of actions they would like to see accompany the kind of restitution that something like repatriation can offer. So I know that that's a little bit vague, but I think each community might like to see things work in a different way, even just under the specific bounds of NAGPRA. Different tribal nations in the United States like to see things handled differently. And so I think applying a general solution to that is a little bit tricky, but should always be done in consultation. So I hope that addresses your questions at least a little bit.
Thank you, Krystiana. We are waiting for, I think, a few more questions to come in the Q&A. So I have a question for all of our panelists, actually, one that I've been interested in with everyone presenting here at this symposium. Many of you were doing research or finishing up your research or something along those lines during the pandemic. And I'm curious how the pandemic has affected your work or your research, and whether it brought challenges, which I'm assuming it did, or and what sorts of insights came from how you maybe modified your approaches, if you had to, for any of the panelists.
I can speak to that a little bit in terms of NAGPRA work. So something that was really challenging for, I think, NAGPRA practitioners in general during especially the height of the pandemic is that I find it is much more both effective and respectful to consult about NAGPRA collections in person. And lack of ability to travel made that really difficult during lockdown and for most of when the pandemic was really bad. And so it's tricky because a lot of the time NAGPRA information is really sensitive. And so we don't necessarily want to share a lot of it digitally just for security reasons. And so we really had to figure out things like Zoom and other video conferencing software really fast. And also in a way that avoided things like Zoom bombing that were an issue early on when everybody started to figure these things out, and really tackle some of those specific privacy related concerns. And that's actually been really useful in terms of sharing NAGPRA related information in general. So that's something that has really helped sort of our work around confidentiality and privacy for things like data and consultation. So that's actually something I would say has come out of our pandemic related work that has been really, really useful, a really useful development. So that's just some of my thoughts on the kinds of things that we had to figure out.
Yeah, we're all figuring out Zoom. I am right now. So anyone else have any thoughts on how your work has changed?
Well, I believe that the real important thing that someone focuses when doing a dissertation or a research piece is getting your answer, getting your information. But the ability of talking to people, especially indigenous communities, actually enable you to see a much wider perspective and sometimes to also modify your answer and your questions and your research. So I think the thing I found the most challenging in this period of time was to create that kind of bond, that kind of connection, and also to give myself the patience to create that during a Zoom call or during this online based research. So I think that is the most challenging thing for me. Of course, it was created and caused by the inability to travel. But yeah, I think that if you work really hard on that kind of connection, you can still build out something, even if at distance. So yeah.
Thank you, Sophia.
So
Amelia, you look like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. For myself, I feel very different from a lot of the folks that have spoken so far because I graduated right as the pandemic was starting. And so for the entirety of it, I've been independent. I've not been attached to any institutions, and that has had its own challenges. I started my whole website as a reason to not job search. Job searching during the pandemic was unbelievably stressful because so many of the institutions that were posting applications were not really considering the pandemic. I was seeing job postings that were saying you're going to work the front desk. Well, how's that going to happen if the museum's closed? So my website, which was kind of a continuation of some of the work that I had been doing, was birthed as a way to navigate this field in a very new way. And I think that in a sense, the pandemic has actually benefited me to have this ability to explore these topics and to really put them out there that I would not have had the ability to if I had just gone right into the field as I was intending.
Thank you, Amelia. Anyone else? Mathias, go ahead.
For my work, the pandemic times doesn't really matter because I wanted to do that before the pandemic. And for creating a concept and practicing doing illustrations, I just need my head and the tablet. So it doesn't matter for my practical work, but maybe pandemic times are helping me. It's a good time for doing that because many institutions are looking forward new solutions, new digital solutions. So I'm lucky with with the what institutions now need. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Mathias. Well, we are actually at time. We just had a couple questions come up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark those as going to be answered, and you guys are welcome to continue the conversation in the chat, but we do need to take a break and allow our captioners to take a break also. So I'm going to mark those so that they're visible and that they show up in the Q&A, and those are for Amelia, and if you'd like to follow up on those, you can. But now we are going to take a break, go grab some food, take a walk, shake things out, and we will be back at half after the hour. So 30 minutes after the hour is when we will come back, and we will see you all then. Thank you to our panelists for these presentations. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now getting ready to start our, what is this? This is our 5th session. We're moving along. Welcome back to the audience and to the new panelists. Just as a reminder to our audience, questions will be held at the end of our presentations, but you are always welcome to drop questions into the Q&A section at the bottom of your Zoom control panel at any point throughout this session. And as a reminder to our speakers, please remember to give your visual description of yourself and content on your slides, and to speak slowly. So for example, my name is Krystiana, and I am a white woman with long brown hair, pale complexion, wearing a maroon shirt, and with a blurred background today on Zoom. But with that, we are going to get things started with our first presenter in this section, Rachel Grenier. Rachel, you're welcome to unmute yourself, turn on your video, and share your presentation.
Hi, my name is Rachel Grenier. I'm a white woman with tight wavy curls wearing a black shirt. That's my kitchen in the background, and I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Slideshow. Okay, can folks see that?
Yes.
Okay, cool, thanks. Yeah, so to start, I'm gonna just tell a short story just to sort of get things moving. So the story is about, there's some frogs and some birds, and they all live at a lake. And in the summer, the lake dries up for a month, and the frogs can't leave, but the birds can fly away and come back when there's more water. And one summer, there's a frog sitting there thinking, wow, it's kind of a bummer. You know, I can't leave this lake. And so he kind of comes up with this idea, and the idea is that he's gonna ask these birds for some help. So the birds come back, and he has this idea, and so the birds are like, okay, we'll do it. Birds, there's a stick, the birds grab onto the stick, and the frog bites the stick in the middle and is able to, and so they take off and they fly, and they're flying, and the frog's in the air, and it's amazing, and he's holding on with his mouth. And as they're flying, as they're flying, they see other birds, and other birds are like, wow, there's a frog in the sky, it's amazing. And they kind of fly over and they ask him, you know, whose idea was this? This is genius. And the frog opens his mouth to respond, and because he's holding on with his mouth, falls. So that's the story. So maybe if folks, I'll kind of share my thoughts about it at the end, but if folks can add into the chat, maybe what they think this means. I'll just pause for a sec to make sure people have time to add their thoughts to the chat. Okay, well, folks can do that as I'm talking. Yeah, and then so the visual description for this picture is there's me and another student, and we're taking video. We're doing an oral history with a man who's standing along the riverbank near his house, and he's wearing a lei. Yeah, so that's sort of that's the first slide. Yeah, okay, so now to sort of back up, what is a North Shore Ethnographic Field School? I'm going to talk in this presentation a little bit about what the field school is, what I sort of got to do to support the field school, just some sort of general takeaways. Yeah, so the North Shore Ethnographic Field School is place-based oral history field school in Wailua, Oahu. And sort of as some background, the field school used to be an archaeology program. And at some point, the community sort of asked for sort of a collaborative back and forth. And there was a transition to becoming an oral history field school instead. Some very, very brief history about Wailua. It's been going through a lot of changes. There's sort of a deforestation process that happened, and then there's a long history of different plantations, primarily sugar plantations, that sort of changed the landscape. And then now sort of the extractive industry is tourism, and it's sort of causing this very quick process of gentrification where people can't afford to stay, the landscape is being changed. So the sort of the premise for an oral history program was to sort of record these stories of change. Yeah, so that was sort of the general shape of the oral history field school. So my involvement was I became a student, was trained in oral histories, and then was invited to come back to create some exhibits and sort of work on the next phase of the field school as the community sort of asked us to help them develop a community heritage center. So some of the things that are pictured on the slide, it's one of the exhibit panels I created that sort of shows the process of the field school, and then I sort of pulled out a little section so you could look at it. And I'll attach links to a PDF at the end of my slide if you want to zoom in and look at the text a little bit better, because I know it's really small. Let's see if it's going to go to the next. Okay, yeah, so some of the work that I got to do included creating a couple of exhibits, some pop-up exhibits for the community. And like many pop-up exhibits, this was sort of supposed to support community events as opposed to be like a standalone thing that you go to. So I was trying to sort of create something that would sort of facilitate conversation. The way that I sort of laid out this particular panel, because we'd done a series of oral histories, I wanted to sort of show all of them. So when we go to events, people could sort of see themselves. So there's a map, and on the map, there are portraits of some of the people we interviewed or action shots of them, and little sections that sort of summarize a section about their oral history, and they're sort of laid out on a map. And the maps more or less correlate to the locations where we interviewed people that were significant to them. And this really prompted a lot of conversation, and it's sort of a different way than the oral histories did, because because the oral histories are sort of a one-on-one interview, they sort of bring out different stories that when you lay everything together, and seeing everybody on a map sort of prompted these different conversations about how did that family come to be in that place, or, you know, we were neighbors and so we have these memories together. It sort of generated sharing different knowledge, and sort of and it was very field school style way of, you give us information, we give you information, sort of back and forth process. As this process, I also got to do a couple workshops, but then the other thing I got to work on was doing a series of interviews with elders in the community, and also different community-based or decolonizing museum professionals, to sort of pair like what the elders' vision was and some of the things that museums have done before to sort of see. Yeah, and so in these pictures, there's Auntie Diane, who is one of the narrators and advisors for the project, sort of explaining something to field school students. In the upper right corner, there's pictures of some of the narrators seeing their picture on a poster, and giving some feedback about the way that the picture was positioned. They didn't love it, and so kind of giving a little back and forth process. And then the bottom right-hand corner is some pictures of students in the field school preparing food to share with the community. I thought these were good examples of sort of what people were sort of visioning for the Heritage Center, of a place where people could share knowledge and provide sort of conversation, and also a place to be celebrated and celebrate each other. In the right corner, I have a quote from Auntie Judy, who was talking about what would our kupuna think. And I sort of use that as a guiding thought process throughout the thesis writing process, because she was talking both about what would our kupuna or elders or ancestors think about the changes that had happened, and also like what would they know that we want to pass on to our children, what do we want them to know, and sort of use that to sort of guide those things. Yeah, if people have more questions about the interviews and some of that process, they ask me in the Q&A. Yeah, so that's sort of the stuff that I went through. I'm just looking in the chat to see what people said. Hannah said, story of trust, don't brag. Anytime a community shares a story, it is no longer theirs, it's lost. Story money is to be distracted. Being aware of perspectives and having courage to explore. Yeah, I love this story because there's so many different little pieces that you can pull out of it, and it like gives you so much. It's not necessarily a Wailua specific story. It was a story that the community advisor to the field school, Moki Labra, would share sort of at different community meetings or different planning meetings. And it gives you a lot to think about. And I think as a new museum professional is really helpful for me to sort of think about, especially as a settler, kind of what should I be doing? And like, how should I be conducting myself? Like, maybe as like sort of a bird in this story, I should be drinking less water because I can go elsewhere. Or kind of the thing I thought a lot about too when I was working on Heritage Center ideas was thinking about solutions that work not just for birds, but for frogs, and not putting a frog in unnecessary danger. So that was sort of how I was thinking about it. But I'm excited to look through the chat and see and get to sort of see more of what people shared. Yeah, and then so this picture is Uncle Leaf and another narrator. And at the first slide, I was showing him being interviewed at his house, and now here he is at an event, and in the background there's an exhibit that features some of the information that he shared, and he's at this event, and it's sort of the cycle, the process continues. Yeah, so thank you. Thank you so much for coming. The image here is advisor Moki Labra modeling the sharing of information and modeling the oral history process to train students before they work with narrators. Thank you so much. I know there'll be questions at the end, and I'll share a PDF of the exhibit so people can look at it, and then also a link to the website so you can look at some of the music students created and some of the other projects people worked on. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel, for that presentation. We will turn things over now to our next presenter, Emily Wilde. You are welcome to unmute yourself and share your presentation. And just a reminder for all of our presenters too, to speak slowly. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Let me just take a minute to share my screen. All right. I'm working with dual monitors for the first time, so this will be an adventure. Are you able to see the correct screen?
Yes.
The presentation? Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Wilde. I am trying to pull something up. I'm so sorry. These dual monitors are not serving me well at the moment. Let me just take a minute. So sorry about this, everyone. Okay, I think we should be good now. Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Wilde. I'm a white woman with long curly hair, wearing a black sweater, and I have my very brightly lit kitchen area in the background. Thank you all for coming today. I'm really grateful that we're able to gather and sort of tune in from lots of different places. My presentation is titled Shifting the Landscape of an American Origin Narrative, Trends in Museum Interpretation and Possible Directions Forward. So I started with a handful of underlying questions. I really began with the premise that there exists this generative relationship between the modern day circulation of the pilgrim narrative, so the narrative that a lot of us learned growing up in school about the Mayflower and the Pilgrims and really the early colonial history of New England, and the continuance of settler colonial conditions on Turtle Island, aka North America. And then I really began to ask, where does this happen, right? What exactly are the sites of knowledge production where people are learning about this history and coming into contact with it in many diverse ways? So I identified a number of knowledge production spaces and selected a few to focus on. And one of the sets of spaces that I focused on that I'll be talking about today was museums. In particular, I'll be walking us through a little story of a living history museum as well as a gallery museum that are dedicated to the retelling and presenting of this narrative, and how it's changed over the years in response to burgeoning support for museum decolonization. I just wanted to give a quick note about how being in Hawaii and studying in the UH Manoa American Studies Department shaped my project. I think that's always really important to sort of foreground here. The context in which I was conceiving of this research really shaped the way that it was conceived and the way it played out. Questions that were being asked in University of Hawaii classrooms and in conversations that were held in public and private spaces across Oahu that I was privy to really expanded my thought universe in a way that allowed me to approach this material, which is admittedly rooted in a very different regional context with a lot of strategic tact and strong models of critique. But to summarize, sort of going into it, the museum focus section of this project centered on the role of museums in perpetuating and pushing back on the mythologies surrounding the colonization of the land we today call New England. And in particular, it centered around analysis of the two major museums in Plymouth, Massachusetts. So that's Pilgrim Hall Museum and Plymouth Patuxet, which have really taken up the charge of addressing the American national origin story. So on the following two slides are a number of pictures from modern day Plymouth, taken mostly by myself. Some are drawn from the internet. And I will run through them quickly and do image descriptions. So from the top left corner to the bottom right, we have an image of from above of Plymouth Rock, which is sort of a surprisingly small rock or stone that people look down upon at the center of town. We then have the Plymouth Immigrant Memorial, which is a large, well, not too large. It's a pillar, a stainless steel pillar with the images carved of immigrants coming to Plymouth. We then have the National Monument to the Forefathers, which is very large, although the picture does not do it justice, but it's a large marble statue sort of standing at the edge of town. Then on the bottom left corner, we have the statue of Massasoit overlooking the harbor. Then we have what's called the Pilgrim Sarcophagus, which is a sarcophagus made of stone. And then in the bottom right, we have Plymouth Patuxet Museum, formerly Plymouth Plantation. And we have specifically the English village, quote unquote, which is like replica 17th century English village at that museum. Okay, we also have some more. So we have the overhang to the Plymouth Rock at the top left corner. And then we have another image of the English village from Plymouth Plantation. On the top right, we have Pilgrim Hall Museum, the downstairs, one of the exhibits and installations with lots of texts and images that you can walk through. We have another image of the National Monument to the Forefathers. In the middle bottom here, we have a picture of the Pathfounders exhibit at Pilgrim Hall Museum, which was a really fascinating exhibit that ran recently. And then on the bottom right, we have an image that is actually of my two brothers visiting Plymouth Plantation as children. Okay, so getting back to the research project itself, the timeline here is really relevant to understanding the way that this project played out. So I settled on the topic in spring of 2019 and conducted initial field work in the form of site visits and unstructured interviews the following summer. But then, of course, as we all know, COVID hit in spring of 2020. And while I already knew that I wanted analysis of virtual materials to be part of this work, the inability to do, continued on the ground field work during COVID really made that all the more important. So I pivoted to looking at the things that were readily available online. And there's actually a lot. For these museums in particular, I was able to look at all materials available publicly on their websites, as well as emails that are sent out to their member bases and miscellaneous ephemera such as brochures that I had collected in person previously. So I want to talk for a minute here now about the museums in particular. So Pilgrim Hall Museum, this museum claims to be the longest continually running public history museum in the US, and it is explicitly dedicated to telling the Pilgrim story. As a gallery museum, visitors walk through the space and encounter historical artifacts like Pilgrim belongings, but they also encounter text, image, and video installations that tell the Pilgrim story in particular ways. I was really surprised during my site visits to Pilgrim Hall that there are many critical narrative threads that are present. The messaging was not all dedicated to glorifying the Pilgrims, and Indigenous voices were highlighted in certain exhibits. However, those exhibits do seem to be isolated, right? So for example, the Pathfounders exhibit, which I have a picture of here, again, was one really, really strong example of critical narrative threads of, Indigenous pushback to the colonial narrative. However, you go downstairs to the permanent exhibits and find a very different story that does have more of what you would expect with the typical kind of sanitized, glorifying the colonizers narrative, right? And also, it's important to note that in terms of visual and textual analysis of their website materials, a lot of their messaging on their website is, I would say, lagging behind and still communicates a very sanitized version of the narrative. I'll walk us through the pictures here. So on the top left corner, we have the outside of Pilgrim Hall Museum. It's this very interesting structure that stands with columns and it's made of stone. And there's a accessible entryway in the front to the left. Then we have that same picture of the Pathfounders exhibit with 4 visitors to the museum sitting and watching a video installation. On the left, there is a woman dressed in pilgrim attire, and on the right, there's a woman dressed in 17th century Wampanoag attire. And these 4 visitors are intently watching the video installation. The next picture we have is, again, the basement. Sorry, there's some background noise going on right now. Again, the basement of Pilgrim Hall in the permanent exhibit. We have visitors looking and reading the panels. And then on the bottom left, we have really what defines it, I would say, as a gallery museum, which is these replicas of the Mayflower and old Pilgrim Bibles. Then the next picture here, we have Pilgrim outfits being displayed. So sort of this exhibit is very interesting. It explains the way that Pilgrims have been portrayed in the American imaginary, specifically with regards to attire, because a lot of what we imagine and are told is not actually what they wore. And then the last picture here on the bottom right is of this grand hall with a lot of large art pieces depicting the Pilgrims and a piece in the middle that says the Pilgrim story. So we see at Pilgrim Hall a really concerted effort to incorporate Indigenous perspectives. Local Indigenous Wampanoag folks have sat on advisory boards for the museum, and the recent Pathfounders exhibit, as I said, went to a pretty notable length, I would say, to highlight Wampanoag women's perspectives in particular. Executive Director Donna Curtin seems to be very open to engagements with critical narratives. And the newly hired Visitor Services and Public Programs Manager, Kathleen Wall, does as well. However, the public-facing materials on their website really, I would say, need to catch up with efforts being made through these exhibits. Okay, the other major museum in town, Plymouth-Patuxet, which was formerly known as Plymouth Plantation, offers visitors a very unique experience. So as a living history museum, Plymouth-Patuxet structures itself as this vast outdoor classroom where visitors can walk around the space, enter 17th century living spaces, and interact with interpretive staff members representing both the Indigenous Wampanoag and English colonist communities. Plymouth Plantation received a $360,000 NEH grant in 2017 to reflect a fuller spectrum of experiences, both Indigenous and colonial, within the world of 17th century New England. which led to the name change, right? Plymouth Plantation to Plymouth Patuxet Museums, which incorporates the Indigenous name for the town and continues to really shape interpretive directions for the museum. This new interpretive plan that was created is called Along the Shores of Change, and it's a many-year plan, and it's very interesting to think through. Plymouth Patuxet has a relatively robust Indigenous interpretive staff program wherein Native staff members dress and tell the stories of 17th century Wampanoag life, but they're speaking as their modern day selves, which stands in stark contrast to the interpretive staff representing English colonists who represent characters and speak as if they're living in the 17th century and refuse to engage with visitors as their actual selves, right? They're play acting, they're characters. One of the lines that popped up on Plymouth Patuxet's website in recent months is history in a new light. And I think that to a large extent, they're achieving that. But there are still issues, and the changes being made may not be fast or bold enough to satisfy activist calls to really revolutionize this narrative. So having been steeped in this thought world for a while now, I've spent a lot of time thinking about how the approach to the narrative might shift and evolve at these museums in the near future. There are likely pathways, I think, and then there are ideal pathways. So realistically speaking, something at play for both of these museums is funding, of course, and the interests of the Board of Trustees and various other governing bodies. Many people are still extremely wedded to the sanitized pilgrim glorifying narrative. And when those people are baked into the decision-making structures of the institutions, change can be slow. That's where things like external grants and being able to demonstrate strong public desire for more critical retellings becomes very important. In an ideal world, I would love to see both of these spaces become sites of intense critical engagement with the difficult history of New England colonization. I would love to see them become hotbeds for activism and spaces where those conversations can be had. For Pilgrim Hall, I think one of the best and most realistic ways this could happen is for them to invite very critical speakers and activists into the space. They already host lectures pre-COVID, and they're getting back into it, as well as book talks. So that approach would not be too much of a stretch, right? Just providing space for those dialogues to really unfold. For Plymouth Patuxet, as a living history museum, I think that that they could learn a lot from what other living history museums were doing. I had the opportunity to visit the Tenement Museum in New York this summer, and I was struck by just how impactful their approach to telling people stories is. It was very powerful to be in a physical space and then hear directly from the people who had lived their lives there. But also they didn't try to relegate those people's stories to the past, and they didn't shy away from drawing connections between modern day justice issues and the injustices of the past. So I would love to see Plymouth Patuxet museums get involved in current land and sovereignty struggles faced by the Wampanoag community. And I would love to see the interpretive staff on the English side of the museum finally be allowed to engage with visitors as their contemporary selves, right? I think that would lead to a far more interesting and impactful host of discussions at the museum. So yeah, that's sort of the opening up of what I've been working on. I thank you all for listening, and I know we're going to have questions at the end, and I look forward to the discussion that unfolds.
Thank you very much, Emily. I would like to welcome our next presenter, Marina George. Marina, you're welcome to turn on your video and unmute yourself so we can hear your presentation. Hi, Marina.
Hello. Hi, good morning. It's good to be here. Just want to test here. Hi, everyone. I'm Marina, and I'm joining you from Hawaii, from Oahu. I am an Indian with dark brown chocolate skin and messy black hair, and I'm currently wearing a yellow top with blue earrings and a blue necklace as my ode to Ukraine. And I'm happy to be here and share my work with you. This presentation is going to be looking primarily at a a small installation at the Honolulu Museum of Art, which consists of wooden panels and pillars. And the image you see here is of those set panels. And this is the way in which it is situated in the gallery. I am a student of art history at UH, and I also am part of the Museum Studies Certificate Program. And while a lot of my work is art historical and looks at visual analysis of images, I find that museum studies has been critical to my rethinking the structures of a museum and rethinking what ought to be done and the potential that emerges from a space such as a museum, which is sort of mired in its histories. So one of the books that I am working with is Religion in the Museums. It's global and multidisciplinary perspectives, and one of the things it deals with is the museumification of a religious object on its entry into a museum and the changing manner in which these objects which enter the museum are regarded. Some of the topics raised include the extent to which a curator controls the interaction between a religious object and a museum visitor, as well as the impact of the constraints and regulations that conservators and installation managers have to adhere to in displaying an object. Situating an object within an art gallery might result in an emphasis on visual aesthetics without an adequate acknowledgement of its religious significance or its cultural significance. Given the changing context of museums in America and the recent move within the art world, especially within the museum environment, towards recognizing and recontextualizing Indigenous objects within their culturally specific frameworks, this paper pries apart and questions the role of a museum as a site of memory and complicates the its authority as a source of authentic information. And it also puts the role of storytelling on a well-deserved pedestal. And this is something that we keep coming back to in Indigenous knowledge. Storytelling is just such a powerful tool, especially when sharing religious mythology. Here's another view of the same installation, and this is slightly from the side. The reason I show you this is to share the way in which it's installed. These are 6 separate elements, separate wooden elements that have sort of been put together in this pair installation, with the backs of these works set right next to the wall, which means you can't see the back of the works. These are objects that are carved in the round, and they're architectural elements. When I came across them in the museum, I knew immediately that it was something that I was interested in because I recognized a few of the stories that were shared on it, and I felt the need to know more. But unfortunately, there was no documentation of these images, of these objects in the round, which meant I was restricted to what I could see within the gallery. And because it's such a complicated installation, these are large wooden elements. It's hard to just like flip them over and check them out. So one of the questions that I've had to grapple with is, how do such curatorial interventions, such installation practices, affect the study and appreciation of the objects within its care? And what is it that a museum is conveying in making such installations, or like creating them with a strange permanence, and making them almost inaccessible to those who want to study them. So this in the image also shows you the 2 labels that come with the work. If you look at the bottom of the image, you can see them set on either side of the pair. So these are the 2 labels. This is the label text. So all they say is, a set of 4 pillars and a set of 2 temple panels. And they identify the century. They say it's from Tamil Nadu, which is not very specific, but this is the information that is provided, and that is it. That's all you're provided there. The interesting thing about this is that the 4 pillars are actually split and put on either side of each of the wooden panels. So unless you actually went there and thought about that process, if you were the average visitor who didn't necessarily need to do that, you would think of them as elements that came together because of the way in which they've been installed. But that's not the way it is, because the 4 pillars are from one space and the 2 panels are from another. So this sort of helps break that down. So these are the 2 door panels. And for today, because we're such a short, we're short on time, I'd like to just share a few of the stories. And it's worth noting that these pillars are so delicately carved, and there are so many intricate carvings of narratives of mythology from India, but also just animal figurines, dancers, musicians. It's really intricately carved, and there's just like a lot to be said for each of these elements. Some of them are mythical creatures, some of them are dancers with wearing outfits that you wouldn't consider as like appropriate in India anymore, because we've, as with most colonial countries, have like decided to carry on the baggage of our colonizers. And so there's a sense of modesty and propriety that is almost not traditional. So what I'd like to do today is just share a few of these stories with you. Here's another image just to show you one of the dancers standing with her musical instrument on the backs of a mythical creature called a makara. And what I found interesting about this is that the sort of foliage that emerges and like wraps around the entirety of the pillar emerges from the mouth of the makara. If you see there, his trunk turns into vines and it like envelops the entire space. The 3 stories that I would like to share today are these 3 images right here. They're just 3 registers, and they're all the story of the Indian god Krishna. He's one of the supreme deities. He's believed to be an avatara or an incarnation of the god Vishnu. So these are stories of a child with immense power, a child who is supernatural, but born to a human mother, a child who is within a space that is very modest. He's born to cowherds and is raised within a community of cowherds, and is raised as a cowherd himself. So he's often portrayed in the company of cows. So the first is an image that you see here. None of these are described in the labels, which I found to be just such a loss for the museum because the stories are incredible. This is a story of Krishna and the demoness Putana. The image that you see here depicts a woman with her hand raised above her head. You know she's a woman because her breasts are exposed and there's a child latching on to one of them, and it's almost going sideways. Her left breast is like distended and moves sideways because a child is like grabbing onto it. And it's a bizarre image to look at. But the story is that the demoness Putana knows that Krishna is a divine child and wants to kill him, essentially, while he is a child, in order to ensure that he does not fulfill his fate. But the child Krishna is like so innocent and so unaware of his own power. He's left by his mother tied to a cart, and what you see here at the very bottom, you can see the wheels of a cart. So his mother, when she goes to bathe in the pond, ties the child to the cart by his ankle. This is like common tradition, so he doesn't wander off. He can play around the cart. When the demoness Putana comes and sees this child who is hungry and clearly desires milk, and decides to sort of offer herself up to him, but what she knows is that her breast milk is poisonous, and so she intends to kill this child, use his hunger against him. What she doesn't understand is the full extent of his divinity. And so he proceeds to, as any child would, suckle her life out of her. What you see here is an image of her as like basically her flesh, her blood, her insides are being sucked out of her. It's this horrendous story captured in this single frame image. You can see the bones of her arms sticking out, her neck. You can see her individual bits of her skeletal framework, her ribs. It's just a rather grotesque image if you think about it that way, but it's just in this in this panel, it's just one of the many stories of Krishna's divinity. And this is another image that I used to identify this. So I was able to pull up comparable images. This is also a project that happened during the pandemic. So for the stories that I didn't know, I had to go looking for examples of comparable artwork. And this is another image of the same story that I found at the Chicago Art Institute. And as you can see, it's a slightly different rendition. The child here and Putana both seem rather happy to be here. But it's just such a great story. Here's another image of another demon, the bird demon Bakasura. And what you're seeing here is an image of like Krishna being swallowed up by the bird as a child, and then like burns up the bird's entrails on the inside and then comes out, forces the bird to regurgitate the boy, and then proceeds to like tear the bird apart by the beak. And so what you're seeing here is a child with his leg against the bird, holding him in place and then like tearing him apart beak by beak. And here is another comparable image from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. This is a painting with a description of the story of the bird demon that attempts to kill Krishna as a child. This is another image of the deity as Govardhana. Go is a suffix for the word cow, and Vardhana is the one who carries. So it's basically the name of a mountain, which means cow mountain, the space where they lived. And this is a story where another god is so jealous of Krishna's power as a child that he, and this is the god of rain who was jealous of Krishna, that he sends this giant deluge, and like it rains for days and nights, and the cowherds go to him for seeking help. And Krishna, because of his divinity, is able to just raise the mountain on his index finger or on one finger. And what you're seeing here is an image. You can't quite tell it's a mountain, but because it's such a motif in Hindu artwork, it's a recognizable image. So what you're seeing here are the gopis, the women, the cowgirls, who are standing behind him with little pots of butter. You've got these interesting depictions in front of women, other women consorts of Krishna, and cows who are looking up to him as he stands there protecting them, holding the mountain up as an umbrella over them as it rains. This is another image of the same scene from the Victoria and Albert Museum. So there's more stories, but I just want to wrap up by sharing that the gallery that these works are placed in are supposedly created as a simulacrum of a Hindu temple. But I am really interested in the kind of religious narrative that goes beyond the temple. And these artworks are not in themselves temple artworks. They are mythological stories that have been told outside of a temple. And to me, it is interesting that there is all this force of, or there's this attempt to reconstruct a religious space, but using non-religious objects within the museum, which almost provides a layer of artificial sacrality to these objects, they are not sacred objects. These are, as far as most Hindus are concerned, these are everyday stories. They're not necessarily sacred spaces even where these stories are told. But the gallery itself is built as a temple in the format of a temple. The images are placed in the format of in which you would find them. And it's to me, it seems like a rather forced and construed narrative, especially in a space that doesn't actually tell these stories. It just leaves it there. There's dim lighting, to sort of mimic the experience of entering a temple, but these are not objects that you would find in a temple. It's the same with this lovely image of a cow's head. This is massive, by the way. It's about, well, it's taller than me and I'm 5 feet tall. So this is a cow head that was attached to the outside of a temple cart, but never would have entered it. It's not a sacred object in itself. It's almost a decorative, festive ritual object, but not necessarily sacred in the same way that objects within a temple would be. So putting all of these within a museum space that is attempting to recreate the insides of a temple, I find that to be slightly problematic when it seems to be wanting to make the religion or the culture an other without necessarily sharing the stories or telling you more about them, providing you with context that would give you information about it. So these are all sort of questions I've been grappling with, and I'm just happy to share these stories. So thank you for having me. I look forward to answering any questions. Here's the installation again. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Marina. Any questions for Marina or the other presenters can go in the Q&A, but we have one final presentation from Halena Kapuni-Reynolds. I'm going to hand things over to you.
Sounds great. Thank you, Kristen. Getting myself set up. Okay, aloha mai kako. Greetings, everyone. My name is Halena Kapuni-Reynolds. I am a white-passing Hawaiian of mixed ancestry. I have brown hair, brown eyes. I am wearing an aloha shirt that is green and has many, many different kinds of patterns on it that are red, white, blue, a little bit of green in there. And I'm also wearing a garland of flowers strung together and gifted to me by the rest of by my panelists here today. Thank you, Marina, Rachel, and Emily, for this beautiful gift. And my background is of a place down the road from where I live. It's a beautiful coastal area full of water-worn rocks. And so that is what my background is. From the breaking of dawn's first light at the eastern cape of Ha'eha'e to the setting of the sun in the west of the islet of Lehua, aloha to all who are joining our panel today. Before I begin, I would like to congratulate and thank Elijah, Christian, and Andrea for their incredible work in organizing this successful symposium, the Council for Museum Anthropology, the University of Hawaii at Manoa Museum Studies Graduate Certificate Program, and my fellow panelists for accepting the call and sharing their incredibly important work with the audience gathered here today. This paper interweaves community history, museum theory, and Hawaiian epistemology to theorize a future cultural center for the Hawaiian homesteading community of Keaukaha. It re-envisions past iterations, plans, and visions for a cultural center that was first imagined by Keaukaha elders with deep interests in preserving the history and culture of the area in order to conceptualize a different kind of cultural institution, one that is rooted in Keaukaha ways of caring for the past and present that work towards a better future for those who call this place home. In crafting this paper, this work is in conversation with efforts by other Indigenous communities over the decades, really, to establish their own museums and cultural centers, guided by their communities' needs, epistemologies, ontologies, and ways of caring for their knowledges and physical collections. Keaukaha is a land and sea area located on the island of Hawaii in the Hawaiian archipelago. So on this slide, you see two images. The first on the left is a beautiful aerial view of the island of Hawaii, and the image on the right is an aerial view of my community of Keaukaha. So it's right along the coastline, and you see the ocean, and you see some jungle areas, and you see the neighborhood. Keaukaha is located to the west of the town of Hilo proper and extends along 5 miles of coastline, rich in storied places and aquatic resources. Although Native Hawaiians have lived along the Keaukaha coastline for centuries, the Hawaiian homesteading community of Keaukaha, pictured here on the right, was established in 1924 under the Hawaiian Homelands Commission Act of 1920. Passed in 1921 by U.S. Congress, the Hawaiian Homelands Commission Act set aside over 200,000 acres of land throughout the archipelago for the purpose of rehabilitating Native Hawaiians by providing those with 50% or more Hawaiian blood with leases to residential and or agricultural lots on Hawaiian homelands. Keaukaha was the first residential Hawaiian homesteading community established through this federal legislation, preceded by 2 agricultural settlements founded on the island of Molokai. There are a little under 2,000 individuals who live in Keaukaha, and many of whom are working class and live in poverty according to various state and national measures. Yet, for many of those who live here, myself included, we love our community and the lands and waters that sustain us. This is an image of another place along the coastline. It's looking out towards the ocean, but you're also looking towards Hilo town, and in the background you see both Mauna Kea, a beautiful sloping, well, not a sloping, but a beautiful, beautiful mountain, as well as Mauna Loa, which is more of a little hump. But we wake up every morning to these 2 mountains, to Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa, greeting us each day at places like Keaukaha, which is where this photo is taken, a beloved point and a beach area. And in addition to loving the place we call home, we have fought for decades with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, the state agency that administers the Hawaiian Homelands Commission Act, the state of Hawaii, and the US federal government to some extent, to secure basic infrastructure, funding, and support for our community. Things that theoretically should be afforded to all citizens of the state of Hawaii, but are not. And like many other indigenous communities in the US and elsewhere, we are categorically forgotten, our lands destroyed and made unusable in the name of the quote-unquote greater good, our ways of life, and remembering the past continuously under threat of development, colonial modernity, and settler colonial projects and processes of elimination. Yet life in Keaukaha is so much more than strife. It is also filled with moments of joy and beauty that speak to the vibrancy of Indigenous Hawaiian communal life, one where relationships with other community members in the lands and waters of Keaukaha form the basis of everyday interactions and ways of relating to the larger world. I carry these experiences with me throughout this work because they continue to shape how I think and write about Keaukaha, and how I have come to re-theorize what a cultural center could be for the community, and to enact ways of writing and theorizing that speak to academic fields and conventions from lived experiences in Hawaiian community. So this presentation is an extension of that work. And so as you can see here in this slide, it's a series of images. To the left, it's a flyer for an event that I organized many years ago. I've been quite interested in preserving the community's past since I was an undergraduate student, and I continue to do that work. The central image at the top where you see people sitting down and looking over paperwork, this was another event that we did where we invited community elders to just bring a few photos and to talk story, to share their stories with those to record them. The lower bottom image is of my high school graduating class, because I graduated from a Hawaiian charter school in Keaukaha. As you can see, I'm wearing a green sweater, and I don't look like the rest of my classmates in many ways, but I do love them dearly. And to the right is a picture of my dear grandmother, who recently passed, who taught me so much about just living here in the community and about Hawaiian culture in so many ways. As part of reimagining and building off earlier iterations of a Keaukaha Cultural Center, I use various parts of the hala plant as metaphors and organizing tools to discuss the origins, purpose, function, and theoretical foundations of this work. Additionally, I see this as my contribution to a multi-generational dream of building a place for our stories and belongings. Hala, known by many names across Oceania and commonly referred to in English as screw pine, is a beloved coastal plant rich in meaning for the Keaukaha community. Historically, our coastline was covered with groves of hala trees that provided those who lived in the area with a readily available source of material to weave mats, thatch, roofs, and create cordage. The key challah, or the individual keys of the challah fruit, can also be eaten, used as paintbrushes, or strung together to create beautiful lei of garland. The word challah itself in the Hawaiian language also connotes multiple meanings, including some kind of fault or error, the passing of time, the death of a family member, and the movement away from something you may have passed. In Keaukaha, it has also been used for various educational programs as symbols of knowledge transmission, i.e. the passing of information from one person to the next, from generation to generation. Thus, it seemed fitting to really honor this plant in this way. And as you can see in the lower right-hand corner, I have an illustration created by a local artist of what a challah tree looks like and the various components of it. And they're split, I kind of organize this along the lines of the key challah, which are the individual keys of the challah fruit, the pu challah, which is the trunk of the tree, and the lau challah, or the leaves. In the 1950s, the Hawaiian Homes Commission, the County of Hawaii, and members of the Keaukaha community worked together to found Hawaiian Village. Although I am still in the process of reconstructing the events leading up to the establishment of the Hawaiian Village, the image here on the left shows one of the features of the village: authentic native huts, this is language from this article, that were built for visitors to the community to see what Hawaiian life was like in the past. At a later time, a large pavilion was built near the huts and used by homesteaders to sell handmade crafts to tourists and others, and to host large family and community gatherings. Today, all that remains of the pavilion is a concrete slab, yet this has not stopped community members from continuing to use Hawaiian Village as a place to gather with friends and family for various life events. Memories of Hawaiian Village in the past continue to guide community interactions in the space in the present. The image in the center is an architectural rendering of a new Hawaiian village that was created in the mid-2000s by community leaders. The image itself shows about like two buildings. One is an enclosed pavilion with a green roof and solar panels on top. The other one is an open building that is in some ways a modern imu, or an underground oven. Although no structure has been built to date, these are just architectural renderings. We continue to imagine and dream of the day when a new pavilion and gathering place can be built for the community. Lastly, Eleanor Ahuna, a past leader of the Hawaiian homesteading communities of Keaukaha and Panaewa, a homestead with deep connections to Keaukaha 5 miles south, tirelessly advocated for the rights of Hawaiian homesteaders while conceptualizing a detailed plan for a cultural center for both communities in the early 1990s. I don't have enough time to delve deeply into the details of her work here, but I do want to recognize the work of anthropologist Judith Schachter, who was longtime friends and a longtime correspondent with Auntie Eleanor, and she writes a lot about this cultural center idea in this book titled The Legacies of a Hawaiian Generation, From Territorial Subject to American Citizen, which is the image that you see on the right. It is the book cover. So as I see it, there are 3 major sections of the pu challah, or the challah tree trunk, that can form the basis of a future cultural center. The first consists of the purpose for the cultural center, which would consist of the following areas: economic support, education through the arts, assisting community members in cultural resurgence and genealogical work, continuing to document and archive the community's history, and working to preserve historical and archaeological sites throughout the coastline. The second section is the museum models, scholarship, and forms of praxis that can inform how programs, collections, and exhibits are curated and designed at the cultural center. Some forms of museum practices that I found useful for the kind of work that a future cultural center in Keaukaha could do include the eco-museum model, dialogical museums, Indigenous museology, the literature around museums and justice, museum decolonization, as well as the cultural center model, which we see a lot of in the literature. Lastly, the cultural center must support, promote, and lead in some instances the memory work that takes place in the community. Serving as a repository for family archives, newspapers, and other primary source materials, photographs, archaeological records, music, and various belongings is necessary for the community to ensure that such information can be made accessible to community members and is cared for in perpetuity. Oops. So really quickly, as I unfortunately didn't get to finish my paper, so I'm kind of winging it now. The lauhala aspect of this is referring to the ways in which these materials are woven together through the cultural center model. Lauhala, or the leaves of the challah tree, is used across Oceania to create beautiful artworks, beautiful utilitarian objects. The leaves are really pliable. They can be made into hats, into anything really, depending on what the artist wants to make. But I like to think of the process of weaving these leaves together as an analogy for thinking about how the purpose of this cultural center, the theoretical models that kind of guide how it would be designed, as well as the work that takes place in the community to preserve community history and stories, all of which work in tandem together and are woven together to create a cultural center that makes not only sense to those who live in Kilkaha, but makes it a much more meaningful institution as opposed to just another museum. Because one of the things we're also facing here, and this is just based off of my conversations with other family members, with community members, is that museums are still seen by many as foreign places meant for visitors, meant for tourists, and not necessarily for the people that live around those museums. So this project in itself really aims to not only show the rigor of our own knowledge systems, but to show how it can, in some ways, elevate and help to bring into conversation and to develop more literature around the work of museums, in particular Indigenous communities. So really quickly, when we're thinking about what that weaving looks like, these are three kind of areas that I've been thinking about and hoping that a cultural center in the future might focus on. So the Kilkaha Cultural Center will develop a community-based approach to caring for and transmitting Kilkaha's tangible and intangible past to current and future generations, serve as a multifunctional community gathering space, similar to the Kauhale system of Hawaii and the Marae system of Aotearoa. Kauhale are essentially a series of houses, and each have their own function. And, determining how to translate that into a modern context, especially within a cultural center model, would be really exciting. I refer to the Marae system here as well because we have close relationships with various iwi and have gone on excursions, cultural exchanges to learn more about their Marae systems to see what we might be able to bring back here in Hawaii, because our community constantly deals with visitors. We constantly have visiting Pacific groups coming back and forth and in need of places to stay. And our community loves doing this kind of work, so hopefully integrating that. And lastly, to curate programs and exhibits that celebrate the community's past and ways of life while raising awareness around social and environmental issues that impact the Kilkaha community. So this is in some ways really trying to create a program where we're not just critiquing and saying these are the issues, because at the same time, there's such a rich history and a rich culture in the community that needs to be presented in these exhibits, in these cultural centers as well, so that we're not only presenting kind of one aspect of Hawaiian homesteading life. So I will end there. Thank you very much for listening to my talk today. Here is my email for anyone who'd like to correspond further, as well as my Twitter and Instagram tag handles. So mahalo.
Thank you, Halena, for that presentation. And I'd like to welcome the rest of this panel from University of Hawaii. To join us, Rachel, Emily, and Marina. You're welcome to pop back on screen. So we're all here. So this leads us to the Q&A portion of the session. And again, I'm Kristen. I will be moderating and facilitating that. And anyone in attendance, you're welcome to type your questions into the Q&A section at the bottom of your Zoom control panel. We do have one in there already that from Inge to Rachel, but also very relevant, I think, to Helena's presentation just now. I understand that your interaction included envisioning a heritage center. What came out of these visions, or what was envisioned?
Yeah, a couple of things. And then as I was listening to Halena present, I was like, oh, I should talk a little bit about kind of what came before too, where it wasn't just, things don't come out of nowhere, right? In Wailua specifically, people have been talking about a heritage center for a while, and there was a series of oral histories that was done in the 70s through the Ethnic Studies Department at UH Manoa. One of the first things that the oral history program there did was interview elders in Wailua then. And so there's sort of this continuation of things happening. Yeah, right now, so the field school in the pandemic lost funding, which was really sad, but was also sort of a time, I think, to be considering different like transformations and transitions. So right now, actually, we have Auntie Cathy Ferreira is in the chat. She's also part of the field school. And Emily also took classes in the field school, but Auntie Cathy is on the board for the new Wailua Friends of Wailua Heritage Center, I think is the title. They're sort of putting together a board right now, and that's being led by the Wailua Hawaiian Civic Club. So there's sort of movement that way. And then the UH Manoa Museum Studies program has been really supportive in like helping me find some funding to rework some of the exhibits, to sort of take in some of the feedback from the community, and then to create kind of a more like report-like version. The thesis I developed was 200 pages, and I don't think anybody has read it. And so I've had some really great guidance and support as far as beginning to develop a report and making it more accessible, which has been something that I think you can see across all the panelists, like really an emphasis on creating accessible and community focus, you know, just that sort of emphasis on getting that guidance from the department has been really great. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Rachel, for that response. And the theme of the community centers is continuing in our questions. And we have a question from Kara, actually multi-leveled question. First, for Halena specifically, I'll focus on that part first. It's interesting to learn how the metaphor/example of the challah tree provides a way or another way to conceptualize a museum's practices and structures. Are there other metaphors you've considered, Halena? And then I'll move to the second part of the question after your response.
Thanks for the question, Kara. I immediately, when I think of another metaphor, I think of what I'm hoping to talk more about into the future. The group abstract that we submitted, I was playing around with the word ho'ike, which is one of the words associated with how in the Hawaiian language folks describe what a museum does, what exhibitions are. So, you know, playing with the Indigenous term and trying to emphasize and use that as the root for then making sense of museum worlds for Hawaiian language speakers. So for example, ho'ikeike, even though it's referring to exhibition practice, the word itself literally talks about this kind of acquiring or the coming of knowledge to you, or of ike. And ike within our language, although it's knowledge, it's multisensorial. It can refer to sight, sound, various mechanisms in which you are gaining information. So that as a metaphor for thinking about museum practice and to make sense of the literature that has really explored the multisensorial aspects of museums and the multisensorial ways that which knowledge is transmitted in these spaces, for me is an example of just how, you know, when Indigenous museum professionals or scholars are really taking that step to frame it within their own languages and use those epistemologies as a way to then create the critiques or to re-envision and to reimagine spaces that serve different functions within their communities, I think gets us at it helps us get to a different place. It helps us to enrich the meaning of why we have these centers, especially within our own communities, and how they differ from, say, you know, larger institutions or national museums per se.
That's great. And Kara extends that same sort of question to the rest of the panelists. As for the other panelists, are there metaphors, analogies you have seen or would like to see shape museum practices? And she also comments that Mathias and Chris, who presented on an earlier panel, may even want to come in on this question. So if they're still here, feel free to type some things into the chat too.
I just wanted to share another analogy and metaphor that's also been sort of really persistent in the practice of the UH Manoa Museum Studies group right now. And I also see Noel Kahanu, who is our kumu in the participant list. So I want to thank her for bringing us all, well, Halena and me, onto one of her projects called Weaving a Network of Care. And this is, I'm going to defer to Halena to give you the meaning of the metaphor. But it really looks at creating a network of museum professionals and practitioners across the Pacific Islands, and creating sort of reliable set of people that you can reach out to in order to sort of think through some of the practices and also go to in times of crisis or need in order to sort of have backing, especially with like smaller institutions where a lot of people wear multiple hats and sometimes are forced to do or take on the responsibilities for jobs or positions that they're not necessarily trained to do. So how do you share that knowledge? How do you share the training? How do you share resources from between institutions that are privileged enough to have some and those that need some? So Halena, if you would just provide context. Yeah.
Thanks for the shout out, Marina. So as Marina's alluding to, we're in the midst of a museum institute with about 20 participants from across the Pacific, from various nations, from various types of museums, and really trying to address their needs as practitioners working in these spaces that really don't have lots of funding. They're wearing multiple hats. They may be the only museum on their island or in their nation doing the kind of work that they're doing. So the network itself, we're really intentional with the naming of it as a network of care, because really one of the challenges for the Pacific region is lack of funding, but lack of communication and of sustained communication, I'll put it that way. We come together in certain moments and then years later, kind of those relationships don't persist. But we're trying to be very intentional with that in the Institute. We just got our participants just approved our logo, which is playing around with the weaving idea, and we created a graphic based on how coconut leaves are woven. And we chose the coconut leaf because it is, again, another plant that's ubiquitously found, not just in Oceania, but across coastal regions, but is one that is central to a lot of cultures in Oceania as a source of not just food, but also weaving material to create baskets, thatching, etc. So we have, thank you, Marina. So this is the logo. This is one of the iterations of the logo itself that shows that weaving aspect. There's also, we have another element that we added to the photo, to the logo itself, that is it's a Hawaiian tool that was used to mend and to create fishing nets. So the play of the fishing net mender as well as the coconut weaving itself is two different metaphors and two different very specific kind of material metaphors that help us to talk about these kinds of connections we're trying to make, the care that it takes not only to craft these kind of things, but to maintain good relations with those within the Institute itself.
Thank you. Rachel or Emily, that question of metaphors, do either of you have anything you would like to speak to that?
I can say something. So there's a lot of metaphor going on in the sort of Plymouth colonial memory ecosystem, I would say. I mentioned like Along the Shores of Change being the title for the new interpretive plan at Plymouth Patuxet. A lot of water-based metaphors, I would say. Also weaving comes up pretty frequently. Ideas of like weaving together the colonizer and the indigenous narrative threads. I often like to play the role of, or to serve in the role of pushing people to be less gentle about it, especially in the Plymouth colonial memory world. I think a lot about rupture, so I would like to think more in those terms, and participated a while ago now in a panel with Halena, wherein he lent us the beautiful metaphor of fissure, or the beautiful imagery of fissure, right? I was thinking through rupture. Fissure, I think, I started thinking about like the landscape elements of it, right? Like in terms of volcanic fissures and spaces that open up, and like decolonial sort of, or anti-colonial ideologies can begin to bubble up or seep through. On the East Coast, in the Northeast, where all of my research is based, we have like really, really incredible marshland systems. So I'd really like to see and maybe be part of metaphors developing there for thinking through pathways and opening up, and like the connection between different types of water and different types of narratives. But there's a lot, I think there's a lot of metaphoric, like very rich metaphoric things to be explored, but always pro being, in the Plymouth context specifically, being less kind of like flowery about it and more like, powerful, strong metaphors of breaking apart the colonial ideology.
Thank you.
As Halena said, I'm referring to a AAA panel we organized in 2019 called Disciplinary Fissures, Generative Praxis Within the Changing Climate of Anthropology.
Thank you. We have a couple questions that are actually eerily similar. So people might have had some similar thoughts when they were submitting these. One from Corey and one from Inge, but both related to Halena's presentation. They're both of them are asking about what the status of this is. So where are you in the process of creating the center? And does the state of Hawaii have seed funding that can help get the cultural center off the ground? And Inge adds a second layer to that of, is there somewhere else that you think does similar work to what you're envisioning?
Great questions. So currently it is still an idea. I need to finish this PhD first before anything else. And hopefully that'll be in the next year. And part of the slow approach, I will say, for this is that given the community's history with various state agencies, there's a lot of just mistrust in general where money is coming from and the attachments that come with money. So being aware of those and sensitive to that means that I am still just looking for other kinds of models and options out there in terms of what funding and sustained funding might look like, how we might be able to raise funds ourselves as a community that doesn't necessarily have donors who could give us millions of dollars. But there might be folks who may be interested in these kind of projects, and maybe it's continuing to start. Maybe it starts with more community-based grassroots projects, just bringing folks together and building that culture within the community of the need for some kind of space to preserve these stories. Oftentimes what I found is it really takes, I talked about, for example, organizing that day years ago, and it's a great example of how not just organizing an event for community and inviting folks to attend, but also inviting the local museum. We had the Lyman Museum there to share some of their images, historical photographs that they recently acquired that had people that grew up in the 50s and 60s. They didn't have any names of those individuals. So it was one of their first ventures in getting identification for their records, but also it showed the museum folks how important it is for them to go outside of the institution into communities, bring their collections, their photographs, and get people talking about it and being really receptive and open to folks coming back to the museum on their own time if they wanted to. So, those kinds of projects for me and voicing those things and making those observations and talking to people about it is part of the long-term process of creating this cultural center. But yeah, it's very much starting from scratch. In terms of seed funding, there's not much. The state of Hawaii is not does not have lots of money when it comes to preservation, or there's lots to be said about the preservation industry in Hawaii and its challenges. But in terms of models, we certainly, there are certainly various kinds of models locally and outside of Hawaii. The one that immediately comes to mind that I would love to be able to learn and perhaps do some more field sites at is the Lanai Heritage Center. So the Lanai Heritage Center is a small center based on the island of Lanai. It's kind of like one of their only museums. They're a very small town of maybe about 1,000 folks, but the museum essentially serves as the hub for not only talking about and remembering the Hawaiian history of the place. So they did a lot of work with those, with elders who have already passed, Hawaiian elders, and they continually try to create programming for their schools and for those outside to talk about and to remember these really beloved places across their coastline. They also do a lot of work around the plantation and pineapple industry, because that's where a lot of folks within the current community, that's how they ended up on Lanai. And so I appreciate the ways in which there is an emphasis and there is a centering on Hawaiian culture and Hawaiian history in the institution, but that isn't necessarily all that they do. They really try to do it. They really focus on the heritage of the community in the past and in the present, and really trying to make those connections and provide programming for those there to understand the relevance of these places and the need to care for them and hopefully bring them back into contemporary use and visitation. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Halena. Our next question comes from Bradley, and it's for Marina. So Marina, Bradley is interested if you have any proposals for ways of bringing the amazing stories that you shared into exhibition spaces in conversations with the materials you presented. To ask crudely, how can these stories be curated? Thanks so much for your great intervention.
Thank you, Bradley, for that question. It's such a lost opportunity to not share these stories because they're such great hooks to, like, even just from like purely like a museum numbers situation, like these are the stories that would draw people in, right? Like keep visitors visiting, and the extent to which these have not been covered is appalling, especially because they've been there for years and years, and the gallery space there is pretty much a permanent installation, which is what bothers me, because I went there wanting to study these objects in their entirety, and I can't even see the backs of them, you know, and there's no documentation for that. So I'm hoping to use these stories first to advocate for them just deinstalling, documenting, and then maybe changing the installation. But the truth is also that there is no South Asian curator at the HOMA. So it's hard to have these conversations with somebody who's willing to like make those changes. But what I would like to do is also work, hopefully maybe someday, work with them to have these stories, maybe even in a digital format, right next to the images. And I think what helps is also to see these images next to others that already exist within the collections of other museums. So those are copyright free, or like, you know, public images, or even images in India. I wasn't able to do field work because I was, you know, it all happened in the middle of the pandemic. But these are sort of stories that have been told over and over and over in visual art in India. And to see like several iterations of them next to each other would be great. So if, you know, it could be just these wooden objects could be an exhibition in themselves if you like pair them with other images. But also I think just there's so much that is possible with digital works right now, with just technology right now, that I think it's entirely possible to have like a 3D rotation, a 3D model of it on a screen right next to the actual installation that allows you to like click on each register, read the story, maybe see comparative images. There's just so much that is possible, and it's not difficult, but it does take the will to do it, right? So yeah.
Thank you, Marina and Bradley, for that question. We don't have any other questions in the Q&A. Do our panelists have any other thoughts of things that came up during this discussion or hearing each other's presentations that you would like to share? No pressure. Just wanted to give you that chance. Well, we will then wrap this panel up. Thank you to all of our presenters in this panel. And we have one more panel in the symposium, so stick around for that one. That one will be starting at 15 minutes after the hour. So we will have a brief break and we will come back and see you all then. Thank you, everybody. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are in our 6th and final session in this symposium. Thank you, everyone who is here. And just as a reminder to our audience, we will be holding questions and Q&A at the end of our presentations. You can drop those questions into the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom control panel. And as a reminder to our speakers, please remember to give your visual descriptions and to speak slowly for our card captioners. So for example, my name is Krystiana. I am the moderator for this panel, and I am a white woman with long brown hair, pale complexion, wearing a maroon shirt and with a blurred out background today. But now I'm going to turn things over to our first paper of this panel, which is a collaborative paper with Ellen Zimmerman, Natalie Kors, Henri Fola, and Amy Margaris. And Amy is going to be the first person speaking of that group today. Amy, I'll turn things over to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Can you all hear me? All right. Thank you for coming. My name is Amy Margaris. I'm Associate Professor of Anthropology at Oberlin College, and I'll be leading off our presentation today that's titled Growing Goodness from Dangling Collection to Digital Exhibition. I am a light complexion, middle-aged woman with gray and black hair, a gray and black polka dot sweater, and large hoop earrings. I'm sitting in my work office, and I, along with 2 of my 3 student collaborators, are zooming in today from the town of Oberlin, which is in Northeast Ohio, Indigenous land that includes traditional territory of the Erie and Haudenosaunee Confederacies. Oberlin College currently stewards around 30 ethnographic items from subarctic and Arctic North America. And the subset of these that are from Alaska, most are, were gathered by Yupik and Nupiaq and other native villages by 19th century Smithsonian scientists like Edward Nelson, who's pictured on the left side of the screen here in a black and white photo. He's on skis wearing some sort of Alaska Native garb. These were originally contained in the college's old natural history cabinet, and when that cabinet faded away in the 19th century, the cultural items were left dangling, so to speak, without a curator, without proper housing. A key benchmark in the process of revitalizing the Arctic materials was in 2017, when a Nupiaq environmentalist and educator, Rosemary Atungaruk, journeyed from her home in Nooksut, Alaska, to Oberlin College to receive an honorary degree. And during that trip, and a subsequent one in fall of 2019, Rosemary sat with the collection and offered detailed knowledge of how the objects in the collection would have been made and used and valued in their home communities. So on the right, you see there's a picture from her first visit with 2 family members. They're sitting in my lab and they're looking at a wooden spear thrower. And here is a picture of Rosemary consulting again in 2019 with students in my museum anthropology class. And at her request, we're videotaping the procedure so that it can be archived. This is an example of some of the items in the collection made from a variety of raw materials and for a variety of uses and from a variety of cultural contexts, such as a wooden bowl, a bent wood berry container, and an ivory snow knife, just to give you a sense of what's in the collection. And so the outline of the collection, first of all, Henry will talk a little bit about the goals for the physical and digital exhibitions, the challenges and affordances of the 2 modalities. Henry and Ellen will talk about these and some takeaways for others who are interested in digital cultural heritage and museum display. And finally, Natalie will talk a little bit about her efforts towards digitally preserving the digital exhibit, some of the things we've been thinking about as we try and do that and our progress to date. So now I will turn it over to Henry.
Hi, I'm Henry Fayola. I use he, him. I'm a white man in my 20s. I have curly brown hair and I'm wearing a green button-down shirt. So in January of 2020, we began developing an exhibit of the Native Alaskan collection that would go up in Oberlin's Terrell Main Library that spring. And this slide shows a photo of 6 students, including me and Ellen, in the library common area, marking out the location of exhibit cases. And so our goals for this exhibit were to educate Oberlin students, faculty, and community members about the Arctic collection, and to create a space for visitors to engage critically with some of the challenging colonial history that these objects embody. We wanted to present multiple interpretations and multiple ways of knowing about these objects by pairing collector's notes with Dr. Atungarak's consultation. And we wanted to use these objects to tell stories of Native Alaskan resilience and survival in the face of colonialism, as well as the threats posed by climate change. So in March of 2020, we were sent home due to COVID. It was unclear when we would be able to come back. So we decided to pivot to making a digital exhibit that we could all work on from our homes. And this slide on the right shows an image of our digital exhibit layout, which Ellen will be discussing in more detail in a couple of minutes. This shift was really difficult for us at first, but we realized that working in a digital medium afforded us some new opportunities to educate the public about this collection and to uplift Native Alaskan voices. One of the first real benefits that we notice is having a multimedia exhibit is so much easier in digital space. Our original plan was to have iPads in the physical exhibit where people could sort of scroll through a menu and look at and watch some of Dr. Atungarak's consultation. But the digital format allowed us to pair audio of Dr. Atungarak talking about each object with the picture of that object. So you can click on it and listen to her voice, which made for a much more impactful and integrated experience. And it let us really thread her knowledge through the exhibit in a really powerful way. We also wanted people to work their way through the exhibit in a particular order to tell the story that we wanted to tell. And a good example of that is the sustenance and healing section, which was what I mostly worked on. This slide has an image of that section. It's titled Sustenance and Healing. It's a small alcove with green walls and some objects on podiums. And this part of the exhibit focuses on the effects of climate change on Native Alaskan communities and on Dr. Atungarak's work as an environmental justice activist. We wanted this section to be the final sort of call to action and the ability to create a guided tour in the digital medium and to really make our layout whatever we wanted it to be helped us to do that and to tell the story that we wanted to tell. And I'll pass it on to Ellen now to talk more about the layout.
Hi, I am Ellen Zimmerman. I use they, them pronouns. I'm white, I have short brown hair, I wear glasses, and I am wearing a green turtleneck. I'm actually zooming in from Italy, where I am studying abroad this semester. So yes, I will talk about specifically what sort of things changed between the physical and the digital exhibits, starting with the layout, which you can see on this slide. On the left is a digital drawing of our intended layout for the physical exhibit. It is diamond shaped with 4 display cases around the outside and 1 on the inside. For the physical exhibit, we were limited by space and physical materials, so we had to be creative and compact in our exhibit design. However, on the digital platform, our resources were practically infinite, and the space, while not infinite, was significantly larger, as you can see in the image on the right. It is a large rectangular room with separate chambers at the sides and on top. We basically inverted the design and put what had been on the outside of the diamond onto the main walls of the rectangle. we maintained the secluded nature of the sacred object area, which had been in the center of the diamond, by putting that in a separate chamber with a wall to limit visibility, which is on the top. The two side chambers were from parts of the physical exhibit that would have been in other locations within the library. So next I'm going to talk about how the objects are viewed. So one of the biggest values of a museum exhibit is being able to see an object directly in front of you in 3 dimensions. This is not possible in our digital exhibit, as you can see in the image on this slide. It's a sort of zoomed in screenshot of what the experience of viewing a wooden bowl is like on the digital platform. I think what would be really interesting is if 3D scans could be made available through a digital exhibit, thus allowing everyone to see the object in as many ways as they want, making it even more accessible than in a physical exhibit. Next, I'm going to talk about the wall panels. On the right of this slide are the designs for the wall panels of the family and community section of the physical exhibit. And as you can see in the image on the left, the amount of wall space increased significantly for the digital exhibit because we need to fit the objects, images, and text in a large enough size to be visible. One of the benefits of this configuration is that it put the wall panel text accompanying images and photos of the objects closer together. I think this improves how the different elements of the exhibit are in conversation with each other, though it does look a bit more cluttered. Finally, I want to talk about how each of these exhibits are experienced in their context. So this was originally designed to be on the first floor of Oberlin's main library, as shown in the floor plan on the left with 3 different locations. And that is a place where students come to study and hang out. It is a space with high ceilings, background noise, bright lighting, and various potential distractions. Many people would have seen the exhibit just passing through. However, in the digital exhibit, it exists in a sort of void, which you can kind of see from the screenshot I took on the right of the webpage and what it's like to view the exhibit. There are no other people in or around the exhibit. There is no background noise and no distractions except whatever else might be on the viewer's computer screen. Also, it's not in a place where lots of people would just happen across it and be drawn in. The only people accessing it are people who already know about it and go to the effort of finding it on their own. This creates an environment that is more focused and intentional, but less likely to reach people not explicitly looking for it. So the last part of my section, I want to talk about the takeaways for others interested in digital cultural heritage and museum display. So first, digital exhibits can serve as an important intermediate step in addressing dangling collections because they allow the exhibit to reach publics beyond the college community and open the door for collaboration with source communities and potential repatriation. So in deciding whether you want to do a physical or digital exhibit, consider the various pros and cons of each of those and which will better serve the purpose of the goals for your exhibit. Because the digital space is really cool and there's a lot of really interesting creative things that can be done with it. So I think people should see it as a valuable tool in its own right, not just as a supplement or direct translation of a physical exhibit.
This is Natalie. I use she, her. I'm a white woman of light complexion with long curly brown hair. I'm wearing a green turtleneck sitting in front of a white background. And I joined the project to preserve the digital display and combine my computer science background with anthropology in order to archive the project. On this slide, there's an image of me during this process. I'm sitting at a computer, speaking into a microphone and looking at a computer showing audio recording software. What initially motivated us to think about preservation is that the website and server that the exhibit currently exists on are third-party applications that we have no control over maintaining. And we wanted to look for a way to make the digital exhibit more permanent, since it is a living resource and currently used for teaching within the Inupiat community. And we wanted to look for a way to preserve it in its current state. Human-computer interaction, or HCI, is a field that I initially learned about through my computer science courses. It's the study of interfaces and how humans interact with them, for the purpose of redesigning computer applications to allow for novel and accessible interaction. It's now primarily concerned with accessibility for the widest possible spectrum of human activities and experiences, and is viewed as an interdisciplinary field that I think overlaps a lot with anthropology in motive and focus. And I've been using my knowledge of current HCI research to inform my decisions about digitally preserving the exhibit. So we've opted to preserve the exhibit as a video screen recording of the guided tour from Art Steps. It will include audio voiceover and closed captioning of the text on the displays, as well as on the images and artifacts, and will also incorporate the audio recordings of Rosemary's consultations with the objects. Here on this slide, there is a screenshot of the video editing software Premiere that we use. On the top right, there's a video clip from the exhibition. On the top left is an audio clip of me speaking about it, and below them are controls for ordering these clips. Some further considerations for digital archiving have been that although we're aiming to recreate some of the experience of the digital space as it is, pivoting to yet a different format calls for thoughtful attention to the details of this new format. And we're thinking about what might get lost in this transition, what a video can't fully capture about the space, but alternatively, also what may work better in video format rather than in Art Steps. For example, we're thinking about ways to split up the video to allow for maximum interaction and detail, either as a single web page with different video clips split up so that users can freely switch between the topics, or in a single video with the clips labeled in the progress bar to retain the intentional ordering of the clips and topics. On this slide, there's a screenshot of an overhead view of the exhibition in Art Steps, which shows the virtual tour path visible as a blue line connecting the guide points, which are numbered and labeled. This shows how we edited the virtual tour path in order to make the video to make sure that all of the text, artifacts, and captions would be visible. And we're also gathering better quality photos of the artifacts in order to improve the experience and detail accessible when viewing them. In sum, the completed archived project will not be identical to the original digital exhibit, nor was the digital exhibit identical to the planned physical one. Instead, each iteration of Growing Goodness offers different opportunities for audience engagement. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. Oh, go ahead, Amy.
A number of people, a huge number of people have helped us with this, but just a few: Dr. Rosemary Tungarak, Chia Sakakibara, a heap of other Oberlin students, Sundance, the Dean's Office, and here's a link. We're happy to send the slide deck if anyone wants to look at the exhibit themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Henry and Ellen and Natalie, for your contributions and for that presentation. I look forward to people's questions in the Q&A, which we will get to at the end of the panel. For now, we're going to shift to our next presenter, Sháńdíín Brown. So Sháńdíín, I invite you to come on screen and unmute yourself and share your presentation.
Hi, Kristen. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, my name is Sháńdíín Brown. I am Danette and the RISD Museum Henry Luce Curatorial Fellow for Native American Art. Today I'm going to be presenting Shifting Focus to Include the People. So today I am coming from you in Providence, Rhode Island. Before I do my land acknowledgement, I just want to state that I am a Native American woman. My hair is slicked back. I have on turquoise earrings and a blazer today. So the Rhode Island School of Design is built on what is now called College Hill, part of the ancestral homelands of the Narragansett Nation. Indigenous people from many nations near and far live, study, and work in Providence today. The amplification of Native voices and histories is crucial to rectifying the many violent legacies of colonialism, and we gratefully acknowledge the ongoing critical contributions of Indigenous people across our state, region, and nation. Yat she Sháńdíín Brown nishia akut ego de net on nishle kia ani nishle bilagana bushes chin tlizafana dushiche do bilagana dishnele. So hi everyone. In Navajo, I just introduced myself. Like I said, my name is Sháńdíín Brown and I'm a citizen of the Navajo Nation. I graduated from Dartmouth College with a Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology as well as Native American Studies and a minor in Environmental Studies in 2020. And like I said, I'm the Henry Luce Curatorial Fellow for Native American Art at the RISD Museum in Providence, Rhode Island. So today, my thesis of this paper, it aims to show the importance of including Native American people in museum curation. This inclusion adds to the overall success of museums through mutually beneficial relationships with museums and Native American communities, greater public education about Native American peoples, and more accurate curatorial and archival information. So this image on the screen is from the University of Nebraska Press. It's a journal article titled Red Man's Burden, The Politics of Inclusion in Museum Settings. So this excerpt that I'm sharing with you today was written by Nancy Marie Mithlow. Nancy writes, the history of anthropology in America is largely a history of the encounters of scientists, explorers, and traders among Native American communities. Propelled by the belief that Native cultures would soon vanish under the pressures of civilization, early anthropologists and collectors adopted the method of salvage anthropology to collect all they could of early Native American material culture before it vanished. During a 6-year period in Zuni Pueblo from 1879 to 1885, 12,609 objects were collected for the Smithsonian Institute alone from a community of fewer than 2,000 individuals. The speed and recklessness of these early encounters is disturbing to us today, as we see in hindsight how the removal of Native material in great quantities from remote Native communities might have accelerated the process of acculturation. Museums flourished and objects were readily had, due in part to disease and violence, the influx of mass manufactured goods, the influence of Christian conversion, and federal legislation outlawing Native ceremonials, such as the potlatch of the Pacific Northwest coast. I'm going to share briefly one more journal article that has helped me with my research. This is titled Collections Care Informed by Native American People, Native American Perspectives, Teaching the Next Generation. And this is written by Jennifer Shannon, who's a curator and associate professor of cultural anthropology at the University of Colorado Museum of Natural History. She writes, the former director of the National Museum of the American Indian, Rick West Jr. Cheyenne, once said something along the lines of, we hate museums because they have our stuff. We love museums because they have our stuff. This contradiction lies at the center of contemporary museum anthropology and anthropology collections management. It points to the history, trauma, intentions, and potential of museum collections. It also shows how museums both keep safe items valued by Native peoples and house them apart from their originating communities. She continues, given this history, the fact that so many Native people are now working with museums is no minor accomplishment. This sea change has been achieved through Native activism and demand for access, important laws like NAGPRA, and the concerted efforts of museum staff to engage in collaborative work and repurpose for whom and for what museum collections are used. So, some background for the RISD Museum. The RISD Museum was founded and integrated with the Rhode Island School of Design in Providence, Rhode Island in 1877. So our collection at the museum has about 100,000 objects, and the Native North American art collection has about 1,000 pieces. And this is just including the tribes that are within the United States of America. And the foundational portion of the collection is from the High Foundation, which was acquired from 1943 to 1944. And the image on the screen here is an archival black and white photo from the RISD Museum in 1926. So a little bit more background information about the High Foundation collection that we have. So I won't read this quote exactly, but the quote on the screen in summary is talking about how George Gustav High was a New Yorker who amassed a large amount of wealth, and he collected about 800,000 pieces from throughout the Americas, the largest such collection ever compiled by one person. And all of this information and text is from the Infinity of Nations exhibit that is on at the National Museum of American India. So in 1916, he established the Museum of the American Indian High Foundation, which opened to the public in Upper Manhattan in 1922. And he did pass away, but this collection was then transferred in 1989 to the Smithsonian Institution, becoming part of the National Museum of the American Indian. So we see through this history how pieces were collected from their home communities and came to museums, not only the National Museum of American Indian, but also where I work at the RISD Museum. So doing some archival research of the RISD Native American art collection here at the museum. So on the screen here, I have an exhibition checklist. And we see that this is an archival piece, but note 18.057, all of this is in typewriting. So for tribe, period, or country, we have a big question mark. And then the picture on the lower right is of the exhibit, which was for school-aged children. So sometimes there wasn't information available about provenance. And this little exhibit says Indian basketry. So here I have a piece from the High Foundation, and you can see the RISD Museum catalog card is on the top here. And then the NMAI, or the National Museum of American Indian catalog card, is on the bottom. So working with our registration team, we actually found the catalog cards at the National Museum of American Indian, which provided us with a lot more information. So you can see I have this gray arrow pointing at Oribe, Arizona, because from the NMAI catalog card, we learned that this piece specifically was from Oribe, which as someone who's working with the pieces, that's really important for me to know. Our next slide here has some screenshots of the piece on the RISD Museum website. And I also have a link here if you want to check it out. So this is a great way to see the pieces that are in the presentation today. Next, we have another piece. Again, our catalog card is on the left. So this piece, we actually don't know where it comes from. It could have came from the National Museum of American Indian or High Foundation, but we just don't know. And this is a Tlingit Chilkat robe. So the catalog card has a basic description of what the piece is. And then on the right here, we have again another traveling exhibition. And you can see the signage here says Eskimo, which of course isn't politically correct, but that is something that happens when we're working in the archives. So again, I have more screenshots from the RISD Museum website. We'll also have in our archival database exhibition history labels so that we can read what was written about a piece when it was up. And then this piece is really fascinating. It is again from the National Museum of American Indian High Foundation. Similar to the last two catalog cards, our catalog card just gives a basic description of the piece. And then on the right here, we have a screenshot of the cradle board. This is a Kiowa cradle board, and this image is from our website. So this is the High Foundation catalog card. Really important here, we see that this comes from Oklahoma and from the Colonel James F. Randlett collection. And doing more research, we found that James F. Randlett was the local Indian agent and commanding officer at Fort Duchesne, Utah until 1896. So as someone who works in the museum with our Native American art, for me, it's really important to do contemporary artist interviews. And this is also a foundational part of my research. So for today's time, you will notice that we won't be able to go through all of the quotes, but a lot of these, actually all of these artists I'm sharing today are Navajo weavers. This is due to my past research projects, but also I think it's really foundational from a curatorial process to talk to living Native American artists. So here I have Jaron Nemkina on the screen, who had a great conversation with me about the commodification of weaving. And the image is him with a twill woven rug on the screen. Next, we have Venancio Aragon, who is also a Diné weaver, and he talks a lot about the cultural survival in the textiles. And then our last artist I'm going to share is Melissa Cody. Melissa is a master weaver, and again, very briefly, since for brevity of time, I'm going to read this is a slide of her quote, but I'm going to read the bolded part. She says, "I think it's about time as Indigenous people and weavers, we bring these double standards to the forefront. To be an Indigenous female artist, it is a deep hole to dig yourself out of, but that's what fuels my work." So again, for me, these are really important compared to how the RISD Museum used to operate, which, if you can tell with those three pieces we just looked at, none of them had makers. And so for me, it's really important to talk to the people who make the work that we acquire and the work that we show on our website and our social medias. So we're coming back to this cradle again. I'm going to talk a little bit about oral history here. So this image is a screenshot from one of our publications. It's titled "Our Cradle Boards Are Living Beings, a conversation with Vanessa Jennings and Carl Jennings." So on our image here on this slide, we have an archival photo of the cradle board on display on the left, a picture of Vanessa and Carl on the right, and then Vanessa interpreting the piece. So for today's sake, I'm going to breeze through this, but it's really important that we have this entire publication of Vanessa speaking about the Kiowa cradle board from her own perspective, because Vanessa is a Kiowa woman and a Kiowa beater. So our image on the left here is of Vanessa and her sister, and our image on the right is Vanessa with a cradle board that she made. So as a maker, she holds so much cultural knowledge. It's really important that we work with her, people like her, and also financially compensate them adequately. So here, Vanessa is actually talking about the acquisition of our cradle board. And again, we have a screenshot of this publication and a portrait of Lieutenant Colonel James F. Randlett that was on the other slide. So I encourage you, if you have the time, to read this. This is from our Manual 16 publication. So the thesis and what I'm really here to talk about is how including Native American people in museum curation adds to the overall success of museums. And that manifests itself in many ways through mutually beneficial relationships with museums and Native American communities is one example. Here at RISD, we work a lot with the Native Americans at Brown. I have the NAB logo on the right here and the RISD Museum logo on the left. And so this is just a screenshot of an event flyer featuring one of Rose B. Simpson's works. The title or caption of this is "NAB Goes to the RISD Museum." So for me, it's really important that Native people always have access to our collections for free and really whenever they like. So I worked with the students to find a time that they would like to come. And on this image, we have me and the students featuring the Chilkat robe we saw from the archival photos, as well as the cradle board we just talked about, and this Rose B. Simpson piece. And the students here are around a table with the objects. So another really important thing about including Native American people is purchasing their art from an institutional level. So this is a piece by Courtney Leonard titled "Breach Logbook 21" that is in our collection. And all of the pieces I'm about to share were acquired last year in 2021. Oh, I forgot to mention that Courtney is Shinnecock. Please check out all of these artists' works. Our next piece is from Rose B. Simpson. She is from Kapawinge. I have a screenshot, I have an image of her headshot right here, and then a shard and reincarnation, which we acquired last year. And very briefly, next I have Elizabeth James Perry, who's a Quina Wampanoag. I have her headshot here, as well as her wampum belt, a purple wampum belt, and a naturally dyed woven bag. So all three of these pieces will be on view. And again, working with Native people, it's important to support them financially and exhibit their work. So in the sake of time, I'm going to kind of breeze through these next slides. But another way the success manifests is greater public education about Native people. So this is a screenshot of an event flyer that we did last week. It was titled "Indigenous Histories Past, Present, and Future." So we talked about exactly what I'm talking about today, the importance of including Native people as well as the Native students we have here at RISD. And this is an image of a new acquisition. And then this is another event we did. It was a teacher's lounge. And on the slide here, we have a screenshot of the flyer with text and also some Cheyenne moccasins that we worked with teachers with to talk about how they can teach with historic Native American objects. And this is just a brief excerpt from our flyer talking about how we work with Leah Hopkins, who is a Narragansett educator. And again, really important to have our local tribes involved. So I'm going to wrap it up here, but we have more accurate curatorial and archival information when we work with Native people. So I just showed these on our other slide, but these are another recent acquisition. And so here at RISD, we work with Museum Plus. So we have our artists do statements, and then that is included in our archival and curatorial catalogs, so that once I leave and someone else takes this position, they can then work with the collection and know more about the Native artists' intentions in their works. So I want to thank everyone for listening to me today. I appreciate it. I also want to acknowledge all the Native students, artists, workers, elders, and community members who have helped me with my research so far. And I'm really excited to continue the research and work. And I also want to thank everyone who helped organize this symposium. And I look forward to your comments and questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Sháńdíín. I really appreciated that presentation. We will move next to Emily Jean Leichner. Hi, Emily. You're welcome to share your presentation.
Hi, thanks so much, Kristen. Let me bring my presentation up. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Jean Leichner. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a white settler woman with asymmetrical brown hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a black shirt. I'm also a PhD candidate at UBC, where I study museums and settler colonialism using community-based methods. I'm speaking to you all today from the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, in what is also known as Vancouver in British Columbia, Canada. So my dissertation broadly looks at the collection and capture of Indigenous voices in museums and archives and the process of returning them back home. My goal today is to share with you a part of my dissertation, a community-based project that I did with the New Hulk First Nation Radio Board. Together, we created a radio show about museums and museum collecting in their territory called Using and Refusing Museums. The picture that I'm showing on the screen is of some posters that hang inside the headquarters of New Hulk Radio. The most visible one reads, "Learn from the past, prepare in the present to defend the future." So in this presentation, I'll be talking about the process of creating the show, and we'll pull out some highlight stories and questions that this work has raised for me so far. I've been really drawn to the work of Stalo ethnomusicologist Dylan Robinson, who argues that listening is not a universal experience, but a positioned one, and calls settler colonial listening practices hungry listening. He argues hungry listening consumes without awareness of how the consumption acts in relationship with those people, the lands, the waters who provide sustenance. Moving beyond hungry listening toward anti-colonial listening practices requires that the fevered pace of consumption for knowledge resources be placed aside in favor of new temporalities of wonder, disoriented from anti-relational and non-situated settler colonial positions of certainty. So in my dissertation, I've been asking, in what ways have hungry listening characterized the capture and collection of New Hulk voices? And in studying museums, how do I adopt anti-colonial listening and research practices? The New Hulk First Nation is located in the central coast of what is also known as British Columbia in Canada. New Hulk people have never surrendered their rights to their land or resources through negotiation or treaty. New Hulk Radio is a community station that is streamed online and also broadcast locally on 91.1 FM, unceded airways, to an audience of both New Hulk and non-New Hulk people. To introduce New Hulk Radio, I'm going to show a short video that was directed and written by the station manager and co-founder Banshee Hanous. In this video, you can hear the role of radio in people's everyday lives in New Hulk territory over the course of a single day from morning to evening, all from the small white trailer where the radio broadcasts from, framed by steep mountains behind. The video shows the many roles of radio in people's everyday lives, from bingo games to karaoke to language learning, accompanying people at home getting dressed in the morning and driving to work and making art. So bear with me while I switch over my screen to play this for you.
Yakdis enough. It's the new Hoda, a new sign of Naples, New Hulk Radio 91.1, broadcasting the laws of the lands and waters. Our New Hulk community members started New Hulk Radio back in 2014 to help keep our New Hulk language alive. Did you know that we only have a few New Hulk language elder speakers remaining?
Finish, Core? Finish your cereal, please.
Let's all of us speak our Muhalkum language.
Where does Daddy work?
New Hulk.
New Hulk Radio. As of Kainuks, tomorrow you can expect some skinwas, that is some clouds.
You know, us New Hulk radio hosts, we're gonna have a language class here. Listen at the radio station so we can bring you guys more language on these airwaves.
So Atlach means to witness something or to watch something. Is more look or see. Ashkits, I've seen it. Achashkits, I didn't see it. Look at it.
Welcome all here this evening to Duluth here on New Hulk Radio 91.1 FM. We'll be playing
One full blackout game. Now let's get underway. And our next ball out is
Under the T, to, ta or da, schnoos.
Schnoos? Okay. Okay.
Come on down. We'll be rocking here on the SNM show.
The breaker cycle. The future is in our hands.
This is a moment, so let us work together.
New Hulk strong and New Hulk forever. Hi, Sophie. What harder than life? Where medicine is so intense. My stories of our land. Go now.
Unsurrendered, untreated, sovereign, New Hulk territory, 91.1 FM, New Hulk Radio.
All right, I'm going to switch back over to my presentation. There we go. So how did I come to be working with the New Hulk Radio Board, creating a radio show on the history of museum collecting in New Hulk territory? It started with a really simple question that came out of my master's research with the nation. How did objects, which many New Hulk people call treasures, end up in museums? Called Using and Refusing Museums, the radio show was envisioned to start to answer that question. The image on the screen shows the website where the show is hosted, co-hosted by myself and New Hulk producers Skookum, Kyle MacTalio, we're both pictured here sitting on a canoe in the sun with microphones between us. The show ran twice a week for 4 weeks in July of 2021 for a total of 8-hour-long episodes, which are all available to listen to on newhulkradio.com. For 2 months leading up to the show, Skookum and I met on Zoom for 2 to 3 hours a week to get to know each other, brainstorm ideas, and research together collaboratively. Next, I want to introduce myself and this radio show to you a little bit more, and I'm actually going to let the introduction to our first episode do the talking.
Yo, Yetis Inauch, Skukum Dominites. I'm here today with Emily Jean, and I'll give you a moment to introduce yourself in a second. Khalkhalusam Dumusap or Nuchalk Radio. This is using and refusing museums. Our goal is to consider some important questions, like how did our ancestors' relations with museums? Yao Yetis Inauch Skukum Dominique. The number is 1844 Nuchalk 4 1844 NUXALK 4. That is 1844 689 2554. Okay. Emily, if you want to take a minute to introduce yourself, and then I will do the same.
That sounds great. Yao, thank you, Skookum, for inviting me and letting me be here today. I really feel grateful to be a part of this radio project. I am calling to you all not from sovereign Newholk territory, but from Vancouver, which is the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And that's where I am currently living. I have been in Newholk territory a number of times at this point, but it's been a while since I've been able to visit in person. And by way of introduction, for those of you who don't know me, I'm a settler from the States. I'm currently a PhD student at UBC, where I study museums. A little bit of brief family history. My ancestors were Irish, Dutch, British immigrants who immigrated to North America and were frontier farmers for generations, purchasing land sort of directly following the U.S.'s military's sort of forced and violent removal of Indigenous peoples in the Midwest, which is a history that I've been really conscious of, especially this weekend as Canada celebrates so-called Canada Day and the U.S. celebrates its so-called independence on the 4th. So I kind of came to this work by learning about my own family history as I was sort of learning about the history of museums and working in them. And I'm sure I'll get to some of that a little bit later, but a lot of my motivations for studying museums have come from sort of my own position as a white settler and what it means to be living on Indigenous land and to be benefiting from the legacies of really harmful colonial practices that we know still continue today. All right, so there's a little bit of a hiccup there with the sound, and so I think you may have missed Kyle's really great introduction where he basically describes that some of the goals of the show are to ask and start to answer questions such as how Newholk treasures ended up in museum collections worldwide. How did our ancestors' relations with museums, with collectors and outsiders affect the path for future generations? What do museums mean for us today? As you heard in the last part, Skookum sort of asked me to model what analyzing museum collecting histories as a settler looks like, to be direct about my relationship to the nation and my family history. We wanted to create a show that was situated in Newholk territory that would continually remind listeners of our relationships to the knowledge that we were discussing, that would encourage conversation and curiosity and welcome a plurality of responses to the histories of collecting we were sharing. The image that I'm showing right now is of a couple group of people sitting in the Newholk radio studio talking to each other. And you can see some of the computer and production equipment, as well as some colorful decorations lining the office. So one of our guests on the show was Alvin Mack, who's Skookum's grandfather, who spoke about how visiting museums and seeing Newholk objects helps connect his ancestors, his relatives who are also carvers. It also helps him as an artist to see how objects were made so that he can improve his work and carve in a Newholk style. We were surprised to hear that Alvin was glad that museums collected material from his ancestors. He said, quote, "I'm personally thankful that those pieces were saved. At first, I was disappointed to see our pieces behind glass. but I had to look at the positive. They were collected to keep our culture alive. This inspired Skookum and I to speculate together about whether Nuxalk people had proactively sold some of their treasures to museums to preserve them for future generations and to ensure they would be a future generation by providing for themselves in the present. After this show, we received some oppositional feedback anonymously from a community member who said, quote, "I don't agree with praising that our people gave collectors our art to preserve. It's not like they had a choice. And a lot of art was sold from people who stole it." This comment sparked a whole episode on the impacts of colonialism in Nuxalk territory, how it is intimately connected to the ways Nuxalk heritage was dispossessed by anthropologists and extracted to museums outside of the territory, and to connect it to contemporary threats from other extractive industries in the nation. So rather than the hungry listening modalities of one-on-one interviews, extracting Nuxalk voices for the sole purpose of an academic publication, learning and interpreting the histories and impacts of collecting together, live and on air, capture these conversations, disagreements, and strong emotions that museum work brings up for the entire community to consider, inseparable from their relations to land, waters, and people. Now that the radio show is finished, I've continued to work with the radio board to locate and return sound recordings of Nuxalk language, music, stories, and interviews given by Nuxalk people. In my research, I'm paying attention to how these requests are received, what the logics are that have continued to dispossess, trap, and incarcerate Indigenous voices in museums and archives. We're also beginning to have conversations about how my writing, my dissertation, might support the work of the nation. Some of the questions we are asking are, how can we advocate for the importance and protection of Nuxalk intellectual property? And how does Nuxalk law protect and maintain ownership of objects and knowledge in museums? Also, we've just received funding for a season 2 of the radio show, which should be broadcast live later this summer. So stay tuned for that. Finally, if you want to support the work of Nuxalk Radio, you can go to their GoFundMe page, where they're currently raising money for the construction of a new home for the radio and for the Nuxalk Ancestral Governance Office. Pictured here are various photos of this building, the House of Nymst, throughout its life. It's an aged, low red longhouse, and the door to the house goes through the carved mouth of a totem pole. I'll throw the links for those in the chat following the presentation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Emily, for that presentation. We will transition now to our final presentation, but last but certainly not the least, Inge Zwart. I invite you to come on screen and unmute and share your presentation. We can't hear you. No, unfortunately. Have you checked your audio settings to see where your microphone is coming from?
I think these were.
Yeah, now we hear you. Thank you. Sorry about that. You're ready to go.
I'm happy I asked if you could hear me.
I would have let you know.
Hi, everyone. It's good to be here. Thanks for organizing this. My name is Inge Zwart. I'm a PhD student at Uppsala University. I'm a white Dutch woman living in Sweden. I have light brown or dark blonde hair, and I'm wearing a blue sweater with a red collar. And on the right, you can see a little bit of a yellow curtain, and I'm sitting in front of a white wall with some abstract art behind me as well. Before I start saying anything in terms of museum and my research, I just want to thank the organizers for all the work that you've done, and thank the presenters. It's been a really nice symposium so far. And thank you to the captioner. I will try and talk really slowly. And now I'll share my screen and share. So now you should see the slides. Today I'll talk about participation in museums, backstage ideals and frontstage realities. Yeah, I'm talking from Sweden. It's been really exciting to connect with you and use this opportunity to connect with people online from all around the world and not having to fly. So that's the positive part of meeting on Zoom. For this paper, I build on my material that I generated while doing ethnographic field work in 2 museums in Northern Europe. And in my dissertation, I center questions around participatory practices in these museums. Specifically, I ask, how do museum practitioners do participation? So what's the work that they put into the museum organization in order to do participation? And how do they give meaning to what participation looks like in their museum through their museum work practices? So that means that I look at museums as organizations, and I study with museum practitioners. I did this through participant observation in their offices, and I did small tasks. I joined in events and workshops. I held interviews with them and collected documents. So for me, participation has a really broad meaning, and I do that purposefully because the both museums that I worked with, which I will introduce in a second, do a lot of different projects that they call themselves participation or participatory projects. It includes things that you can also call community engagement or co-creating exhibitions, but participation is really the broadest possible term to include a lot of different work. Today I build specifically on material from one of the museums I worked with, which is the Museum Europäische Kulturen in Berlin. Translated into English, it stands for Museum of European Cultures, and its acronym is the MEC, and I will refer to that. And you can see a picture here on the slide of the museum, and it almost looks like what someone would draw if they would draw a museum. There are 6 3-story high columns with a pediment, a triangular roof shape on top of it. And in between 2 pairs of the columns, there are red banners hanging, and one of them spells out MEK, MEC. The MEC is an ethnographic museum. It holds mostly material from the 19th and 20th century, specifically from European cultures, more specifically, everyday life objects. They've been doing participatory projects for 20 years. So this museum, as well as the other one I worked with, which is called the Fisksätra Museum in Sweden, have both been doing this work for a long time. And that was the reason why I wanted to work with them, to learn about ways in which this can be extended for longer periods of time, and they are not just one-off projects, but how do they sustain this type of work? So the argument of this paper today is as follows. The idea of bringing participants behind the scenes of the museum is at times idealized by museum practitioners. Participation might change to what things, spaces, and work publics turned participants have access to. And participation can also challenge the traditional idea of backstage and front stage in a museum setting. However, the division between a front and a backstage museum remains also in a participatory project. And the invitation of people backstage should be understood as a performance of the museum's backstage. I will go through this argument in this order. I will say a little bit about what I mean when I talk about backstage and front stage and the theory that supports this. Then I will give one example of my empirical data describing a revisiting collections workshop in the MEC. And then I will discuss this thinking about, okay, how is this backstage or how is this not backstage, and suggest how maybe boundaries have shifted and how we might look at this as rather a new front stage instead. So backstage and front stage is probably familiar to some of you as a sociological theory connected to impression management and how people behave in social settings. This comes from Erving Goffman, who wrote about this for the first time in his book, The Presentation of Self in Everyday Life, in 1959, when it was published in the US. On the slide, you see a cover of one of the versions of this book. It's black with white letters and with red faces drawn on the left side. So for Goffman, backstage behavior is behavior that is different from what happens front stage when we interact with people. He uses performance language to really describe how we use more performative versions of ourselves in order to deal with impressions of others and manage how others are impressed or react to us. And the behavior that we have backstage is in smaller circles and is different and in preparation of going front stage. Well, his theory has been widely applied and interpreted loosely in different ways. And one of the places where it's a really useful way of talking about a setting is in a museum world, because we work with audiences. And there are two specific ways in which scholars, and I will also talk about backstage and front stage in relation to the museum. First, it relates to the organizational division of work. Already, if you look on a management level, often work is already divided in the front of line services in a museum, where we have guards, educators, shop attendants, and we have behind the scenes work, curation, conservation, research. This is something that Sharon McDonald and Vivian van Saze write about, for example, or research. A second way to think about backstage and front stage is literally about spaces in the museum. There are exhibition and education rooms that audiences have access to, but then on the other hand, there are depots and conservation spaces and offices that audiences don't have access to. And I want to link this to someone who writes about community engagement and participation, I understand, as partly being community engagement as well. And she was referred to yesterday as well, Nuala Morse. She writes in her book, The Museum as a Space for Social Care, about how museums have argued for participatory projects from a perspective of center periphery. With that, she means that participation is imagined as bringing periphery, which are communities outside of the museum, into the center, which is then the museum. And there's a really broad spectrum of critique also for this, or against it. This Bernadette Lynch, for example, is a very prominent writer who criticizes this type of position where power relations are often perpetuated, and the benefit of such participatory projects remain very much for the museum specifically. And I take on Morse's suggestion to think about the nuance and the complexities of the contradictory people and practices that you find in museums when it comes to participatory projects. So I want to study more in detail what happens actually when we think about bringing someone outside into the museum. And this is not just something out of the blue. This is something that one of my research interlocutors, a curator at the MEC, actually uses this type of language when I asked her about what would be the most ideal project that you can imagine to take place in your museum. And she says, to take the people from other neighborhoods in Berlin to our place here, that they really cooperate with us here. And not only for exhibitions, but also in the museum, behind the scenes, well, in the back office, for example, the collections. This would be great to do this participatory work here. So she literally uses this idea of bringing people from the outside into the museum and actually behind the scenes. It's really nice that she uses this performative language as well, perpetuating this idea of there is a space that not everyone has access to, and through a participatory project, we can give this access. So now I will share an example of one of their projects that I took part in. It was not organized by the curator I mentioned before, but by actually by a group of students that was working with the museum at the time, and they worked together with 2 curators. They created a version of a revisiting collections workshop. Revisiting collections, it might be familiar to you. It's an established method by the Collections Trust and MLA Council, where through a very structured order, people are engaging with objects. And I will go really quickly because to keep with time with what this structure is. People are invited to look at museum objects, answer questions about these objects that are usually in the depot, but they receive a few objects. They get to touch them and they answer questions such as, what does this object remind you of? Then they receive the collection records and are asked, what are you missing in these records? And only then the curator comes in to discuss this whole process. And ideally, the goal of these revisiting collections workshops is that this material is then integrated into collection records. And I say ideally because in this particular project, this actually didn't happen to my knowledge. So in what way do participants go backstage in this specific example? Well, going backstage mostly means here a change of access to space or material for participants, but it was also mediated by the museum. So the participants met in a meeting room in offices. So it was a space that they usually don't have access to. And they had access to objects that are currently not on display, that were taken from the depot. And they had access to material from the collection records, which are usually also not publicly available. But it was mediated by the museum in the sense that they weren't actually entering the real conservation spaces. They weren't actually choosing which objects they were gonna handle. And they also didn't see the objects in their real backstage space, the depot, but in a specifically crafted environment for them, for this workshop. And also the way that they could interact with objects was quite limited. They could only give their personal accounts, and they didn't actually research inside the collection management system. So with that mediation in mind, my second point is that there remains a clear division between what practitioners and participants have access to and which work they do in a participatory project. So this access to space I already mentioned, but in regards to the role, the curator and the facilitator have clear organizational tasks, and the participants react and respond within a certain framework that has been created by the museum and the museum practitioners only, and they cannot really interact outside of it. So there was an example in this workshop that at the end of the workshop, the participants were really interested in saying something about how to display these objects as well, and how an exhibit might be created with them. But this was not the goal of the workshop for the museum practitioners, so they were not so interested, or at least they didn't write down their suggestions for an exhibition. It was about their interpretation of the specific objects. So that leads me to say that this type of backstage is a bit performed in this particular case. So participants are invited to act as a conservator. They got gloves, they got to touch, but in a very specific space. And the division remains between a front and a backstage that is upheld by the different roles that people have and by the difference in access that remain. So to end, I end with one critical point and one positive one. What can we learn from this? Well, clear communication about what will happen and what people have access to is very important, so that there's no false ideas of a redivision of power in these relations, or that this is the way that the museum will be radically changed. And by no means did the museum suggest this to the participants in this particular case, but there are lots of examples in the literature where this gets a little bit iffy, where there's so much expectation placed on a participatory project. So that's my critical point. And the positive one is, okay, if this is not a real backstage environment, can we think about it as a new front stage environment? Perhaps. So that was too fast. I think this front stage could be a place where people can learn about knowledge creation in a museum setting, where dialogues can be created about representation and what that looks like in practice, what representing someone in a museum setting in relation to objects means. And then ideally also it is a way to introduce new materials in the museum records, much like Justin also described yesterday. So that's where I'll end. These are the references that I used, and I'm just saying thank you for now. I wanted to make one last shout out to a website that I will share in the chat that regards different supports for museums in Ukraine and how the Association of European Museum Organization has, but they have a great website. I will share it in the chat for those of you that are interested in that.
Thank you, Inge. Please do share that. I want to invite all the rest of our panelists from this panel. So Emily, Sháńdíín, Ellen, Natalie, Henry, and Amy, if you want to join us back on screen. And I invite all the attendees to submit any questions that have come up throughout this into the Q&A section. Sometimes it takes a little bit for people's fingers to do the rapid typing. So I'm going to ask a question of all of you here first. So I know that I've been asking this in a couple of different panels because I'm just curious of how people have addressed this. Obviously, some of you have done your research or your work or your practice during the pandemic. And I'm curious of how you've modified your approach because of that. And also whether you learned something new or whether there was some new insight because of how you modified things. I know some of you spoke to that directly in your panels, but I'd love to hear how your approaches have changed. For anybody.
I can start really quick because mine's pretty obvious. I had planned to do a radio show as part of my dissertation pre-COVID and had the funding for it pre-COVID, but it became a really large part of my work because I couldn't be in New Hulk territory in person for some of the other community-based projects that I'm still kind of working on, but are moving along a lot slower. So being able to call in from outside of the territory was really helpful. And so really, yeah, really just became a much bigger part than I anticipated. Amy, you can go ahead.
I was just going to address, there's a question in the chat. And I thought maybe Henry would want to talk about that because Henry was really instrumental in shifting our planned huge physical exhibit in our campus library to using art steps.
Yeah, and I'll just read that question aloud for everyone. And so that question was, can you share a bit about the experience with Art Steps? And is it a free program? Do you recommend it? Henry, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think You know, there were pros and cons to art steps. When we started off doing it, it was like a very new thing. I think for all of us, like I had never made a digital exhibit or like worked with that platform before, but I think it worked really well for our purposes. I think one of the strengths of it was definitely like the amount of tools and layouts that you could use. It was like a little bit like a video game, like it was very customizable, and I think that worked really well for us. I think some of the drawbacks were it was harder to work with text in that platform, so that's something that we really had to struggle with. And also we were only able to incorporate audio and not video, which I think, you know, if there's a platform out there that lets you do even more like multimedia stuff, that would be great. But I think Art Steps is like a really good place to start, and it's pretty user friendly and it's free, so I would recommend it. Yes.
Is it more made for art digital exhibitions?
Yeah, I would say so. I think a lot of the exhibits on there are art. I think the tools that they have for working with like images and displaying images of things are a lot better than their tools for like working with text. So I think it's primarily, yeah, art focused.
Thank you, Henry. We have a question from Kara in the chat, and I'm not sure if our Q&A function is working right now. So chat is also available. For Natalie, I was excited to hear you speaking about HCI in tandem with museum work. UXD is also an important crossover, and reminded me of Haley's presentation yesterday, where she flagged skills needed in museums, but not always taught in museum programs. I love hearing from students what other museum adjacent skills have been useful in your work. Emily's sound recording, perhaps. So maybe for everyone, what other skills have been useful for you in your work in museums that maybe isn't something that's normally brought up? Well, I mean, maybe to prompt your, that was a question too. Jennifer was asking what UXD is, Kara, if you want to clarify that a bit. But while we're thinking user experience design, while we're thinking about that, like I am a curator myself, and like just databases in general, I know that databases come up in museum training, obviously. But as someone who now is in charge of running one, like I've had to learn how to code to, change the way some reports are drawn, because ours is an ethnographic collection, but our database drew reports from a different sort of set of priorities. So for some reason, our reports would not draw the cultural group where groups were from, where objects were from into the report, which was unfortunate and necessary to fix. So that required some back-end finagling in our database. Does anyone else have any thoughts on other skills that you've picked up for your work?
I can jump in. I think learning how to work with artists is really important, especially if your collection works with contemporary people. Also getting to know your local tribe that is on the land that your museum is situated on. So I'm going to say people skills and being flexible, because a lot of times, working in a museum, there's not a great history there of equity. So kind of understanding that too, and being, respectful and humble and a listener is always really important.
Absolutely. Anyone else? Or Natalie, do you want to speak to those skills that you brought out in that project?
Yeah, definitely. I think that when I joined this project, it was really interesting to see how things that I'd been learning about in human-computer interaction, computer science courses were already being discussed in anthropology and in digital museum work. And so it's just interesting to try to increase the communication between these fields, because I think the conversations happening in them are really similar, and you don't want to miss, the findings that happen in each one and could really help the other. And I think it's really important to have people, understand what's going on in both fields.
Absolutely. I wish I had someone like you on my database. Other questions, if anyone had, I didn't see if I missed any in the chat. I actually have a question for Sháńdíín. Oh, someone else does. So Inge, we'll go with yours first. Inge, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, sure. I think it's because we don't have access to the Q&A to ask questions, so that's why I'm putting in the chat. Yeah, I was wondering, now that you also referred to local tribes, if you have worked together with the Tomoquag Museum, or if you...
Yep.
And how you work together with them.
Sure. So the Tomoquag Museum is led by Loren Spears and Silver Moon LaRose, who are two Narragansett incredible women, educators and curators. So we do work with them in a lot of capacities, because the Narragansett Nation is the only federally recognized tribe in Rhode Island. They're not a tribal museum, but they're a museum centered for all, Indigenous people. So yes, we do work with them. And yeah, it's really great. I recommend going onto the Tomoquag's website if you haven't already. They always have really great programs, and our curatorial team really enjoys them. Yeah.
Thank you. My question for Sháńdíín, and perhaps that others can also speak to too, is the question that you brought up of like the continuing on of the knowledge past and the work you've been doing past your time at this museum. You mentioned how you were recording certain stories and narratives from artists with the hopes that that these could be used in future projects. What are some of the ways that you are working towards that continuation? Because I know sometimes the struggle is there may be someone who was very involved in a project, but if that person leaves, how does it continue to be picked up?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it applies to not only, Native American museology or an Indigenous museology, but anywhere really. So I guess I tackle the question by first saying that like working, with curating things, I like to think that, it's really not about me, it's about doing storytelling. So all of my work then should have a record, because that's what storytelling is. So a lot of times it's a digital record, because I think that's the, contemporary world we're in. But sometimes I still leave paper trails as best as I can. And I always like to initial my name, SB, so people know kind of like who was working on a project at the time. But I guess for, I kind of touched on it in my presentation. For art specifically, I love to have a great Museum Plus database. I know, other people use EMU or TMS, but making sure a lot of those categories are filled out is really important. And also, like recording our interviews and making sure artists are okay with it. They'll sign something that says that they give consent, which is really important. But then that means that those interviews can be used for different projects in the future, which I think is really important. And also our exhibition labels, having those saved is really important. So sometimes, in the past, people gave information that wasn't totally correct. And I think being forefront with that is always important. So, being transparent with the work, it might not always be a comfortable process to talk about that, but it's an important one. So there's a few different avenues I try. But for me, yeah, I guess really honing in on that digital record keeping is really important. And in summary, just making sure people know who was, working on that at the time in case they ever want to ask follow-up questions. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Sháńdíín. Yeah. Anyone else have either thoughts on that or another question or comment for one of the panelists? And panelists yourselves are allowed to ask questions.
I have a question for Emily. So I'm coming from a perspective of not museum, my students and I, because we're working outside of a museum context. So we're learning as we go, and there's some, I think, actually real benefits in working with dangling collections that are not in a museum context, but there's a big learning curve. And so I'm curious about radio and the larger role of radio specifically in community outreach, and community activism. I know that as, I hear a lot about podcasts. I'm wondering if there are pathways for students coming up who might be interested in radio. What pathways might be available to them if they're interested in public heritage or cultural heritage and related fields is that are related to radio specifically?
Yeah, thanks. I think the way that I got into radio was just because it was a really already existing, really prevalent way that people shared information in the community with which I work, right? I work with 5 or 6 folks in New Hulk territory. And so wanting to actually reach out and share stuff that we were working on together with a broader community, that was just kind of the best way to do it. But I think one of the, as far as podcast goes, I should shout out Exhibiting Kinship, which is a really great podcast that has been going on for the past year. It's interviews with Indigenous museum workers from kind of all across the continent, and it's fabulous. Felicia Garcia and Miranda, I'm forgetting her last name, somebody can chime in and remind me. But that's a really great resource. Interestingly, I've sort of resisted people calling the radio show that we did a podcast, because to me, a podcast has sort of a placeless connotation. And it was really important for the radio board that I was working with. We really centered our discussions, and our audience was centered on the nation and the territory that the New Hulk First Nation occupies. And so making sure that you couldn't forget that while you were listening to the show was something that's important. Miranda Roberts, thank you, Alicia, yes. Anyways, I think, so I do community-based research also outside of museums to study museums. And so that's sort of like exposed me to a lot of different types of skills that you can use to do that work that I wouldn't have anticipated using earlier. So I think if you have students who are interested in sound recording or art making or other types of creative practices, there's a way that can be really generative and really interesting in the field. So I'd say go for it, I guess.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Amy and Emily. We've got time for either one more question or comment, if anyone has one. I have a comment. It's not necessarily a fully formed question, but a comment for Inge about your presentation, too, in the front stage, backstage, but the performed backstage that you mentioned. And the idea that I know some museums are moving towards, when they redesign their physical space, of windows into the places where museum workers are working, windows into the conservation lab or windows into collections workrooms. I myself once was an intern in a conservation lab where they had big floor-to-ceiling windows, and there were only 2 desks that weren't visible from those windows, and the 2 conservators chose to use those desks so they wouldn't be watched, and they stuck the intern, me, in front of the windows so I could be the one, talking to the public when they knocked on the door like it was a fishbowl, So it is an interesting concept. Like I said, I don't really have a question associated with that, but something that you see even in the design of physical spaces, right, in museums.
Yeah, that sounds really unfair that they produce.
I was an intern, so.
Yeah, actually, one of the papers that I referred to from Vivian Françoise, she writes about how there's this movement to also showcase conservation practices in the museum, right? To make people interested in this type of work and just show what that looks like. But actually, that's still kind of like the cool, juicy work that happens in the museum that people want, like that's visually interesting. But most of the stuff happens like, in the computer. But that's a really nice example from the other museum that I had to take out because of time, where they really play with that because they have their museum is like in a former apartment. It's really small, and the windows. The windows of their front, like the front of their museum, are located on the square in between, like the whole street. And that's also the space. It's the kitchen space. It's multifunctional. It's also used partly for exhibits sometimes. And there they work a lot of the times as well. And they purposefully sit there to attract people so that they can see something's happening in this really tiny museum. It's a completely different organization than this image that I showed of this classic museum. But they really play with showcasing themselves, just hoping that attracts people.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you to all of our panelists from this panel. We're going to, switch very briefly to just some closing remarks. Thank you to everyone who has been sticking out. We're going to share a few words of thanks to you and thanks to everyone who took part. So we'll just do a little bit of a shift here, Zoom virtually, to get those people on screen. Welcome back. And I'm going to turn things over now to Cathy McNeese, who will share some closing remarks for us.
Great, thanks so much. So for those I didn't meet yesterday, my name is Cathy McNeese. I'm a white woman, middle-aged, with salt and pepper shoulder-length hair. I'm wearing a gray and white scarf today, and I'm sitting in my home office, which is in Takaranto, or Toronto, territories of the Anishinaabe nations, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and continual home to many Indigenous peoples from Turtle Island. I'm the president for the Council for Museum Anthropology, and it's this is probably the first conference I've actually been to in ages. So it was a real pleasure to attend the last 2 days. Over the last 2 days, our presenters have brought into focus tensions and practices from around the globe. New Caledonia and Hawaii, Italy, Taiwan, Singapore, and Japan by extension, London, Ontario, Berlin, Souk, British Columbia. We saw the states of New York, the District of Columbia, Rhode Island, and Oklahoma. We saw a very complex Latin American landscape that was digitally connected with Europe. We saw the Anishinaabe underworlds and upperworlds, to name just a few of the places. We have also moved between museums as they are being imagined, still being formed, museums as they are being reformed, and as they are being performed. And we have indeed been challenged to take up particular forms of work in the museum and in our work as scholars: repair, care, connectivity, sovereignty, memory work and social work, micro-phenomenology, tactility, textual analysis. A number of our presenters noted how during the past 2 years, they have had to pivot, and hearing their stories and indeed their successes in pivoting should give us the confidence that we can too pivot to do this work, whether as curators, professors, collections managers, educators, accessibility officers, restitution experts. We can take up the tasks and the desires of our times and of our places, Our conference organizers, Kristen and Alicia, predicted the future is now, and it is also here. So I want to thank each presenter for bringing their work to the Council for Museum Anthropology Symposium. We appreciate that you have taken time from writing up your theses and dissertations, from your community work, from your jobs and your job searches, to help us do the unlearning and the relearning necessary to keep our field and our sector healthy. We know that what you have shared today is the tip of the iceberg. So I also want to encourage you to consider that our journal, Museum Anthropology, has just released a call for papers for its 2023-2024 publication year that definitely resonates with what you have shared with us and what we have heard over the last 2 days. So the journal is especially interested in critical scholarship on care, return, and repair, and explorations of museums and material culture in the Anthropocene. The editor is keen to review full special issue proposals, as well as shorter critical commentaries and exhibition reviews. So the editorial office is particularly committed to providing a platform for and supporting the work of emerging scholars. So work for full-length, peer-reviewed publications will be published in 2023-2024. Please let me also thank those in the audience who committed their time over the last 2 days to continued learning. I appreciate the questions you posed and the ways these questions further extend and push our collective thinking. The Council for Museum Anthropology appreciates your support of this collective of emerging scholars and museum professionals. It is necessary to acknowledge the folks behind the scenes. So Inge, your last presentation is really quite timely. Our friends at the School for Advanced Research made a Zoom-based symposium seem incredibly smooth and graceful. But I have spent enough time online over the last 2 years to know that if technology works without a hitch, it is only because there are humans that have planned and organized and are constantly troubleshooting in the background. So we appreciate everyone whose faces did not appear on camera, and we acknowledge the work that you have done. In tandem with the School for Advanced Research are our amazing captioners from the Kyle Duarte Company. We appreciate your expertise and again, the grace with which you help all of us share our ideas more broadly and accessibly. On behalf of the Council for Museum Anthropology, the board, I want to acknowledge the efforts of board members and symposium organizers, Kristen Otto and Alicia Poon. Their commitment to mentorship and to equity have come together in this symposium. At a time when we are all running out of steam, they have put their energies into amplifying emerging scholars and museum practitioners. Their positivity is infectious, and I also realize that maybe that's not a great metaphor 2 years into a pandemic, so let us say it is also inspiring. And I want to ask everyone in the audience to join me in giving them a round of applause. And I will pass the baton back to you.
I don't have anything specific else to share except to, again, thank my co-organizer, Alicia, for all of her hard work with this, and to thank the CMA board for their financial support of the symposium, as well as the American Anthropological Association's section mentoring grant that funded a student intern, Andrea Marinon Laguna, and thank her for her help in planning also. I know Alicia has some housekeeping remarks about the recording, so I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you, Kristen. So you guys haven't seen me today, but I was in your face all day yesterday. I'm Alicia Poon, on the board of the CMA and director of the Indian Arts Research Center at the School for Advanced Research. On behalf of SAR, I just want to say we're so pleased to be able to support such amazing presentations and scholars through our Zoom webinar program. I also want to invite everyone who is interested in getting more involved with the CMA to visit our website. It is available at museumanthropology.org. That's museumanthropology.org. And for those of you who are interested in revisiting some of the presentations today, or if you missed some of the presentations yesterday, the recordings will be available on the School for Advanced Research's YouTube page. Give us a couple weeks to get everything edited out and all the information loaded. But if you give us a couple of weeks, it will be available on SAR's YouTube page. So thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you for sticking it out today, and have a good rest of your weekend. Bye.
Thank you, everybody.